Hey there, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopp here from the Room to Room Weather Center with an update on some thunderstorms that we are watching down southwest portion of our area, closer to the Yazoo City area. A few storms have shown some signs of rotation, a little stronger than the rest. Not quite the official severe levels, but we did want to get on a little bit earlier and just get a heads up just in case on this here. So we're tracking a few of these down here near Yazoo City in particular. Checking the latest here on the rotation on Mama Justice Doppler, not quite as impressive as a couple of minutes ago. We've been watching these for about the last, we've been watching it all day, but the last 30 minutes, we've had a couple of points there when the storm was just a little west of Yazoo City that was strong enough to show some rotation at this point. Let me go ahead and got to clean up a monitor issue behind the scenes. Let me get that taken care of. So last couple frames, you see that one spot right about there where we have some rotation kind of the northwest side of Yazoo City. Looking at the rotation threat on our Mama Justice Doppler in particular, where it shows again that storm rotation still fairly broad, but there's some there just west of Mississippi Highway 3. Of course, that'd be Highway 49 about to cross there close to the Yazoo City area. It's on an angle that eventually will take it closer to maybe Pickens and Carthage. We're watching, of course, for Canton as well if it kind of continues at about that speed. So again, this is below severe limits at this point, but it's one of them that we're going to have to watch. There's kind of a few suspicious sort of shapes on some of these storms. And so this is in that zone where we were having a little more rotation showing up on all of our different projections earlier on over the last 24 hours. So let's put this into motion here. I'll give you a 1 hour loop on this. Yeah, see how it just kind of juts eastward the last couple of frames there, right? It just kind of picks up and goes a little bit eastward. That's what we're kind of concerned with. Let's get a speed on this first bogey of the day. So let's go ahead and double check that. We should move about 23 miles per hour or so, somewhere around 23 to 25 miles per hour. So that's not super duper fast. So we'll clear that off. We'll bring that eastward then. Track that toward Goodman, Kosciuszko. I'm going to go up to 30. That might be a little fast, just in case it picks up some speed. We're going to have to extend that out a little farther. So let's go. There we are. So just a few locations there in the track of that. We show Goodman 437, 447 there, Kosciuszko, Ethel about 532. Of course, we're on the north side there of Yazoo City right now. And let's go ahead and change the size of towns we're looking at down here to add a few more there. So Norway at about 341, Yazoo Junction 342, Renshaw 343, 356 Free Run. So again, this is not producing anything officially at this point here, but it just was one of the storms a little stronger than most, and we figured we'd rather get on too soon than too late, especially considering what are we really covering up, right? To take a look at this, well, let's give this a little bit longer, and let's look up and down this line, because we do have other thunderstorms that we are tracking in this kind of broken line of storms here to the north. Most of these, again, below severe limits by a considerable amount. And you can join the conversation, of course, on all the different types of social media there. As you can see, we're looking, appreciate everyone for watching from Houston, Grenada. We'll look at this again, more detail for you in Grenada here in a second, Dry Creek, Sherman. Thank you all for supporting us here on Mississippi Live. Before I go any further, and while I'm kind of zooming in and changing over radars here for a second, now is the perfect time to be thinking about weather call before severe weather moves into your area. It's that personalized severe thunderstorm or tornado warning to let you know when bad weather's coming toward you. There is a cost that goes along with that because making phone calls costs money. It's what I have for my family, and certainly for that reason, that's what I recommend for yours. It's what I've had for my family for 2 decades now. Okay, so as we bring it back in here on Mama Justice Doppler for a moment, we're looking here for those storms just a lot weaker on the north side. Yes, we do have some rumbles probably coming out of this, but if I zoom this in, concentrate on this, and this is why we're not going to talk much about you. You see up here on the top where that says number of lightning strikes, 31. That's not very many. So we'll get you kind of a broad brush storm track ahead on these, but these are well below what we have down south, and all the storms, thankfully, at this point are a little below severe limits. So we'll move that. Let's go about 26 miles per hour there. So Burnsville, we showed 339 for you, 340 there, Burnsville School. Iuka at about 358, looking toward Waterloo, 405, Tishomingo, 416, eventually closer to Cherokee by 4:35. New camera in our pair up with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers up there in Iuka, looking back toward the west there in Tishomingo County. You can see that mix of clouds there. Again, I do appreciate our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, one of the partners with this camera, again, looking back into some of that cloud cover back toward the west there. We're 66 for the current temperature at this point in time there. As we slide down the map, we're going to go all the way down to Montgomery County, though, where storms, again, heavier that direction. And look at this shot here from our camera there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of definitely looks like a shelf cloud, kind of a rougher looking cloud there. Give me a moment to pull up behind the scenes here. I'll see if we can get that camera setting up. So that would be Winona. I'm going to pan this down just a little bit. I have to hit refresh. Hey, Gabe, you might text Stan, make sure he can tell Drew that we still don't have access to the ability to move Winona. Something changed on all that for one reason or another. That's not working right on us. But you can see those storms coming toward town there, and again the lowering. I'll get out of the way for just a moment, but you can see those thunderstorms fairly heavy just back to the west, and maybe certainly some gusty wind with those storms. So let's go on the wide shot here. Kind of take the whole area as kind of a whole for a moment here. Certainly that one approaching Montgomery County is the strongest in the northern part of the state. That's a little weaker there, closer to Grenada than the one farther south, and obviously the ones we have toward Yazoo County. It's coming a little closer than here for northern Carroll County. And checking, we're going to clear off our storm tracks for a moment, take down the camera list. And so near North Carrollton, where this one's the heaviest, just kind of looking for hail swath. Our True Shield hail swath does not show much in the way of hail, maybe some small hail with this. And looking at the rotation, not terribly impressed by what we're seeing there. Yeah, some broad mid-level sort of rotation, but nothing much beyond that there. So we will get a storm track on this eastward, about 25 miles per hour, how fast a lot of these are going. I'm going to include the eastern Grenada County storm with that as well. So we're looking at Winona about 4:01. Current time is 3:40, so about 20 minutes in before that makes it there. Calhoun City at 4:08, Durham at 4:12, and Vardaman at 4:26. Again, Doppler radar indicates maybe some broad rotation on the south one of those. I'd say some gusty winds. These are likely probably both below severe limits at this point. I'm going to switch radar sites, look out of our radar site back there toward the Jackson area. And looking on that one, again, those look just about as heavy, but I want to get down here and check out this Yazoo City storm that's going to move southern Holmes County. Check in here on the rotation on this. Still pretty broad rotation, not overly impressive, not overly strong, and not severe, at least based on kind of what we're looking at here at this point. So good signs there. Hopefully something that continues. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. And Gabe, I'll have you over there on the chroma wall, did we get that shot fixed over there? We'll double check with Gabe here for a second on that. And
I don't think we did. Well, it looks good. So whatever works.
I was going to say, it looks fine to me.
Yeah, so whatever was broken, I guess wasn't broken too bad.
Yeah, so if you will, let's go ahead and kind of track some of these individual thunderstorms here for a moment in this part of the line.
Okay, well, I will have to get access to that here behind the scenes. So as we pull that up, of course, you are seeing the main thunderstorms that we're watching moving through North Mississippi. And as we look at that main leading edge, this is going to be the southern fringe of our viewing area, more towards Holmes County, Carroll County, and moving there closer to Montgomery County as we speak. Of course, that view showing a bit of a structure, a bit of a wall cloud there in the west of Winona towards eastern Carroll County. But so far have not seen anything that's overly concerning with this setup. So as I pull in that, the Kosciuszko camera, this is looking, Matt, you have to remind me on this. I always forget the view of what direction this is facing. I think it's southwest if I remember, but.
Yeah, it's generally a southerly sort of angle there.
Okay, so looking towards the south, this is where we'd expect some of the storms to be able to move on through. And as we look specifically, the number that we're looking at right here is going to be the dew points. And we're in the mid 60s right now, which is enough to keep some of these stronger storms in play. but it's not something that's going to intensify these storms to an extreme degree. So that's why we weren't talking about a ton of severe weather, but the occasional severe thunderstorm is possible. And I think that still shapes up heading into this evening. 77 degrees, so there is still that warm air as well. And we can see those dark clouds there to the distance, because if we're facing the southwest, this will be more directly to the west where you're getting a better visual on some of those storms. So let's go back up to Winona, because I know that that shot did have a look at that, stronger cell that we're seeing here in North Mississippi. And there's a look at that shelf cloud. Not seeing anything organized right now, but whenever you get those purples showing up, those darker DBZs, that's where we could get some of that small hail developing, so paying attention to that. And if we look at we'll have to put it back on our radar mode. Let me swap it over to the True Shield Roofing hail swath. And yeah, you're getting a look at some of that hail starting to show up. Let's put it on this latest radar loop right there, and towards North Carrollton, moving closer to the I-55 area along Sawyer. That's where we're getting some of those small hail potential aloft. Now reaching the surface. So far, haven't gotten any confirmed reports. Brandy's saying that she's in Carrollton. That shelf cloud had some strong wind with it and have several tree limbs down. Now, that's a fortunate thing if it's just tree limbs, but still we don't want those trees falling too. And even a few tree limbs falling could result in some of those power outages. Let's look at that wind mode. And we were getting brighter winds earlier on. Let me put this on that 1 hour loop once again. And you can see as this moved through Carroll County that we were getting those brighter returns, those brighter reds right there west of North Carrollton, building its way in. That's where we had that broad rotation take place and some of those stronger winds as that inflow kind of entered into the storm. So Matt, that's what we were watching. This is definitely one of the cells that stand out.
What was the size of the limbs? Did they mention it was a Carrollton that you said that had the limbs?
Brandy saying in Carrollton, yes, some limbs down. They didn't say small or large, but just limbs as of right now.
Okay. And I do wonder whether or not that's ice storm related, because it's not this boogeyman we're going to talk about for no reason.
Yeah.
It weakens trees and it makes lesser wind gusts produce damage from time to time. So keep that in mind, folks, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm curious, what were those wind returns right there? Whenever we put it on that wind mode and we got those brighter reds showing up, we're still probably talking 30, 40 miles an hour as that progressed through the Carroll County area. So let me put it on that loop. And we're going to put it back on wind mode, and I'm going to take it to that mid time frame scan about 3:15, and right there we're getting some of those brighter reds. Let's just interpolate a few of those wind gusts. Yeah, 30 to 40 miles an hour, so we're still sub-severe in that regard, but we can still see some impacts. 30 to 40 miles an hour, definitely enough to knock down a few of those limbs, especially if we're talking damage from that ice storm. So let's continue this loop and look at the latest scan, and we will time this out as it crosses I-55. Now that definitely looks a little bit more interesting. We're getting some of those brighter purples. Let me look at that hail swath. Yeah, still getting some of that possible hail. We're going to put it back on reflectivity. Matt, remind me the speed that you had on this as it was moving east through North Mississippi. Is it still as slow as we expected moving into this? I mean, yeah, you're getting a look at the base right there.
It's only about 20. Yeah, it's only about 25 miles per hour or so. And I would say, let's be clear on what we're looking at here. This is going to look worse than it is. This is primarily a shelf cloud there that we are seeing. I'm interested. See that far right-hand portion there as we're looking this is looking northwest, 321 degrees. Okay. Actually, you mind if I bring it over here for just a second?
No, take it over.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring it over here for a moment. So looking this direction, I can have both the radar on at the same time we're doing this. I'm going to forcibly kind of zoom this in. I can at least do that for a moment. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area here in the Room to Room Weather Center. What we're looking at, there's a little notch right there in the radar data. I'll zoom it in real close and we'll kind of bring it back to the wide shot for a second. So you see how there's kind of this little notch, this little place where wind can kind of curl back around. What we're going to be looking at here on the wider shot is you'll have like the lighter gray all around this area there, and then there'll be kind of this dark gray back end there. That's that more interesting part of the storm. Let's widen it back and let's kind of look. And this also could be some of that hail, if it's producing hail that Gabe was mentioning in kind of the gray there. But right around the front edge, right there, that's where, if it were going to have something with a little bit of spin, that would be the portion of this to be the case. I don't know that this is going to produce something, anything long-lived for sure, but a brief spin-up style tornado is not an impossibility out of this setup today. And so that would be the spot that we would be looking. Now, I'm going to have to check on this from a couple different radar sites. It does look like down there, our site in down in Jackson's probably our best option on this. Looking for the shear, looking for just the littlest bit of rotation showing up on that part there as well. So let's track this again eastward. This, showing that the top of the storm up around 20,000 feet or so, the likelihood of hail on the increase on this thunderstorm. But at this point, still below severe limits officially, but in an environment where some sporadic wind damage, not an impossibility out of that storm. So watching that, and of course, your reports help us out. And as you mentioned a moment ago there, or when we were talking with Gabe, one report there that we do want to pass on to the National Weather Service, just letting them know some tree limbs knocked down there, Gabe, in and around the Carrollton, North Carrollton area. So as long passing that along, so folks at home know that. Bring it back in here and bring up our chat where we're talking here behind the scenes. Calhoun County, of course, a lot of folks out there with some bad looking clouds. Let's be clear, there's going to be some stormy looking clouds out there today. But the big overarching headline is that most storms will not be severe. A couple of them will have damaging winds, maybe some hail, heavy rainfall. Not impossible to see tornadoes, but not a high likelihood of that as well. So again, some things that we are trying to kind of balance here, the expectation that most of these storms will be below severe limits. Going back over here to show the overall severe risk area as it aligns for today. An adjustment as of this afternoon on the risk area, eliminating many locations here from the greater risk, because you can see the northern part of the state clipped out of this because of how this line has evolved southward. There are still thunderstorms back out into Oklahoma. They'll eventually form a complex of storms that'll probably move through Texarkana, Monroe, Louisiana, and could be aimed more toward the Jackson area. Eventually, maybe even Yazoo City. That could be something that involves you. Greenville on the absolute north end of that, but not high confidence of that as well. Tornado threat, for most of us, there is not a tornado threat today. Let's address that for a moment. If you're watching us up here in Tupelo, Boonville, Corinth, I'm not concerned about tornadoes for you. Oxford, Water Valley, Bruce, we're not concerned about that for you. The storms that we have right now, even in Amory and Aberdeen, I'm not particularly concerned about tornado threat there because the storms we have that far north and west are weaker. We'll see. Again, that's where that non-zero tornado threat comes in. Wind, more likely impact, and then some hail potential out of the strongest of these storms. Back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we're really kind of focused on the radar site out of the Jackson area. And we're going to start down here closer to Yazoo City and work our way up northward here in just a moment. I do want to check out the rotation mode here, showing at least broad rotation there near the Norway community, moving generally in the direction of Pickens. So let's get kind of a longer track on this here. We will say 30 minutes, and we're going to extend that out 60 miles. And we're going to shrink the size of the locations involved in that down to 1. And so looking here at that track, Pierce's Crossroad 4349 Midway. We're looking at Goodman at right around 441, Cameron 444, closer there eventually to McVille at 513. And then closer to Knox at 519. It's going to take a while before it gets closer to Smyrna at around 528 there. So that one of the thunderstorms that we are watching, most of these storms, again, below severe limits, but that one we're going to have to watch a little bit of broad rotation showing up on that there, but not as much as what we had a little bit earlier on. As we wind things back out here for a moment, Winona continues to be one of the spots that we're watching very closely. And Gabe, I'm curious to see if that is from Winona. Is that where that picture is?
Boonville, actually. So one of those cells up north that not really a concern for us when we're talking about the strongest development, but the fact that you're getting a little bit of a shelf cloud forming right there, and you're also perhaps getting some small hail development. Now, as of right now, all of that has remained aloft and haven't had any confirmed reports on the ground, but the potential's there. We have a little bit of an outflow boundary feeding into it, and that could allow some strengthening for the next couple of minutes. But as of right now, nothing concerning, but definitely one we have our eye on as it moves through Prentiss County.
You know, and you can kind of see it behind me here. This is comparatively speaking, nowhere near as impressive as that storm we were looking at just a moment ago there down toward Yazoo City. So this is fairly small. This is why we're not really talking about you, as we talked about only 36, 37 now lightning strikes out of that storm. So there's going to be a lot of those scary looking clouds showing up out of some of these versus the reality of whether or not it's actually a scary looking storm. Winona, one of those spots we're going to have to watch a little more closely. Checking the wind mode there on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we do have some at least broad rotation showing up there north of the Winona area at this time both on this closest radar site. We're also going to check the radar site there out of Jackson. Yeah, still broad rotation in both cases showing up on that one there. So let's go ahead and look at this as we check out our camera in Winona, one that we share with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there. Shot of that one. Man, I wish the day I can't move it, Gabe Maynor. Let's see if, there we go. They've added the camera controls back in. So I'm going to go to the right here a little bit more, and we're going to probably run into a tower on that. So the gray that you see there is just this giant curtain of heavy precipitation. That's where you would, in all likelihood, if you're going to have some hail, this is where it'll be. I think it's more than anything else, just really, really heavy rainfall. And any sort of rotation would be probably around the edge of this. Back there where we just can't see it, I think would probably be shielded by that. So this is what is moving into the Winona area. For folks that are there in Winona, just kind of a heads up. Certainly there's going to be some gusty winds, maybe 40, 50 mile per hour winds, a possibility out of this as well. I'm checking our discussion with the National Weather Service. You know, they're describing this as a strong thunderstorm impacting northwestern Montgomery County, and the wind gusts on it. Let's see if their assessment kind of goes with ours. Yeah, about 40 miles per hour on that, and maybe some penny-sized hail. Of course, they also recognize the report that Gabe put in there just a minute ago about the limited damage coming out of that back there in Carroll County. I think that's part of the reason why they issued that update as well. So current time is 3:54. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. If you're watching us on the different forms of social media, probably should take the time here to download, like, subscribe, follow, so that you can stay up to date with weather 24/7, 365. Obviously, we cover it when there's active weather like this. We also cover it every other day of the year to make sure you and your family are prepared. Our apps for iOS and Android, obviously the route we would recommend, the Roku Fire Stick and Fire TV, or Apple TV. You can download our app there. Just search for Mississippi Live. That's the easiest way to kind of find us on those platforms. So Winona, the heaviest part of this, just a little bit north of town. We'll look 3D on this using Mama Justice Doppler. And so we can kind of integrate this and check and see the hail potential on this as well. So we're going to cut through this kind of like you cut through a CAT scan. Right up there, that could be a little bit of hail on that just north of the Winona area. So from downtown Winona, we would be looking about 5 to 6 miles north and west, or also about 2 to 3 miles west of Highway 51 over top of I-55, where we do have the probably a little bit of hail starting to fall on that, really heavy rainfall at the very least as well. So that probably is, if we go back over here to our camera there, exactly what we're looking at here, looking back toward kind of the north and northwest. This is that hail that we were tracking a moment ago. In fact, I'm interested to see this darker gray there, if that descends a little bit more. But I think a lot of this, just this fuzziness you see there, that is that hail that we are seeing there in Winona. I'm going to pan our camera over to the right just a little bit more. We're going to lose visibility here in a minute after the rainfall hits us dead on. Look back there toward the water tower. But for folks in the Winona area, hopefully you've moved your car to someplace a little safer up there north of town. In the city itself, I think the heaviest and strongest portion of this is going to stay just a little bit north of town. So let's get a track on, of course, where that is now going, now that we've made some assessments on how strong it is, where it's the strongest there, moving toward Eskridge, Cedar Hill. That's on a path that eventually will take it out there closer to Eudora, potentially kind of use this route. It's continuing to strengthen, a little bit of a northerly to it. I'm going to track that. We're going to say 30 miles per hour, and that's probably going to end up being a little bit fast. So let's get some cities on there. Going out around, let's go 60 miles. And let's shrink the size of the city. So both Eupora and Starkville in the path of this eventually. But in the near term here, Cedar Hill at 414. We're looking at Lodi at 422. Eventually getting toward Walthall about 451. Eupora 452 there. Mabin at 514. This is probably going to be in the near term some hail. I don't know that the hail holds on as long, but you can tell this is intensifying. Watch the lightning. That's one way you can always tell. 270 strikes in the last half hour now versus about 120 strikes if you went back a little bit ago. So that is an upswing in intensity and a sign that this storm is increasing in its ability to produce stuff that we don't want it to produce. So we're going to have to keep watching that one there. I'm going to switch down to our site in Jackson again. Checking our storms back here closer to Yazoo City. Still some rotation showing up on that thunderstorm there as well, kind of northeast of Yazoo City, where we're looking at right there. That's our area that we're watching. So our storm track going with the other track we had a second ago. Let's get this one on here with a new track. And so moving toward 55, locations that direction there. I'm going to have to change, I think, the way in which this is drawing these out. Let's go 60 miles, and let's go down to 1 on the size of locations. And so you can see some of the spots there in the path of this. I'm seeing some decent lightning out of the corner of my eye out of that Winona camera. So we'll go back up and we'll check that here in just a moment. Current time is now 3:58, almost 4 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And we're going to kind of do a one-over on the overall forecast here and overall threats at the top of the hour here in a moment. So Gabe will do a push alert here in a minute so we can do that one-over on everything going on. And we'll probably reshare the streams on the socials as well as part of that if we can. But this is one of the storms that we're going to have to watch. As you can see, eventually, Dowell at 522, and many other locations like Zumley and Bulatusha that we're watching ahead of that as well. Let's go on the wide shot here. So those two of the main storms that we are looking at this point as this line of thunderstorms continues to move toward the east with a speed only about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So it is not a particularly quick moving line of storms. Okay, we'll go ahead and reset things here for just a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpond. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather as we are tracking a line of thunderstorms that's mainly below severe limits. It's not impossible that from time to time we could have some thunderstorms try to produce tornadoes. It's not an impossibility there. And some of the rotations, the reason we kind of came on for this cut-in. But I think some hail, at this point, maybe the bigger likelihood of some of these thunderstorms, we're looking there closer to Montgomery County and locations there back closer to Yazoo City. But you'll notice for the northern part of the state, let's just get this out of the way right out of the gate. There's nothing up here to really look at and be overly concerned with in the northern half of the area at this point in time. One of our best way to show that, one of our newest cameras in the Iuka area. Looking back there in the direction of Woodall Mountain, I think that's looking back kind of toward the southwest on that, just showing kind of the mid-level sort of, not mid-level rotation, but you can kind of see the laminar sort of clouds there. An interesting look for sure. I'll see if we can move that camera to the right just a little bit, see if we have access to be able to pull that off. Yeah, let's go to the right here just a little bit. Our camera located there toward downtown. I'm looking back this direction to see if we can, hold on. It's moving good and slow. There we are. That's the very interesting looking cloud on that storm there. I know the North Mississippi Storm Chasers are watching that one pretty closely as well. In fact, I'll bet that's what some of those pictures, Gabe, are that the Chasers are kind of put in the chat there, probably related to that. We're going to look at some of your weather pictures here in a minute. So that one that certainly bark looks worse than bite. Man, I want to see a time lapse of this here in a minute. Give me a moment here to see. I'm gonna start a time lapse on this. I want to see if it will let me do. It's NVR. Give me just a second. I think this is worthwhile. Can I do a manual export? Can I do it right now? Nope. I'll have to go back and try to check that out here in a minute. But that's definitely an interesting looking shot, Gabe. I know you have a bunch of other pictures that are kind of interesting that are coming in as well, right?
Yeah, and that one that we've been talking about west of Winona moving across the Carroll County line, that's what are catching our folks' attention, our weather watchers out there in the field. And this shot was captured by Chris, and you can get a good look at that rain shaft attached to the heavy rainfall within that thunderstorm. But what you also may be getting is some of that hail developing aloft. Get a good look at a disorganized shelf. So this is still a mature storm that has some potential to produce some of that hail here in the next few moments, but so far have not gotten any confirmed reports. And these are just photos that were scattered throughout the afternoon of just the impressive structure on some of these cells all throughout North Mississippi. And we appreciate all of our weather watchers for the hard work that they do, keeping us informed through pictures. And if you have any yourself, make sure to use that Mississippi Live Weather app, and we'll be able to showcase your photos here on Mississippi Live Weather. Your reports also go straight to the National Weather Service. So if you have any hail reports, if you have any damage reports, that information is sent to us, but it's also sent to your local offices so they are able to assess those warnings moving forward.
Absolutely, and that's a partnership we're looking to continue to expand with. We have it with Memphis. We've got to get everything in place for Jackson and some of the other offices, hopefully, so that you basically have a way to get your reports directly to them at the same time. It's kind of a cool integration. Nobody's ever done that really anyplace, and we're, again, another way we're trying to set the stage and lead the way here on Mississippi Live Weather. In the Room to Room Weather Center, we're looking out in Winona, again, north of Winona, where those storms are strongest at this point. I'm going to zoom in my radar that we have in the corner of the screen to show you about, generally speaking, where that radar image is versus where the storm is the strongest, a little bit to the north. I'll pop that back on here for a moment to pop that on. The heavy rainfall moving back into Winona. We're down to 63 degrees at this instant. Our dew point there at 63, so not extreme, but definitely showing up with a little more fuel than what we've had the last couple of days. Back over here on Mama Justice Doppler, looking south here. That storm working its way toward Eupora. Here's our storm track on that storm as it's moving towards Center Hill and Lodi. You can see Center Hill, we're looking at about 414 for you. Minerva there, moving in your direction as well, about 415. This could have some hail with it. That's one of the factors that we have been watching, is the large hail potential. And we've seen, I think, a little bit of hail on this. Let's bring it to the current scan.
Hey, Matt,
and
real
let's
quick,
go ahead and
on that storm,
this.
if you want to forward it all the way to Starkville, there is a football game going as we speak at Dudy Noble. So a lot of folks over there for Super Bulldog weekend.
Man, that's been one of the things we've discussed could be a concern the last few days. There is some hail on this. This is not quite as large as the hail a minute ago, so I think whatever the big hail is, it probably dropped there between 55 and just east there toward 51. Somewhere in there is where whatever the hail it has dropped out of it. Hopefully it's below severe limits, and hopefully it didn't kick out too many damaging wind gusts with this, but certainly something we will continue to watch as it moves eastward there. As you mentioned, this eventually does go closer to Starkville. Let's kind of get that wider shot there. And so I will have to shrink the size of the locations in the track to get Starkville or I guess increase the size. So we show about 547, assuming it doesn't pick up any more speed. So generally, the heaviest part of that's moving a little north of Starkville, more targeting West Point, but certainly a storm that we're going to have to watch. As we slide southward here, we've been watching one closer to Yazoo City. Now, admittedly, when you look from Monroe County, it does not look as impressive. Let's get the storm track on it, because if we change it instead to down in the Jackson radar site, it looks a lot more impressive. And the wind rotation on this, maybe not quite what it was earlier, thankfully. So I think still fairly broad. Not going to be seeing this produce anything in the next few minutes of significant concern. Looking at that shear rate, that was more significant just a little bit ago. I'll give you a 1 hour loop on this here, so you can see where we did have a few little areas there on the north side where that did have some rotation with it there. I'll step to this side, might be easier to see it. Right there, you could kind of see that track. We always talk about when the shear holds together and we can kind of see the track it's going, that's when we get more concerned. But this one has gone through a bit of a weakening phase. You can see some times there on the screen as it works its way eastward, though, at this point in time. Let's go on the wide shot and let's kind of talk overview here for a moment. So to do that, here's our severe risk. Let's talk about how things have changed, and we'll start looking at some of the forecast elements with this as well. Some broad brush sort of things, at least get you through the rest of this evening. So our severe risk has been trimmed, our level 2 risk on the north side, because I think most indications are that the southern portion of this is going to be the area with greatest concern, where we see things trying to develop as we go throughout the remainder of this evening. Give me a moment behind the scenes, and I want to keep an eye on that IUCA camera. And we're going to have to pan that camera here in a minute. Gabe, I'm going to let you do the SPC overview on the monitor behind you for a second here, just so that we can go between, give people an update on what's going on.
Yeah, so as of right now, what's new? Well, the SPC has decided to move that slight risk to folks along and south of Highway 82 as the more unstable air shifts its way down there as well. I mean, we're seeing it with the lightning output, more of those maturing storms happening along those areas, so lining up well with that level 2 threat. Level 1 threat still in place for some of that thunderstorm activity as we have some of those cells moving through Prentiss County, Alcorn County, and now towards Tishomingo County as we saw in the Iuka camera a moment ago. Those remaining below severe limits, as are all of these storms. But looking behind the scenes at some of our mesoscale analysis, we do still have an area of unstable air situated south of Highway 82, more towards that Jackson area. And we are getting these individual cells that are building into the line. Curious to see how a cell merger happens heading into the next couple of hours. That's what I'm watching here behind the scenes, but still lining up in that level 2 risk. So I would say if you're along and south of Highway 82, that's where we see those potential impacts and those potential reports when we're talking about some of those strong storms. We do have to zoom things out because we do have a level 3 threat in place, and this is where we actually do have more of that tornadic environment. 2 tornado warnings in place for southern Oklahoma, that moving into that level 3 threat where there's just a primed atmosphere with not just unstable air, but also upper level wind support, which is something we are lacking here in North Mississippi. That's a good thing. We don't want the upper level wind support because then that lowers our tornado potential, but also that severe weather potential as well. And so that helping us have a more rainy and stormy afternoon compared to a severe afternoon. So definitely a positive in that front, but those storms continue to make their way south and east. We are still in the middle of our afternoon time frame, so that peak heating of the day interacting with these storms and allowing those to strengthen here in the next few moments. So as of right now, for folks in North Mississippi, remaining in the clear, but that potential still lies there for the Golden Triangle, for folks in Macon, Louisville, Itala County. But Matt, that's kind of the areas we're watching for heading into the rest of this evening.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if we can get in here some Futurecast. Let's look. You've had some chance to look here. HRRR, I mean, both Futurecasts were a little questionable on their timing looking earlier, which is good. We don't typically want them to behave themselves. Have you seen anything, what you've been forecasting behind the scenes on a preference there?
Still around the general time frame, I will say the HRRR has just not done incredibly well with dew points, and dew points are what we look for that unstable air, and that's what can produce some of these stronger storms. So I would say still err on the strike model as most accurate heading into this evening, but the HRRR model, not bad at positioning, but exact output, I don't think it's lining up well with the dew points.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's the meteorologist Gabe Maynor. So we're going to use Storm Finder here for a second to kind of look at the remainder of this evening, just kind of looking at a generalized view of this. Give me a moment to kind of tweak this live on the air. We'll go 36 hours out on that. There we go. Okay, so it's okay on what it has there. I think it's overdone a few things, as we talked about earlier on when we did our cut-in earlier. It's not bad, but it's a little slow. As you can see, this is depicting where it expects it at 5. That's a little slow from the reality, but I think it does have some of the line of storms fairly well represented where it's kind of strongest down there. Northern half of the area, not going to see as much as southern half. I think that, again, by 9 o'clock, this is probably way east of where we have this here. So what I'm checking here for a moment then is I'm just checking to make sure that we're focused on ice, because it looks like all of our projections still remain slow in comparison, and whether or not we're going to see kind of a rebirth of a secondary batch. Does look like it's largely one main batch of, if we're going to see severe weather, and then that threat largely shifts south of us. Again, this is an exclusive thing. If you've never seen this before, here on Mississippi Live, one of our exclusives is Storm Finder. It allows us to look at lightning as well as the chance for us to see a storm. So when we kind of have an overlap of those things, and then obviously the typical precipitation you're used to seeing here, we kind of overlap those things. It allows us to do better analyze where storms are, where they're going. Yeah, that largely, heading south, a non-factor by later on tonight. What I'm interested in is tomorrow, because as you can see, this also has another complex of thunderstorms moving over late tomorrow night, Projections are a little different on this versus others. Some of our other projections are a little farther south and west from where this is here. We'll have another complex we're going to have to watch tomorrow night. Maybe we'll get lucky and it will not come over top of us. So generally speaking, let's come back here to the analysis mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We'll bring it back over there on kind of the wide shot. So you can see those storms developing back out there under a tornado watch. That's what this blue box is here into Oklahoma, even some tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings. So that batch is going to follow along the back side of this there and work its way toward Yazoo City, Jackson, Meridian, and locations south of US 82 in particular there. You can also sometimes the easiest way to determine, how interested do I have to be, because I know that there's people that are obviously asking the question, what about X location, Y location, Z location? The thing that you need to know and keep in mind as far as that's concerned is that, if you're watching Iuka, that these storms are below severe limits. So that's a really interesting storm. And I have a time lapse that's processing. I'm hoping that gets done here in a minute. So I can actually, looks like it is done. So let me give me a moment here to save this real quick. Their downloads. Iuka. Okay, let's see if we can pull this one up for you. So give me just a moment to be able to do that. Iuka, we're going to open that with so this is going to be the first time I've tried pulling one of these off on the air. So give me a moment while I find where it's... Ooh, look at that. Okay, this is going to be worth the wait, y'all. Trust me when I say this one is worth the wait. This is a very interesting... Okay, let's bring this back. I want home. Just bring me just the file. There we are. Okay. It's a lot to do for hopefully something that you'll find interesting. This is that time lapse from Iuka. And one thing is just very obvious. You can see the air kind of being ingested up into this. A real turning there of the way in which that's spilling. It's almost in some ways, this is if you had like a larger shelf cloud. Yeah, I mean, wow. I wonder if I can zoom this in a little more. Can this let me in? No. But that is a spectacular shot. This with our North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera up there in Iuka. And look at how you can see the descending air on the back side there and then lifting on the front side of that. The very end, I think, is maybe the most interesting part. So it shows that even on a smaller scale, these storms can be very organized. But this would be, I guess, the epitome of a scary looking cloud. That was not producing a tornado, not going to produce a tornado, but it shows that even sometimes weaker looking thunderstorms can be really interesting to look at. Man, I'm bringing Gabe Maynor on this one here. See if he has an opinion on that, because that's a whole something, right?
That's impressive. That's a great shot and definitely an SLC. I think that definitely falls under the category.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop that in Dropbox. I'll let you go ahead and post that. Honestly, that's one of those shots we need to snip and share. If we haven't already. Did we do that already?
I've not. Just screenshot the stream?
Yeah, we'll just do that. So man, that's a wicked looking one.
If you want to take it full screen, I'll grab it real quick.
Okay, that's fine. And then we're gonna check on some other locations here. So give me just a moment to do that. But yeah, so this is Iuka, North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera up there. This was from about 4 o'clock to 4:07, so not a very long time lapse there, but it shows you just how turbulent the atmosphere can be in this kind of situation. So, man, there you go. Okay, let's get back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. Bring it back in and checking where those storms are the strongest at this point in time. Again, we're looking up here. That was all the way up in Tishomingo County. Montgomery County, though, this storm is probably a lot more impressive. Does have, again, a greater chance to maybe be producing a little bit of hail on this using our hail track with True Shield roofing. You'll note here that we did have a bit of a swath show up there of hail potential hail and potential hail damage. When you start getting that darker purple, that's one of the spots we're watching there where we're saying it's probable we're getting hail, and then possible more in that lighter purple sort of color there. When it gets into the whites, that's when we're causing some real plains-like damage. I appreciate our partners at True Shield Roofing for helping us to provide you with this technology. Something, again, you'll see only here on Mississippi Live, the True Shield Hail Threat Track here. Definitely showing a little bit out of that storm. Out of all the storms we have out there, including that storm we're watching down toward Yazoo City, that one certainly has the greatest hail potential. And that hail potential has come down a little bit on this as well at this point in time. Rain approaching my current area. So yes, I do get the same alerts that you get there. So now, out of complete selfishness and to check for everyone else who's like, what about the rest of us? The rain moving toward my specific area is just rain. There's nothing up here in Lee County, Chickasaw County at this point here, Union County, nothing we're looking at for you up in Booneville as well. And while that was an interesting looking storm up there closer to Iuka, no real issues with that far north as well there. So let's go ahead and get a storm track on this storm here, moving there now east of Winona, north of Kilmichael, checking the wind mode there. Some broad rotation still showing up on this, but I think that rotation probably helping it to produce hail more than anything else. As we talked about the last couple of days, that's what I think these storms are going to do a better job at, producing hail, producing wind, as opposed to actually producing tornadoes. So you can see we show Starkville at about 544 based on the current speed. Current time is 419. So for folks ahead there, kind of preparing ahead, just make sure that you have multiple ways to find out if you're in danger, if something ends up coming up like that. That's why we always mention weather call. That's what I have for my family. It'll let you know if this is upgraded to produce a severe thunderstorm warning. There have not been any weather calls to this point. Let's be clear about that. Weather call only calls you when it's assured you're in danger. National Weather Service puts out a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. That's when you get those phone calls. Flash flood emergency, it'll let you know about that. The idea with weather call is if your person's like, I don't care, Matt, I don't care until it's bad. Weather call is perfect for you because there'll be a lot of times you don't get phone call and you're like, I thought that was bad. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad enough for the National Weather Service at least to put out a warning on it. But when a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning is issued, you will get that phone alert there. Before that, when there's just maybe some hail, one of the things that we do have here, and I can show you, is you'll notice the little arrow that this is kicked out there, right? That's where this storm could potentially be trying to produce some severe weather with it. And behind the scenes, it gives me kind of information telling me the top of the thunderstorm is at 38,000 feet. Why is that important? That then tells me how high it's throwing up hail or whatever else that's inside of it there, and the possibility this could be producing 1-inch hail out of this. So, but where that's kicking out, there's actually alerts going ahead from the Mississippi Live Weather app to let people directly in advance of that know, hey, it's possible that that you could see hail out of the storm before any other kind of alert comes in with that. So it's one of those things we've always had back at the TV station, the rainfall approaching my location thing. Well, this now has possibility of hail, a dangerous twisting storm, alerts that hopefully come a little bit farther in advance that if you have them on will be hopefully a little bit of additional heads up, even sometimes before severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for your area. So that's one of the important reasons we talk about the Mississippi Live Weather app. Those alerts, like, subscribe, follow, download, do all the things. We appreciate all of you that have already done that. Bringing up our chat there as well. We do need to say that real quick because I see that beside me. Happy birthday, Gabe Maynor. Sorry you had to work today. We will one day here, Gabe, get to a point where we can give people their birthdays off. We're not there yet. I'm telling you right now, I think a birthday should count as a day off at every job, and hopefully someday we'll get to that point here.
Well, when the weather's doing what weather does here in North Mississippi in late April, more than likely, I have a feeling I'll be working a lot of birthdays in the future. But I appreciate all the birthday wishes. I work a lot of
anniversaries for that reason, too.
But I appreciate all the birthday wishes. And hey, what can I say? No other place I'd rather be than with you guys here on this Friday evening.
Well, we're glad to have you for sure. So it's this Friday. Golly, it's been a long week.
It has.
But yeah, 422 here on Friday. Gabe, do we have all forecast stuff behind the scenes in the in Forecast Editor yet?
Not there yet, but it's on paper. I'm ready to put it in.
Okay. Okay. Well, we will, then I will give you an opportunity to do that here in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to check again a few other cameras here. We're going to look in Mabin here for a moment in looking back toward this thunderstorm there. Mabin kind of zooming out and sort of looking and panning at this moment, trying to see if it can see far enough away into where that thunderstorm is. Still looking a pretty decent distance away at this point in time, largely just kind of a grayish sort of hue there toward the horizon with that storm. Gabe, I don't know if we have any other pictures that have come in the last few minutes here that we could check on as well. Just kind of see the latest on pictures. I know a lot of it's just sort of dark cloud sort of stuff, right?
Well, no, this was an impressive structure coming out of Kilmichael, or should I say just north of Kilmichael. Again, you're getting a very similar shot to our shot out of West Winona a second ago, but you're getting that heavy rain shaft, a bit of a shelf cloud right there. And I know the cows are in need of some water, so I'm sure they appreciate that. Unfortunately, they're about to get an absolute downpour moving through Montgomery County, but some potential hail, that's where we might see some of that. Just watching it behind the scenes on my radar right here. It does look like that has a decent core developing and maybe some of that small hail reaching the surface, but overall it's going to be that heavy rainfall. One of the big things we were pushing as well on top of the severe weather threat was the flooding rainfall potential. In fact, that was our highest confidence, and so far seeing those heavy outputs with more on the way as we head through this afternoon and evening. So anywhere you need to go, if it's outside, unfortunately your time is ticking if you're in the Golden Triangle as those storms are moving further towards the east. And one thing that I'm watching right now is the game in Starkville. I believe they were in the 4th inning, and it's not far away from Starkville, all things considered. So hopefully that game does wrap up. If it doesn't, they could very well call that a little bit early, but we'll see how that goes. And if you get a look out there in Starkville, continue to be calm. I mean, individuals even walking out in the street. So I guess if you need to get out and about, now's the time to do so. Dew point currently in the mid to upper 60s. Now 66 degrees, that's a little bit more of an impressive return, so perhaps some strengthening is there. National Weather Service down in Jackson mentioning that same thing over there towards the Golden Triangle and really for the area south and that slight risk like we talked about a moment ago. If you have enough of that unstable air, enough of that moisture that was represented by the dew point, then you could get some strengthening as these do shift towards the east. We are still in the peak heating of the afternoon, and these storms love as much heat as they can get. Remember, hot air does rise, and that helps with the development of more of these cells. So out there in Kilmichael, one of the shots that we're looking at as that moves closer to Starkville should be just north of Starkville, but it will still have the lightning strikes, and I know baseball is not a fan of lightning, so I don't know if that game will continue for too long, but at least they can get the bats going a little bit and maybe run roll LSU and just end the game early, right? But Starkville, one of the areas we were watching along with the entire line as it moves across North Mississippi. All things considered, Matt, I feel like there are a few areas where we could just do an all clear a little bit early if we do have that availability, because the places that have seen the rainfall earlier this afternoon and towards late morning, I mean, there's just no unstable air left, and so the storms that we're expecting.
Go and take that away then. Go ahead and
okay, let me go back on the home view, and I will clear this out, and let me draw the line real quick. So I'm going to let's do blue. Blue's my favorite color, and it is my birthday, so there's my birthday present. So as we draw this out, I would say right there, and we can make sure I spell everything right? The pressure's on. So that is where we'd say you are in the all clear. What you're getting at this point is just kind of a stratiform rainfall, and usually that has no severe weather attached to it. Actually, it never has severe weather attached to it, just going to be that blanket of rainfall and going to be some moderate rainfall at times, so some flooding potential is still there. But if we're talking severe weather impacts, you can see the difference, the night and day difference between the all clear zone and the area that we are still watching, especially that one, like I said, just north of Kilmichael, that has a ton of lightning attached to it and a bit of a core as well. So take a screenshot of this. I guess I can screenshot it behind the scenes and post that. So I will get working on that. And Matt, if you want to take over, then I can do that here behind the scenes. But that is a welcome sight for folks that are needing to get some plans done this afternoon.
Working on something else at the moment, so we'll screenshot and take that in a minute.
Okay, sounds good. But yeah, that's what we're watching. And so if you're in Oxford for the Double Decker Arts Festival, needing that rain gear, but fortunately should be below severe limits tonight. If you're out there towards Eupora, towards Kosciuszko, still in that threat for severe weather, including Aberdeen, Amory, and the Golden Triangle. So what I want to do real quick, I hope that we got that, but I'm going to zoom it in real quick, and we're going to focus on this cell towards Montgomery County, now moving more into Webster County. And if we look at the lightning on this, and I'm going to actually stand on this side, We're at 507 strikes. And if you remember a few moments ago, we were talking about 250 strikes. So this is continuing to be an intensifying storm, and we are getting a bit of that hail return as well. Let me pull it out. We're going to go to the Jackson radar site, and we'll do our threat tracker. And so yeah, if we look right here, the peak impacts potentially getting up to an inch-sized hail. That's more aloft, so once it reaches the surface, so we're not getting 1-inch stones at the surface, but maybe some of that small hail falling towards Minerva, just north of Kilmichael, now moving closer to the Walthall area and Bellefontaine. So let's go ahead and put a track on this, and we're going to continue to move it in that. Actually, let me swap it over to our preset mode, and we're going to continue to move it in that east-northeast direction, just a slight northeast tilt. And I'm going to do it right at that core. If it'll let me. There we go. So we're talking about 20 miles an hour. I'll take it 25 to give a bit more of a heads up. And, oh, unfortunately, it's not going to include many cities on that. I need to do that here behind the scenes. Let me get my clicker real quick and drag this out for you guys. So as I bring it over here, we're just going to do this.
You might want to go to the wall, Gabe. It might be easier over the wall.
Smart thinking. Are you good to show off that over for me? There we go. Okay, now let's time this out. I have more availability up here with the mouse in my hand. So as we put a path on this, we're going to track it out about 20 miles an hour. And like I said, we'll take it up to 25. You can see Eupora closer to about 456. And if we adjust this, I believe I can do a little bit farther. Okay, we're going to put it at about, let's do yeah, a good stretch. Eupora 456, as we're going all the way to Clay County, you can see West Point 621, Columbus 652, and that's as it works closer to the Golden Triangle. The fortunate part is it looks like it has the potential to go just north of Starkville, and as that continues its track towards the east and the northeast, as we look at a few more of those communities, you can see Westwood 453, Gibson 454, we're Southland Park by 456, Eupora, like we mentioned, 456, Mathiston 516, Mabon 521, Phoebe closer to 540, Adeton 540, 545, and we should have a good view by then out of our Adeton tower camera to give you guys a look at that shot as it's moving through the northwest Oktibbeha County and just north of Starkville there. The Bells community 549, Hopewell by about 555, and Cedar Bluff closer to 556. And this is one of the cells that we're watching more developing on the southern hinge of this line, and as you can see right there, I want to put it on our wind mode real quick. We're getting broad rotation on a few of these. And one thing I want to discuss real quick is while there is broad rotation, we said yesterday we expect rotating storms. The main thing we're going to be getting out of this is some of that hail development. So while you may see rotation, we're not expecting a tornadic development out of this. If there is one, it'll be real brief and short-lived, but overall we're expecting this to be more of a hail producer. And if we put our hail swath on there, you can see those purples, those possibles showing up on this entire batch, this entire cluster moving through Yazoo City and closer to the Atala County area. So definitely looking at these storms, but primarily for the hail potential within that broad rotation. So let's actually track this entire line. Actually, let me look closer to Goodman real quick. I'm gonna put this on a loop as this continues on through. I just wanna see, because whenever you get that appendage there, it definitely starts to stand out. And yeah, it doesn't look like anything too major to me, and we can see that with our, again, broad rotation, but not seeing anything that's imminent of any tornadic development as we expect to be the case throughout our evening. I'm going to do a large path on this, and that'll include some of our Atala County area moving through Winston County. We're going to continue that 20 to 25 mile an hour path as we draw this out right along Yazoo County into Atala County. You can see several areas within that, including Possum Neck closer to 433, the Dover community 439, the Myrtleville closer to 442, Goodman 444 that we just mentioned a moment ago, so that's here in the next 10 minutes or so. Springdale 445, the Linwood community 449, Pickens 452, the Scotland area 459, McAdams 503, the Hurricane community by 509, and it's going to be the southern area, so and Marvin's Chapel by 510. So that's what we're watching is within this line, some of that small hail development, some of the heavy rainfall as well. And as we look at those peak threats, the southern end of this line, that is going to be some of those deeper returns. So I wouldn't be shocked if down south of Yazoo City, they're getting some of that large hail falling. So yeah, 1.5 inch hail, that's more aloft. That's those peak impacts. So once it reaches the surface, some melting does take place. and then we get to see some of that small hail as a result. But this one, just around the Goodman area, you can see 1-inch hail possible. Down there towards Goodman, closer to Durant, Salas, Aberdeen Junction, getting some of that small hail here in a moment. So let's put a path on this one specifically as it moves towards the east-northeast direction at about, let's do the heart of this cell right here. It's going to be within that main batch. We're going to go right there, go to about 25 miles an hour. And let me adjust this to go a little bit farther. There we go. So Boyette 446, this is specifically the storm up there towards Goodman that we are watching in the next few minutes. Salas 455, McAdams 506, Kosciuszko closer to 521, the Williamsville area 523, Ethel 540, and Providence by 545. That's moving across Highway 51 and moving closer to Atala County here in the next minute or two. So watching that storm specifically, looking at that latest one of the things that we just looked at was the broad rotation, and you're getting that broad rotation with some of those greens and reds interacting, but you're not getting those bright returns. And that's a lot of the times whenever we talk about a tornado trying to form, some of that turning of the winds, that would be where we get those brighter returns. So on this one specifically, I'm not seeing anything that stands out. But there is going to be some gusty winds. I don't think the interpolation is doing it justice, but they're probably getting about 20 to 30 miles an hour in that storm as well. So seeing some of those wind gusts, and we saw it earlier in Carroll County, 30, 40 mile an hour winds were enough to knock down a few limbs. So that's definitely one to pay attention to. So that cell and that one that we just tracked towards Webster County, the two that we are watching here in North Mississippi. But what I want to go to now is the general overview, and I'm going to swap it over to our Monroe County radar site, because we are going to be able to get a better view on this storm towards Webster County, including some more storms towards southern Calhoun County. But here in Tupelo, here in Saltillo, there in Booneville, we're not seeing anything that's saying severe with this setup. We have definitely been on the calmer side of things, now getting more towards that stratiform rainfall. So if we're talking about anything to be worried about, there's nothing to be worried about. I see some folks asking about Tupelo and Moorville. That was Letitia there asking about Tupelo and Moorville, and you are good to go as of the 4:34 hour. This one in Iuka still stands out. We do have a camera out there in Iuka, officially a new addition to the Mississippi live weather coverage, and a big shout out to the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for giving us this look. And as you look out of that camera, you can see that heavy rainfall. You see that immediate shift to that lighter gray into a darker gray. That's going to be that heavy rain shaft that's moving in, and we can see while it's not wide, it is still a decent thunderstorm out there in Tishomingo County. Let me see, am I actually able to measure this? I don't think I am. We can go back to radar and measure it out, but it's not a huge storm by any means, and that's moving in the northeast direction. As we look at this, yeah, 2 miles across. This is not exactly a large storm, but still going to be some heavy rainfall. We can give a storm track on this as it moves closer to Midway and the Malone area here in a minute as it gets closer to the Colbert County in northwest Alabama. Midway 438, Malone by 452, Marjoram by 459, the Buzzard Roost 504, and Mount Hester by 505. Definitely some areas that I have not tracked in my life just yet. But hey, there's a first for everything. So as you are going about that evening drive, if you're on Highway 25 between Iuka and Tishomingo, be aware you do have some heavy rainfall. Let's bring it back onto this storm, because as you can see, the lightning is remaining at about 500, 550 strikes right over there on my right shoulder. So that is where we're getting the more impressive returns. And as we look at that hail swath given to us by True Shield Roofing, as it was crossing I-55, that's where we were getting some of those probable hail reports. So if we have anyone in Sawyer or Eskridge or anywhere between those areas right along Highway 51, give us a report of what you saw, because as you can see right here, we were starting to get into those probable reports, and that shows an intensification that takes place within that storm. Now, as we bring it further towards the east, we can track this entire storm through the hail swath, meaning the hail potential has been there the entire time, and that latest scan coming in showing some of that potential hail as well. This all falls under the possible category, but where hail is possible, that means that some of that small hail could be reaching the surface. And on reflectivity, we can see a bit of that core right there, right across, right to the east of Lodi, and moving closer to the center community. So we're going to do another storm track on this, and I'm going to do the core of this cell. And as it moves in that northeast direction, has a little bit more of a northeast turn to it, but it is still going to have pretty much generally east center there by 450, and Walthall closer to about 503. Oh, perfect. Okay, I was curious if we had a shot right here. But Matt, this is definitely the storm of the evening as of right now, and that's not saying
Well,
much.
one of them, there's a couple we're watching. The one down south, I think they've finally gone ahead and issued a warning on that as well.
Okay, I'll take over.
Yeah, I'll do that for a minute here. And while I'm kind of zooming in, talking about some things, let's go ahead and get a push out there for folks. Let folks know where that is, and do some screenshot shares if we can.
Will do.
Okay, and there's a couple of lines we might as well just copy there from one of the previous posts, just about where to find us and everything like that. And we'll put those on the screenshot shares.
Sounds
Perfect.
Good.
I appreciate that. A meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, watching things closely. Appreciate his hard work today. The combination of these kind of 3 or 4 different cells, the reason National Weather Service there in Jackson is issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for this kind of grouping of thunderstorms and the wind potential and hail potential that it could have as it moves toward the east here. We've been tracking this here in the Room Weather Center for about the last 45 minutes to an hour and talk about the last couple of days. The severe thunderstorm warning, though, now in effect until 6 p.m., does involve locations, as you can see there. Let's go ahead and highlight all those. Atala, Leake, Madison, Holmes, and Yazoo counties all involved in that. And this is kind of the storms that we've been watching there around the Yazoo City area. That initial storm, again, these are not fast moving. There still has yet to make it pretty much right at I-55, within a few miles of that at this point in time. So I'm going to clear that off. We'll get a storm track on the whole line of this. If you're in the yellow zone here, you're one of the folks that's getting one of those weather calls that we talk about, where it's letting you know if you're kind of in that danger zone there. So the hail and the wind potential, the reason why this has been issued. So there are some lead storms that we are watching, but I'm tracking kind of what's a little bit behind that there. So in the near term, as you can see, we're looking Evans at 4:41. Current time is 4:39. So for you, within the next couple of minutes, Durant at 4:42. Aberdeen Junction 4:44 there. Richland at 4:50. Goodman at 5:01. Salis at 5:03. Pickens 5:04 there. And Kosciuszko at 5:21. As that line continues to move its way toward the east. We do have a camera there in the Kosciuszko area. Some thunderstorms, mainly in the western part of the county at this time. But you can see the gray there in the upper right-hand portion of the screen as those storms get a little bit closer. Looking here again, severe thunderstorm warning there that does include Atala County in effect this evening until 6 p.m. I think I'm always looking for the best place for this. If you have to really decide where I want to put that, let's put it right there. Okay, either way, one of these days we'll figure that out. But clearly, Kosciuszko, one of those locations where some of the strong wind gusts with this could eventually move in. 1-inch hail potentially out of this grouping of thunderstorms as well as it moves in from the west. Maybe we could just get a shot there from Ackerman as well. Still be looking a ways away, not yet in that warning in Ackerman. And yeah, still just looking back toward the western sky there. And just kind of as a hazy, dark gray sort of look to it. In and through the rainfall there in Winona. Winona not in the severe thunderstorm warning, and those storms have pushed through over the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so. And so once that line moves through Winona, we are not concerned with a secondary batch on this. You are clear. You are good to go. That nearest storm there closer to moving the direction there of Eupora, if it continues kind of at the direction it's going right now. So there's kind of the short-term track. I'm going to take this a little longer. We're going to go larger cities here for a moment. So let's say 60 miles, and we're going to increase the size just a little bit. So looking farther ahead there, we show Kosciuszko again, 5:21, 6:25 for Carthage, Noxapater eventually by about 6:51 if it continues at the speed it's going now. But one of the things that interests me, kind of looking at this, I'm going to make this a shorter loop. We're going to make this a loop from just the last 30 minutes. Let's see. I want to see the cell merger on the way here. See this storm developing? And then this north storm here that already has a little bit of rotation right about there. Watch the very end. There's a place there where perhaps we have a little bit of rotation. As that merges closer to the Pickens area, as we've talked about, there's not a high tornado threat with what we have here today. But that would be one of the locations where we would have to watch that potential that maybe something could try to spin up if it continued to kind of strengthen a little bit. Let's see here. You can see it still have have a little bit of rotation with that part there. This is still broad. Maybe neither one's going to be strong enough to get fully at that level. That would be certainly the hope. Let's make this a shorter loop here. I'm going to make this a 15-minute loop. Yeah, because you can kind of see those kind of converging. Let's check the shear on this using some of the analysis portion here. We've had some shear showing up about that from time to time. It does not show up in the latest scan here, but there's still a decent shape that we're going to have to watch closely for some of those spots there. But I'd say hail and wind, probably greater impacts on this line at this point, hence the reason this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued as these storms move toward the east. And as you'll note, those remain one of the more significant threats. The hail, we can track that a couple of different ways. We have what we call peak impacts here, which allows our system to kind of use some modeling to figure out, well, where could we have the most significant impact. Right there we see some of the darker purples. Estimation and hail size could be up around 1.5 inches in size there. Most of what we see here is, just really heavy rainfall, but in some cases there would, on peak impact, have some hail that could be up in excess of 1 inch out of that portion there, crossing US 49 pretty much right now, moving there toward Goodman and locations that direction. So Kosciuszko, we're still awaiting this thunderstorm moving toward you, and hopefully we have a little longer before it fully makes it into your area. Mama Justice Doppler, see, just in the regular rainfall mode on this, that's where we kind of have that one area there where things are just a little more organized. So we'll see here. That's going to be over here close to 55 before that gets a little more tricky. Let's bring in our comments again. You can see there's some Skywarn people there that are monitoring, what's going on out there at this point in time. Appreciate all of you guys for watching us. Suspenders are on. Be careful. I got to remind folks that I have suspenders on every suit at this point, with the exception of 2. So part of the reason suspenders are on is just because keep some pants up, right? And at the point of a belt or suspenders in this case. So it's not to speak that things are going to be that bad, but it is to say that clearly we have some storms out there, and we're going to continue to monitor these the next couple of hours. So severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to come back to that grouping of storms here in just a minute. A lot of lightning and probably some hail. This one is marginally, this one's pretty close to qualifying as severe up here in Webster County. I'm going to look at it closer from our radar site there in Monroe County. We do have at least a little broad rotation with this storm as well. So watching for you there near the center community, west of Eupora and Wallfall, west of Mississippi Highway 9. Let's look 3D on this using Mama Justice Doppler radar. As we look 3-dimensionally on this storm, I do kind of cut through here and show some hail aloft. It's not a lot, but that little blob you see right there, if I can get my finger in the right spot, that is where we do have some hail depicted on this here. Give me a moment behind the scenes. There's something I have to do to kind of make myself a little larger here so I can see that a little more closely. But yeah, that's what we're watching for you there. So let's get it 2D so we can get, again, near Center Road and I would say near Bell Fountain, moving toward Eupora, where this rotation is generally not rotation. Well, there is some rotation, but where this primarily hail is headed at this time. Let's check our True Shield hail swath. And this, again, sporadically producing hail in northern Montgomery County and probably here in western Webster County as well. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, monitoring some things here behind the scenes. Gabe, are you seeing anything there from the chat, from folks there at home?
No confirmation as of yet. I was in communication with our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. He is in Starkville, and I know that this is where it's headed, so he can kind of describe the atmosphere out ahead of this cell, and hopefully he'll join us here in the next few moments, going to work on pulling that up behind the scenes, but hopefully get to hear from him as that storm is headed directly into probably going to be northern Oktibbeha County if it does go in there, but it's going to be right on the county line with Starkville just to the south. But he was at the game earlier. They were, of course, playing for Super Bulldog weekend, moved the game up to 3 p.m. to accommodate for these storms. So they did their part. Just hopefully that game is able to wrap up before these storms do start to move in, as we are only measuring it out 13 miles from the rain. 28 miles from the storm, the strong storm there. We're tracking through Webster County at this point and continuing there towards Clay and Oktibbeha County here shortly. Getting some views across the area. This was looking from, I don't have the exact area on this, unfortunately, but just some of those SLCs. Once again, this was Andy submitting this picture from North Mississippi area, giving us a shot.
Andy, I think, is in, there's at least an Andy in the chat that's there in Itawamba County. I'm wondering if that might be the same one.
Very well could be, because this shows that gloomy sky that was out ahead of these cells. And this is one of the limiting factors, is the fact that we didn't have a ton of sunshine out ahead of this system. And so that cloud cover prevented much of the heating of the day. And I think that was a limiting factor for us in the far northern portions of North Mississippi.
So interesting shots here. A couple of really interesting shots from, this is the Iuka camera after we moved it a little bit ago. And I'm gonna, Gabe, if you'll put your microphone up behind the scenes, I'm gonna bring it full screen for folks there at home. So here's again that Iuka camera a little bit ago, and I can make an argument that looks like a very weakly, slow rotating funnel cloud almost there. Now it might just be sheer in the atmosphere. That's not going to be something that would touch down, but there's no question that has
that
some
definitely stands out,
counterclockwise rotation with it. Yeah. And so this is kind of sped up a little bit, and then looking back toward what looks to be another shelf cloud. That might be that Boonville storm kind of approaching there as well. So this would have been, this time lapse went up until, look at that little stuff hanging down there, right?
Yeah, some scud out there.
So sometimes you're going to get a little scud cloud like that hangs down, that looks a little more interesting. There's kind of a zoom in shot. So this is from our Iuka camera up there, and one of the time lapses that we had from that one just a little bit ago. So very interesting looking shot there. I'm going to see if we're going to re-rack this from the beginning. If you missed it earlier, this storm definitely had some organization from the get-go. But watch right in this area there, some of the darker clouds as that goes eastward, how you have at least some broad counterclockwise, sort of sheer sort of rotation in a more robust atmosphere. That could actually be something a little bit more than what we're looking up there. But today, because of the lack of moisture, that's rotation that probably never ever got anywhere near the ground. But pretty rough looking shot. And then watch this little thing hang down here in just a second. So this is the rain cool there on the front end. You'll see this little finger, right there, kind of hanging down. No rotation with that, but that'd be, these little areas of shear in a more unstable atmosphere from time to time. Those kind of things can potentially, have little spots where you have rotation. They briefly try to spin something up. So pretty cool time lapse here coming in from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera up there, or one of our cameras, one of our partners up there in Iuka, the newest one to our network. Pretty cool shot there. Okay, our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, I'm going to bring you back into the fold here for a moment. And I know I got you at the wrong spot there. And I'll see if we can, y'all let you toss to Caleb from there, because I know that he's got some stuff going on, right?
Yeah, so Caleb is currently live out in Starkville, where it has been one of the drier locations today, but not going to last for too much longer as that thunderstorm activity is moving into town. Part of Super Bulldog weekend was planning around this rainfall, and I know he's been out there enjoying a little bit of it, but he's tracking the latest on how it feels in Starkville. Caleb joining us tonight. Talk to us a little bit about those conditions out there in Starkville. Tell us how it feels, what the wind is doing, just anything that you can about what's going on out ahead of these cells.
Yeah, no, it's definitely dry, like you were just saying, Gabe, and I know that's not going to last forever. I was out actually at the baseball game just a little bit ago and just left, and you can definitely tell it's very muggy. I was out there with some friends already left to come back, and before heading out to surprise birthday parties later, and they've been asking me questions all week long, talking about those rain chances and kind of when it's going to start. Right now, we're staying dry, but like I was just tracking out just a second ago, those showers are quickly approaching us here in Starkville. You can kind of see a little bit of the darker clouds in the background. That's because behind me, we're facing west towards those showers that they were talking about getting closer and closer towards Oktibbeha County. So for us right now, not too windy, definitely a little bit muggy and humid outside, but thankfully staying dry. Question is how long that's going to take. Well, we're going to see quite a bit of rainfall start moving in our area, Matt and Gabe. So I know everybody's out at the baseball games right now, thankfully enjoying a dry forecast right now. Only thing is, I think we're only in the end of the fourth inning, maybe heading into the fifth, so not going to stay dry forever. It was a slow-moving game so far, so those rain delays, might seem a little bit inevitable as we get closer and closer towards that rainfall getting closer and closer towards us here in Starkville. So Super Bulldog weekend looking like it's going to have a soggy start and pretty much just a soggy weekend all the way around. So I know you guys continue to track those showers getting closer to us here in Oktibbeha County. Right now, still talking about dry weather. In fact, I could actually maybe hear just a few rumbles out in the distance. So maybe hearing some of that thunder get a little bit closer. Haven't quite seen any flashes of lightning yet, so not too energetic yet here in Starkville, but I know that's quickly approaching. But again, wind not really playing an effect. In fact, I think a lot of us would like to feel some of the wind with how humid and muggy it feels outside. And honestly, wouldn't mind a little bit of the rainfall either, just with how humid it is. But for right now, we continue to stay dry, Matt and Gabe, and I know that rainfall is quickly approaching us here in Starkville. So I know y'all are continuing to track those showers to see how long they're going to last and how long we're going to stay dry. Not quite going to last forever. Isn't that right, Gabe?
For sure, Caleb. And real quick, before we toss back, describe the wind and, do you think the dew points are high in Starkville? Some of our readings reading mid to upper 60s. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, we went out to the baseball game earlier and we were just talking about how muggy it felt outside and immediately went to go check out the dew points. And yeah, definitely mid 60s. Feels reasonable. It feels muggy outside. It honestly probably feels just a little bit cooler now compared to when I originally went out to the game. And of course, that's due to kind of the wind, maybe trying to pick up a little bit, maybe getting some outflow boundaries here in Starkville. But I think quite a bit of us would maybe not mind a few sprinkles or two to cool us off just with how humid it is. But yeah, definitely feeling muggy out here, and those dew points are probably right where they're reading right now.
Oh, perfect. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. We will bring it back in here to the Room to Room Weather Center. But Caleb, thank you so much. Enjoy your evening and try to stay dry.
Of course.
Bringing it back in here to the studio, we are continuing to look at that individual cell. The rumbles that he was hearing was off in the distance from Starkville with this storm. And as you can see, measuring it out, it's still about 22 miles away. So yes, definitely hearing those rumbles, but we're paying attention to that cell, but also what's going down south in closer to the Jackson area. We're going to put it on our Jackson radar site to get a better visual, and we're getting some of that higher resolution data and a lot of lightning with this cluster of cells, just over 1,000 strikes towards Pickens, Goodman, Durant, and Kosciuszko. And one of the things that we were looking at just a moment ago was some of the broad rotation that was taking place. And I want to put this on let's do a 30-minute loop real quick. And you can see those winds have intensified. We're getting some of those brighter returns. And while it's not exactly showing anything tornadic, it's showing us that we could potentially be getting some of those gusty, damaging winds across the area. I mean, just looking at a few of those locations, we're 20 to 30 miles an hour closer to the Attala County area. This is, again, about 20 miles an hour. A bit of a ways away from the radar site, so what's actually reaching the surface could be even higher, 20 to 30 miles an hour. But the main reason why this severe thunderstorm warning was issued, and for those that are just now joining us, that severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 6 p.m. tonight. That's for Yazoo County, Holmes County, Attala County, and even out there towards Leake County. I always want to make sure I realize that. That is going to be for 6 p.m. Let's go ahead and put it on our peak threats. And one of the things that we will see on this is that hail return in multiple spots with just over an inch possible. Again, these are our peak threats. So as we look at some of those, we're talking a half-inch hail to an inch hail. That's aloft. What's actually reaching the surface expected to be a little bit smaller than that. Don't have confirmed reports so far, but putting this out as a precautionary measure to let folks know that hail is possible and could very well be starting to fall. National Weather Service down in Jackson talking about a deepening core that was closer to the downtown Jackson area, and some three-body scatter, which also is indicative of some of that hail as well. So Matt, hail, really the story tonight, but that's what we've been talking about all week long, and that those rotating storms producing some of that small hail.
Yeah, some of that small hail, and in some cases, the large hail. I do think, some of our storms up here do have that potential as well. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. I continue to monitor things here behind the scenes and in front of the camera, making sure to go through some of your reports. A reminder, you can share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live weather app, free and available for all of those different devices there. Make sure to download that and share those. And we appreciate all of you guys who have done that to this point. We're looking up here into Attala County. Interesting shape on the storm near Salis. Let's put this into a loop here. We're going to make it a 30-minute loop. We continue to have, again, some at least broad rotation on this as it moves there toward the Joseph community, moving eastward as well at this point in time. Let's go ahead. Okay, so our meteorologist Maggie McCauley there. Now, is she in at Dudy Noble? Here's the question that I'll ask, and that I'll have you check behind the scenes, Gabe, if you would, to see if Maggie is there. We'll give her a call and see if she can fire up her shot, because we're at a lightning delay there for that game. Super Bulldog weekend. There's almost always something going on with that. And so welcome to tonight. This rotation on this storm, again, fairly broad here near the Joseph community, moving toward Joseph. This is hurricane there in Attala County. I know we've got a couple of hurricanes out there. This is the one in Attala County that we're looking at with that. Back again to that hail swath. It's been intermittent on this, but that rotation, at least broad rotation, still showing up with that as well. Go ahead and put my phone on mute here for a second, because we always end up with things getting a little crazier with that as well. Put on storm reports. No official storm reports out there out of this batch, out of this thunderstorm, as it continues to move eastward at about 30 miles per hour, 25 to 30 miles per hour. The concern is that some of these individual thunderstorms definitely have, I think, a little bit more of a organized look to them than frankly anticipated. I think it's a fair statement to say I expected some of these storms to have a little rotation. I didn't expect them to look like a lead supercell moving forward. But that one, like what we're showing right there, is one of those that unfortunately does kind of have that sort of look to it. So let's get a track on these storms. Again, speed on them really has not been super fast. It's actually been pretty slow, all things considered, in that around 30 to 25 mile per hour rate. So I'm going to keep it 25 miles per hour. So moving through southern Attala County, again, Kosciuszko, we're looking at that for you at about 5:04, which is about 5 minutes from now. So we have been watching this for a while, approaching Kosciuszko. Let's check our camera there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers in the Kosciuszko area as that gets a little closer. I think this is on the Breezy News Tower down there in Kosciuszko. 77 current temperatures, southerly winds. And again, there's that heavy rainfall. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect there in Attala County until 6 p.m. for Doppler radar indicated strong wind gusts and large hailstones. Still not a ton of hail reports coming out of this, but certainly watching that. One place where we are dealing with some issues is going to be down there in the Starkville area. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, she is down there in Starkville. I had her a second ago at Dudy Noble Field. They're in a lightning delay there. I see her walking. So I'm going to wait until we get to kind of a steady shot here, because she's in and out. Of course, you know what happened in this scenario. If there's a lightning delay, everybody immediately hops on their phone. So I know your signal is going to be in and out, Maggie. What's the story from down there in Starkville?
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Sorry, it's loud, so I'm having to step out of the actual. But I'm here at Dudy Noble. There's a lot of people out here, and I know that they moved the game. If you're here, you know. If you're watching, or you're heading out to Super Bulldog weekend. Another time this weekend, you know that they moved the game up from 6:30 to 3 today due to storms moving in. But storms are still continuing to move in, and you can see behind me, it's dark clouds. Feels pretty nice out here right now. But I've been watching you guys, been tracking on my phone when the storms are going to move in, because we're likely to see a lightning delay before the storms actually get here. And I don't know if I am delayed on that. If I am, you guys will have to let me know. But anyway, I think we're going to see a lightning delay before we actually see rain out here at Dudy Noble. So it's something we're keeping an eye on. Right, the last time I checked, you guys can look, the lightning was around 20 miles from us. I think that's going to be catching up again. If it's 10 miles from the stadium, that's when we'll see a lightning delay. So I think that's going to be happening really in the next 15, 20 minutes. We'll probably see a delay before this game ends. We're in the 5th inning, so again, likely to see this at least delayed, and then we'll see what happens from there. But we're live at Dudy Noble in Starkville. It feels nice out here, guys, but we're just waiting for that rain to kick in.
I know it's isn't it funny, like the positive of just how nice it is on a warm day, but then obviously things are going to change pretty quickly. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, hey, we might check back in with you. You don't have to keep the shot up nonstop, but we'll let you know if we're going to come back to you. Sound good? Yep, I kind of figured that was going to happen. We're in and out in the spotlight.
But again,
yeah. Okay, we'll talk to y'all here in a minute. Appreciate that, Maggie. You know, that's one of the things that happens, Gabe. You know, at a sporting event, nobody has cell phone service. The fact she was even able to tell us that much is impressive. We're thankful for her, and hopefully she's able to find some time for family this evening there. But storms are moving into Kosciuszko, right, and a few other locations. Have you had any pictures sent in at this point?
I mean, so far I have gotten one additional photo. I'm trying to figure out where. Oh, so this is up there in Smithville. So it's not in the exact area of concern. But if you want any reassuring news, we can at least show you that here's a look in Smithville. Gloomy skies, no chance of severe weather up there in northern Monroe County as that threat kind of shifts over there towards the south and east. So Monroe County looking good to go. Appreciate William for that report up there. Continue to stay safe. And I told him, try and stay dry. Get where you need to go. Maybe have a movie night tonight. That's what I always like to do to pass the time in a rainy forecast, is just kind of enjoy the rain. We need it, and we're finally getting it here in North Mississippi.
We are finally getting it. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, appreciate that. You know, a lot of folks asking about specific spots, what things are going on, planning for this evening. I know we've arrived at a weekend, and that's where people, want to start figuring out that kind of stuff. We start again here, back here in Attala County. More rain starting to fall on this camera. Attala County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 p.m. for a storm that's strongest on the south side of the city of Kosciuszko there. You can see kind of in the corner of your screen. We'll bring up the full radar here in a moment. But that does have kind of a suspicious shape, showing that it has at least a little bit of rotation with it at this time. 77 current most recent temperature. The part of the thunderstorm we're most concerned with is part back here toward Joseph, where you see that line kind of is pointing out there. That location, that's the spot we're kind of most concerned with at this point in time here. Again, back in the southwest portion of Attala County. So how far are we talking from the city of, I would honestly say that there's some broad rotation there. We'll pull down, the Skycam stuff. We'll try to kind of clean this up just a little bit there. But when we look at rotation on this, it's still very broad for the most part. We don't show a lot that's overly concerning. And the hail swath does show some hail. That hail now within about 5 miles from the southwest portion there of Kosciuszko. So you can see again some time moving in Kosciuszko as of now, at least on the west side of town, with some gusty wind, some hail that has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning for you. Again, keeping it wide, looking at the hail on this entire storm that includes Leake County, Madison County, Yazoo County, and Holmes County. Maybe just as easily showing that on the regular rainfall mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. The yellow represents that severe thunderstorm warning where folks have gotten those alerts. We were talking a little bit ago about waiting for this kind of merger to take place. Let's go back and we'll show a loop that's a shorter time period here. We're going to show a 15-minute loop as that merger has occurred. And I want to see what that does for the rotation. Instead, I'm going to actually go 30 minutes here for a second, and we're going to go back to the rotation mode on this. Want to see if that really had much there of concern, because this will tell us how the rest of this night's going to go. I don't know that we had good enough lower level rotation for this to get any stronger than that, which is a good thing. We don't want it to. If it did, though, that would tell us, okay, now we're going to have to worry about more of a tornado threat. Not seeing as much of that on this here, so fingers crossed. But that's a good sign that did not spin something up or did not get more organized with that cell merger there. So some transient supercell sort of kind of rotation sort of structures out of a few of these storms, and from time to time today, that has led to some things that look pretty rough. I want to show you a shot here that we got just a little bit earlier. This coming in from Iuka. If you missed it, I think it's worth kind of going back and showing this here for a moment of one of those rotating storms that kind of moved through there. On the backside, we did see a weak funnel as it eventually moved east to Iuka, but you can definitely see the turbulent motion, the upward and the downward there. I mean, there's multiple spots on this one where you can clearly see some of the shear that we had, especially watching on the backside here. So a lot of movement there in the clouds. An example of a scary looking cloud, but you can also on the front side of that, I'll show it one last time here. You can see kind of how everything's like goo, like look at the lift right there, right? That is the air being lifted up by the rain cooled air. It's kind of acting like a shovel, picking up and rolling up the dirt there. If you ever, you do the shovel and I know technically usually go down, but if you're scooping, more horizontal, you see it kind of curl up into it. That's basically what was happening there out of that storm as it moved through the Iuka area. Now, when we look at the whole region of North Mississippi as a whole on Mama Justice Doppler radar, you'll notice clearly there's a difference north to south on where storms are heavier. The south and west portion of the areas where they are the heaviest at this time. And there's some rumbles back on the backside. Let's go ahead and talk about something Gabe tried to do a little bit ago, which was, talking all clear here. Best way to do that is just look at lightning. See how this is a heavier one there, Grenada County, but virtually no lightning. that's a sign. That's one of the ways you could tell that, for a lot of us, this is not an evening where I think we need to have much concern, right? So I'm going to go back here to the color blue for a second, which is, it is Gabe Maynard's birthday. All y'all in the comments say a happy birthday to a Maynard man. But if we look back here, everything back here is okay, right? We're good to go back here. This is, in the clear. We're in good shape. Everything ahead is what we are watching. And in particular, this section down here, Kosciuszko back toward Louisville, Philadelphia, back toward Canton. Those are the spots we're concentrating the most on, the potential. Maybe this could produce something stronger. But north of that, we are all in the clear and we are all good to go in that regard. Gabe, I need you to look at a couple pictures here for a moment. I'm going to and kind of set the stage on where people are on that. And I'm going to re-rack a part of the show here if we can do that. So, Gabe, I'm going to toss it over to you.
Yeah, Matt. So basically behind the scenes right here, looking to get more of those photos in, but the bulk of the photos that we have gotten, as you can see, are going to be some of those scary looking clouds, the dark, gloomy clouds that are submitted across North Mississippi as this line progresses on through. All things considered, haven't gotten any reports of any damage, haven't gotten any reports of hail just yet, and that is a positive in the grand scheme of things. So we'll hopefully continue that into the rest of this evening, but it is unfortunately causing delays. Haven't heard about the Ole Miss game yet. That is something I need to look into here in a moment to figure out what they did, because I know they have a game this evening, and it does look like it's going to be a pretty soggy forecast up there in Lafayette County. So if you've been out there enjoying double-decker weekend and maybe wanting to go to the baseball game, I would go ahead and check and make sure that game is still good to go. And if it is, grab that rain gear. Over in Starkville, we are still tracking. Let me look at the latest data here behind the scenes so I can let folks know in Starkville, as I know a few of you guys are watching this and they're trying to finish the game. Bottom of the fifth right now, by the way. So with that heavier storm, we're still about 25 miles, but if we're talking just along the leading edge of that rainfall, we're only about 10 miles away. So perhaps some lightning strikes. The only positive I'm seeing with this is the fact that this is coming down in intensity, so that might limit the lightning production on this here in just a moment. So getting photos of the North Mississippi storm chasers out there. We are getting some of those photos coming in right now. They're in, this looks like it's going to be, yes, towards Canton, passing the Nissan plant. So that's going to be more to the south, but getting a good look at that heavy rainfall out there at let's see, that's the Ross Barnett Reservoir and to Highway 16 there. So you're getting a look at some of those heavier outputs of rainfall. And as we look right here at, let me make sure I have the exact location on this one. This is also from Morgan in Canton, and there's an impressive looking shelf cloud as well. Impressive, not exactly the term I should be using in this case, but it is still one of the more impressive storms that we've been dealing with here in North Mississippi, or actually the entirety of Mississippi so far today.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back with more Mississippi Live weather at 5.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live here at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Let's kind of give you an overview of where things stand, a little bit more of a forecast element with severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued now for parts of Attala County, and we could potentially see additional warnings as we go into and through this evening time period. Over the next 12 hours, again, we're kind of at the peak of the rainfall the next 3 or 4 hours or so. I expect that rain chances will diminish as we head throughout the overnight time period. We're heading to the lower 60s by early Saturday morning. Most of your Saturday probably ends up dry, but some of the big questions revolve around Saturday night and early Sunday morning, whether or not we get kind of a rebirth of some thunderstorms during that time period, which is a possibility there as well. And one of the things we've talked about the last couple of days here in the Room to Room Weather Center. But as we talked about a moment ago, severe thunderstorm warning. Here's kind of the wider shot on things here on Mama Justice for a minute. There are still storms stretching back out into Texas and Oklahoma. These storms all kind of in a line. The angle of winds aloft out of the north and west to here is going to continue to try to drive thunderstorms our direction. And so that's why there is, I think, flooding rainfall potential back from Greenville south toward the Jackson area tonight if storms can kind of line up and train. We're basically, think about like cars in a train, right? Think about this like a very, very long train extending all the way from Oklahoma there here into Mississippi. That is where some of these storms could be driven over the course of this overnight period, and that could really add up to some pretty heavy rainfall totals. In saying that, there's a lot of things about this setup that have worked in our favor to this point. One of those being the fact that when we look at the amount of moisture out there at this time, you can see how that's not over the top, right? A lot more fuel out here where the purples, higher dew points, measure of moisture there. Where the purples are back out here into Oklahoma, Texas, that's where there's that tornado threat. That is somewhat a limiting factor for us. But if you look really closely, there's just this kind of nose that gets closer to where we have some of those warnings, right? Now, no guarantees, that it's all the way there, but you can see how we have some of those purples, maybe just a very, very narrow location where we're feeding in some moisture there that's trying to get into some of these storms. So largely, that's why most of North Mississippi is not going to see any kind of tornado threat tonight. And that's why there's just a few isolated spots where we have those greater concerns that maybe something is going to be significant. So certainly looking at that as one of the components kind of playing into this. Our overall severe weather threat on this is been trimmed back over the last 6 hours or so. And certainly, as you can see back there into Oklahoma and Texas is where there's the greatest risk, not just for wind, but for tornadoes and for all the different severe weather threats that we have, including really, really big hail back that direction. For tomorrow, the risk is to the west of us, but not by much, as we expect thunderstorms again to be strong to severe back into Arkansas, Louisiana, potentially a line or a complex of thunderstorms moving northwest to southeast late tomorrow night. Now, that's the one we've been looking at with our Futurecast last couple of days. And our different Futurecasts, now we have more high resolution models to look at, still showing a slightly different alignment on those two. Either way, we're going to have a severe weather threat, at least a limited one that extends into Sunday, in particular Sunday morning, the time period I'm watching for that. But by Monday, our severe weather risk is going to be, it has shifted a little bit north. In saying that, we still have on some projections, I think enough indications, we're going to have probably at least a level 1 limited risk down here. And that level 2 could be easily expanded back into our area as confidence increases. We're looking toward the first of next week and maybe even late next week with additional rainfall and storm chances to contend with here. So a quick look at Futurecast to show that, again, we'll have that zone where we have that greatest flooding potential, right? All the way down here, Laurel, stretching back up toward Texarkana. These are the locations where we're most likely to see some of those issues. But we'll continue to, even in the northeast part of Mississippi, have some thunderstorms later on this evening. Now, I do think that our HRRR model, which is what drives Futurecast here, the main one that we typically show, I think it's a little aggressive on this heavy of a band. This looks like something that could still have some strong wind with it. I'm not going to rule it out completely, but let's just say there's not a ton of fuel up here, and I think that's highly suspect. So we'll continue to have, though, that heavy rainfall developing in some spots through the overnight hours. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you'll probably still have some boomers out there. And down here, Crystal Springs, Philadelphia, stretching back toward Meridian, Raleigh there, we're probably going to have, again, some heavy rainfall continue overnight. So some of our Max South viewers down there certainly going to probably have those rumbles, and make sure to have that Mississippi Live Weather app handy for those alerts just in case for you. But by tomorrow morning, see how we start to dry things out, knock on wood or something lucky. Maybe we'll be able to get through a good chunk of Saturday without any significant rainfall through the second half of the day. So over the next 24 hours, again, 63 at 6 a.m. We're 67 by 9 a.m., 74 as we look toward noontime under what should be kind of these partly cloudy, the somewhat rainy conditions. Now, I'm going to bring Gabe in here for a second. We'll talk more about this looking at Futurecast in a minute. This is pretty aggressive on some of those rain chances into the afternoon, Gabe, there. Thoughts on that?
No. I need to input my rain chances there. It's definitely way down from those percentages
from this morning.
It's actually, right. Yeah, I think it is. So that's how models have shifted. They're kind of getting that data right now. and adjusting those rain percentages. So here in the last 12 hours, already seeing some changes take place with Saturday and even with Sunday. And so we're getting that adjusted here behind the scenes, and we'll have that updated hour by hour, or that updated next 24 coming up here shortly.
Okay, gotcha. That
Just whenever
that
we get a
makes
chance,
lot
right?
more. Yeah, exactly. The problem is I'm on the computer, and how you get on the computer when I'm on the computer, right?
Yeah, so I'll verbally tell you no, a little bit less.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say that looks nothing like what I've said on the air all day long. So I just wanted to double check. That's where the model's doing model things. Okay.
No, I won't do
We'll
behind
worry
your back
about that.
forecasting. I promise.
No, that's okay. I mean, a lot of times we agree with one another. I was just going to say this is one of those times we don't.
No, we are still in alignment.
But we're still in alignment on that. Okay. Good to hear. Appreciate that, Gabe. Okay. So coming up here in 60 seconds, we will be looking at some other. Obviously, we'll be back on Mama Justice Doppler radar to see kind of the latest on where those storms are, as we'll continue to track those through the north part of and central part of Mississippi here. Severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Attala County. We'll see you on the other side of this 60-second break. Again, support those sponsors. Support us here on Mississippi Live. It's the way in which we can do this. As I see someone saying behind the scenes here on the screen. Happy birthday, Gabe. More in 60. We can see the lower end. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Rienzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
So looking at that hail potential here on Mama Justice Doppler. Give me a moment. Apparently, got to switch that. I'm going to play along. There we go. So this is a 3D version of Mama Justice Doppler radar here, just kind of looking at the most intense stuff. We're down here in Attala County, and we're looking close to the Kosciuszko area. I don't have my hail getting up super high on this. That's a good sign. I mean, it shows my hail, whatever hail is less than 10,000 feet. That's more likely to be heavy rainfall in this situation. So hopefully that's a sign there that this is not producing severe hail, at least not at this moment. Actually, let's go back a couple of scans and show that progression over time here for a moment. Okay, pull that back up for you. There we go. And let's go back a couple of scans. Yeah, see, there you go. And you can see how that precipitation there, that hail core was dropping. And so that's largely the hail dropping out of it. So I'm going to take that back sort of. I'm going to say that whatever the big hail is that it's dropping out of it, it's doing it right now, or has. They're probably just around McAdams, stretching there south of Kosciuszko, moving closer to Dobbs. So this is where our, this is a thunderstorm that has at least some broad rotation with it. But looking at this here, that is relatively weak, all things considered. Let's go a little wider here for a moment. And let's kind of check out the whole area as a whole. And again, the northern part of the state, we don't really have anything here of substance. It is really this grouping of thunderstorms stretching from east of Yazoo City, closer there, moving in the direction of, from Pickens there, closer to Carthage, some of the spots that we are watching. There's been some broad rotation on some of these storms, but at this point here, nothing that I'm overly concerned with that. I'm going to check and see here, Gabe. I think if you're ready, I'm going to go ahead and take over the other radar source here for a second. So, Gabe, if we're at that point there, we'll go ahead and do that. We can make that happen.
Yeah, so hourly is updated. 7-day is generally right. I'm doing some fine tuning behind the scenes, but everything should be generally good to go.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll get that there. Appreciate that. So let's go ahead and bring it back in here into the Room to Room Weather Center and talk about, again, your school day forecast. As we mentioned, 30% on that rain coverage there at drop-off. There's no school day forecast, Gabe. It's Saturday. I saw it behind the scenes, and I was like, oh, we're good. No, we're not good. Okay, hold on. Let's get you an actual hour-by-hour that works for your Saturday. We could have put in double-decker. Could have been in Super Bulldog weekend. Instead here, let's go back one. We'll give you an hour-by-hour that actually looks like something. So here you are. Notice most of tomorrow, and this is updated from when you showed you the next 24 a minute ago, rain coverage peaking in the morning and then likely drier after that. The take away this, we had all your Friday evening plans messed up, but a good chunk of Saturday hopefully is good to go. So fingers crossed that's the way this ends up playing out. So Futurecast continuing to show maybe a redevelopment of another batch of thunderstorms, 8 to 9 o'clock this evening from Oxford back toward Bruce. I'll say this again. I think this is highly aggressive. Optimistic might be another word to describe it. Maybe pessimistic is probably the better word. Either way, I think it's unlikely we're probably going to see anything that gets back up to severe levels with that. We're going to double check that with our strike model in a second. But again, one of the things it does note, and I think this is important to say, is that we'll continue to redevelop some thunderstorms overnight, and where those end up landing the heaviest, 3, 4, 5 inches of rainfall, not impossible, out of our setup over the next 12 to 24 hours or so. I'm going to take that out of play. We're going to go over to the strike model, which I have liked better for this entire event. And we'll kind of advance this here. Now, I say that, and it's still a little off on its position. But you can see 7, 8, 9 o'clock. So this one's probably also a little slow on where it has everything at that point in time as well. I think it's very slow, and I think it's difficult to say that it would regenerate that much. So I think the fact that it's running a little faster, I think everything here makes me fairly well believe, looking at this, that we have already seen the peak of our severe weather threat for Northeast Mississippi. We're pretty much done at this point, kind of reaffirming what we've said looking at radar there, but maybe still a few of these heavier near the Alabama state line. But I think that timing is probably closer to, say, 7, 8 o'clock as opposed to 10 o'clock. So I think it's a little slow and aggressive on that. But both projections do is on the south side of this, there's some place where those storms just kind of keep going through a good chunk of the overnight period, and somebody just picks up a bucket load would be underestimating with, but let's just say a lot of rainfall. But what that definitely does is it clears us on out of here, and things look a little better into tomorrow. So looking at low temperatures tomorrow morning, we have those down in the neighborhood of the low 60s, and maybe mid 60s out there to start your Saturday morning under what should be, again, mostly cloudy skies, rainfall initially, but things hopefully drying out as we go through the day. So let's look through your weekend forecast here. Now we're Saturday, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. The same stuck front up here to the north will be an initiation point for maybe some additional thunderstorms. Notice we have them south. Notice we have them east. Notice we have them west. Can we really get lucky enough that we miss all three? I'm certainly hoping that's the way this plays out, but that might be ultra optimistic there, because notice it does have a few isolated showers and thunderstorms that do try to break out closer to that boundary, just not nearly as many as what we have out there today. So one of the good signs, hopefully that is the way this plays out. High temperatures on your Saturday, we're looking somewhere in the upper 70s to lower 80s under what should be, again, mostly the partly cloudy skies for a good chunk of the day. Then Saturday night, big complex of thunderstorms. Where does it go? How does that play out? So as you can see, back to the west here, closer to Fort Smith and into North Texas there and in Oklahoma, big complex of thunderstorms diving southeastward. This keeps it out there west of Greenville. 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning there, diving there toward Monroe, Louisiana, and heading down toward Jackson. In saying that, I have other projections that are just a little farther north and east, and that little difference could be a huge difference on how this seems and feels to play out. So I'm going to take and break this model. If you'll stay with me for a second here, we're going to change, at the very least, the precipitation on this over to our strike model. And we'll see if we can make this 12Z the most recent. Yep. So this is, again, looking toward your Saturday night. See how there are thunderstorms and they form a little farther north? And then you get that same kind of complex of thunderstorms there, diving toward Greenville, more in the target of this batch here, possibly Cleveland. This would still be a scenario where we could have a little bit of rotation on these, perhaps some hail and damaging winds a possibility. At 6 o'clock, we'll look more at triple threat with that. Greenwood moving toward Kosciuszko there, where that batch is going. And does still probably have enough to it that could be severe. The north side of this in particular there, that part moving toward Kosciuszko, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, early Sunday morning, is definitely the part out of the whole line that I'm most interested in. It's the one that's kind of going a little more east, and that's where maybe there could be a little bit of rotation down to maybe Canton as well. So you'll notice this is farther. We kind of have two solutions here, one that's kind of a little farther north, one that's a little farther south. And it all kind of depends on where storms develop back out on the plains, right? So if we knew exactly where they're going to pop up, we'd say it's going to follow that path right southeast. But at this point here, kind of looking at that, maybe not. So I think that certainly we need to be thinking ahead, paying attention. And by the way, that time of day is the reason why we always talk about weather call. It's that phone alert that will let you know if damaging weather is moving toward you, tornadoes, strong wind gusts, large hailstones. All of those things are going to be give you phone calls. If the National Weather Service puts out severe thunderstorm, tornado warnings, or flash flood emergencies, that's when those calls are made. So you can get more information, of course, by the QR code below me here. It's the same alert I have from my family. And we always talk about this, and I think it's important to say we need to layer up those opportunities. Make sure, of course, to have the weather call, the Mississippi Live Weather app, code red, as well as the NWS Weather Radio. Think of building your layers of protection, your layers of armor there, so that you can know if you're in danger, and obviously check back in with us tomorrow as we get closer related to that. We'll have more information. Okay, so that gets us through tomorrow. Before we go any further than this, I'm going to hop back over to right now and check out Mama Justice Doppler, make sure there's not something else we're missing down here. Storms, we're looking all the way from Monroe County. Let's look back there from the Jackson area. A lot of lightning out of these. As you can see, 1,000 lightning strikes in this batch here. Severe thunderstorm warning still continues for Attala County. Checking our camera there in Kosciuszko. Just one of the things we like to do, make sure we still have power to the location there. I believe it's on the Breezy News Tower. And I'm trying to see if that is moving. Yep, we still have cars moving on that there. Attala County under that severe thunderstorm warning until 6 p.m. A little east of that, in Ackerman, kind of looking back toward the west, sort of into this there, a murky look, 77 degrees the current temperature. And compare that, by the way, looking at a dew point at 68 right there versus what that measure of moisture is when we go out and come up the Tupelo, where that is 63. That's the difference between, hey, we're seeing rain, and hey, we're seeing storms. So again, that's hopefully a distinction that needs to be made here. And the reason why most of these storms remain below severe limits, and honestly are just showers farther north, whether it's there or whether it's in Houston, kind of splitting the difference between where temperature looks like it's pretty similar there, coming in around 70 degrees at this point and time. Okay, so back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar. Just make sure there's not something else that we're missing on this batch there. I think that storm continues to weaken. If we look at the severe threats on it, we only now have a few spots there where you see some of the purples where maybe some half-inch hail. This shows us the peak severe weather threat. And so if the peak threat is maybe a half-inch hail, this is probably below severe limits at this point. And when you look at the loop here over the last 30 minutes to hour, you can definitely see that this has come down in intensity. We had some spots on there where we had some of the darker purples where it was definitely probably producing some hail. That's less and less the case. So a sign of weakening on this storm here. So knock on wood, hopefully that continues to be the case. Let's go wider shot here for a moment. And again, peak threats is just mainly rainfall north of this area. We just kind of show you that for some reassurance here. It's all in the green up north. And if we're in the green, that's usually a pretty good sign, right? That usually means no severe weather out of that. Of course, you can join the conversation. You typically have a fairly robust conversation ongoing here on all the various forms of social media. I appreciate every one of you for supporting us here. Also, just a reminder that support Eat With Us, That'd be Harvey's, who are advertising right now with us, Exceed Technologies, and all the folks that support us here on Mississippi Live. It is, to be clear, everything we have here costs money. None of it's free. And so those advertisers have stepped up to provide this service so we can provide this service to you. We know that they have a choice on where they advertise, and you do as well. So whether it's First Choice Bank or Room to Room or Mama Justice, be willing to support those people who support us here on Mississippi Live. Okay, so I think we kind of have the current time back up to date. So let's go ahead and pick back up, looking toward the future here. So I'm going to pick things back up. Again, we talked about Saturday and Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Probably some thunderstorms around, at least some rainfall there to begin the day. So low 60s out there to begin your Sunday. Let's walk through the remainder of that day. As we look toward the afternoon time period, we could potentially have maybe some isolated showers still around. Kind of wider shot still shows the same stuck front. South of that, there's fuel. So some spotty showers and thunderstorms remain possible Sunday midday and Sunday into afternoon as well. So you see how that just kind of jumped there? That's because we went over to our strike model. Now remember, strike had storms farther north. That's why there's more storms on there as well, is because the storms were farther north, so it keeps storms later into the day and keeps them a little bit heavier. And based on what we've seen today, which is that most storms have been non-severe and strike was a little bit more aggressive, I think hopefully that's something that works in our favor on keeping these storms a little less impressive on Sunday, but still a possibility to maybe have one or two of those heavy to strong. High temperatures, middle to lower 80s out there for your Sunday afternoon. And then by Monday, things start to get more rough once again, potentially as well. So let's look at that. Let's go ahead and go through Monday, looking at our strike model here. And so Monday daytime period, we're still Sunday night here. So let's wait to get to Monday. Another strong storm system moving in, some pre-dawn showers there. I'm always interested when we get nighttime isolated storms, which is what this is depicting back out there with a lone supercell back into Arkansas. That usually tells us that the atmosphere is ready for something. A couple pop-up showers to begin early Monday morning there. Let's go back and let's add in a few more things. Give me a moment to add in a couple other models here for a second. Let's pick that back up, and we'll get back to that 7-day forecast here in a second. Into Monday, possibly a few isolated showers and thunderstorms trying to pop up there. Hold on. Hey, Gabe, I don't know if we've clicked something on that or not. Let me go back here and check something. Something went haywire on that. I think that, there we go. Okay, let's keep it on this here for just a second, and we'll worry about 7-day here in a minute. So a few spotty showers and storms possible during the day Monday. This warm front represents more unstable air moving back into the region, and once we're going to get that southerly flow bringing that in, this is going to be a chance for pretty significant storms up to the north of us, right? Up there toward the Midwest versus what we have down here. So this is where these storms are a little bit stronger. But for us, see how there's kind of this wave that's kind of catching up here? That could be a focal point for additional storm development as we go toward Monday evening and potentially Monday night. So kind of get an initial wave and then more storms developing back out here into Arkansas and back into Texas. We're about 9 p.m. Monday evening here. And notice how this particular projection, our strike model, has some of those thunderstorms trying to move toward our area by early Tuesday morning. Now, the latest version here clearly has come down a lot from what we were looking at earlier today. So hopefully that is a trend that continues there. But we don't really clear out the unstable air. We should still have fuel around, and that will eventually lead to more thunderstorm chances as we look toward a Tuesday, maybe in the afternoon, maybe Wednesday. But by Thursday, still some potential, though that threat might be shifting a little bit more as well. So I'm going to switch, Gabe, I'm going to switch radars here for a moment so that I know that you can go ahead and update that 7-day forecast. We'll come back over here and check our storms there in Attala County and down stretching into Leake County as well. Just kind of looking at the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I don't see anything more than broad rotation on any of those storms. And I can still make an argument for a little bit of rotation, but really everything is pretty broad at this point in time. Not a lot of reports on these. We did get a couple reports down there closer to the Jackson area of some large hail with this. Have not got many reports from you of that in our area to this point. So that's a good sign. Obviously something that we don't want to see and don't want to have, but something we're monitoring nonetheless. So our severe thunderstorm warning continues in for the next little bit. Let me get this over to current time here for a moment so I can get my time on that. 2 minutes remaining on that severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for 1 inch hail on at the biggest out of these, and maybe some strong gusty winds. So that's what we're moving into Carthage there. Obviously Kosciuszko a little bit past you at this point in time. And Gabe, as soon as that is ready, go ahead and let me know, and I will. You go ahead and pop up the 2 box, and then I'll go ahead and look at that here in a second. So our meteorologist Gabe Maynor making the adjustments to the 7-day forecast on the fly right now here, made the forecast a little bit ago, and so making those adjustments. Let's go ahead and bring up our chat here. Let's see if that will kind of keep it on the same thing. It does. So have a good supper time. I agree with that, G Price. That's what we're hoping a lot of folks can do. Hey, everybody, thank you so much again for supporting us here on Mississippi Live. And appreciate you, Christy, for appreciating what we're doing here. And everybody, big happy birthday to the birthday man himself, Gabe Maynor. He is a quarter century old this year. Doesn't make me feel old either, does it? But happy birthday, Gabe. Hopefully you have a fantastic day. You've had a fantastic day before you came into work. I guess when your birthday's in April, you're kind of used to, from time to time, having to have some storms on your birthday. And that's certainly the way it's worked out for Gabe this time around. So Gabe, I see you there. I'll go ahead and pop it up. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone in the chat for wishing me a happy birthday too. Trust me, I have been reading them. I just can't respond to everybody with the weather going on, updating the forecast. So navigating that behind the scenes. But I do appreciate all of the warm wishes. And my birthday wish today actually was for these storms to not do anything. And so far, the 25th wish has prevailed. So I don't want to say you're welcome, but...
Well, we are thankful that you are here today. Let's talk about that 7-day.
So as we look at the 7-day forecast, one of the big shifts that I was looking at with the latest model trends is Thursday and Friday of next week. And I know you're looking at me and saying, Gabe, look at all the rain ahead of that we need to worry about. Let's not focus on Thursday, Friday right now. Well, the start of the month, which is on Friday, has been a day that we've had circled over the last several days because there's that potential for some strong storms. And so as we get into Thursday, that was more of the focal point. But since then, models kind of shifting that threat a little bit more towards Friday. And that's why Friday's percentages have come up. And I do expect that Thursdays will trend down if that trend does hold. Now, there's still several days ahead of that before we do get into that threat. But nonetheless, we have seen a little bit of a shift and a change in that pattern. And Monday and Tuesdays have come up because, and we saw it on Strike Model just a moment ago, that front never fully swings through North Mississippi, giving that drier, calmer air. So we continue to see the potential for some storms. We have the fuel there by Tuesday. And as that upper level system works its way into North Mississippi, then we're seeing another chance for a few storms. So as of right now, I need to check the area. I don't believe there is one in place for Tuesday, but I wouldn't be shocked if they did put one there if, again, these new trends hold, because that's something new that has been added over the last couple of runs with both the Euro and the GFS. And whenever there's consistency with those, it ups our confidence as well for that event to happen.
Absolutely. We'll be talking more about that coming up at 6 o'clock. And again, you can follow us, like, subscribe, download, follow, search for Mississippi Live on Roku, Apple TV, Fire Stick. You'll find our apps there. If you search for Mississippi Live weather throws it off. I don't know why. It drives me crazy. It just does. You have to search for Mississippi Live there, or you can snap a screenshot here, download our apps. It helps support us so that we can continue providing this service here on Max South and beyond in the future. Our next live broadcast is going to be coming up at 6 p.m. tonight. We're going to look at triple threat, the remainder of our severe weather threat for tonight, where the rotations expected going into tonight, looking at those complexes of thunderstorms this weekend and using our exclusive again, triple threat and rotation tracker on that, but also looking ahead toward the crossover. Updated data, looking at the severe weather threats late next week in particular, the ones Gabe was mentioning. We'll break down those threats coming up in the Room to Room Weather Center coming up at 6 p.m. tonight. Hope you will join us then. We'll see if we maybe can touch back with Caleb and Maggie as well at that point in time as storms continue to kind of encroach upon the Golden Triangle region. So as we kind of wrap things up here at 5, one more time, showing you the latest here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for locations down here in Attala, in Leake counties, as well as Madison counties. These thunderstorms have some organization to them. They largely are below severe limits, but some of the areas in this could potentially still have some gusty wind and maybe some hail. We just haven't had a lot of reports out of it. And that's the thing, we sometimes get the scenario where we get a lot of reports, and then this batch, we just haven't had a ton. So we're monitoring things. I think we're going to take a quick break here. And if things kind of, hold on, Gabe's getting my attention. So never mind. Gabe Maynard, what you got?
Okay, so for our baseball fans out there, I know that Mississippi State altered their game time, but getting reports, I'm working on confirming this, that there's going to be a doubleheader tomorrow for Ole Miss. So game time tonight, I believe that is for tonight's game, is getting rescheduled to tomorrow and working a doubleheader for that drier forecast ahead.
Okay, we do a little bit of sports here, our SEC baseball forecast, or maybe rescheduled forecast brought to you by Carl Hogan Toyota. I appreciate them and all the different partners we have here on Mississippi Live. Okay, we're going to take a break here. At the very least, we're going to take a break. I'm going to talk to Gabe behind the scenes for just a moment. You're watching Mississippi Live weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Okay, we took a deep breath. We're going to keep on going here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Attala, Leake, and Madison counties, that in effect until 6 p.m. That's when our next live broadcast is. So we're going to keep on going as we track these storms ahead into this evening. I'm going to toss it over to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, though, to do a little bit on that so I can monitor a couple things here behind the scenes. And Gabe, just most of these storms, again, are still flirting with severe levels, but we luckily have not had a lot of strong reports out of them, right?
For sure. We are getting reports out of the Canton area, or not Canton, Flowood, just north there of Jackson, of some of that small hail report they were saying about pea-sized and diameter, so not exactly up to severe standards, but the fact that it's producing hail shows that there is some of that potential strong development. So there's a look at your reports. I'll have to go to that latest scan. And as we look at that, so 0.8 inches, so a little bit higher than pea-sized, but they did at least account for that. And those are over there towards the Jackson area, with this one towards Pelahatchie moving right along I-20 east, and that will continue to remain south of our area. But as we look up towards the north, this is where, as Matt was mentioning, we have that severe thunderstorm warning in place until 6 p.m. on our Friday. Therefore, Attala County, all things considered, the bulk of the concerning storms are going to be down there towards Leake County and continuing closer to the Clifton area, way closer to Jackson, so a little bit south of us. But we do still have this one storm that's closer to the East Macedonia area and continuing to shift in the eastern part of Attala County. As we look at the latest on our threats, and we're going to bring it in a bit closer because this is the one in Attala County that catches our attention, you can see that we do have some of those strong winds once again, and these winds getting about 20 to 30 miles an hour, so it's not fully up to severe standards, and the lack of reports reassuring us in that, but it is going to be at least a gusty system. Where we kind of catch our attention for that severe potential is with that possible hail, and as we look at our True Shield Roofing hail threat, it's continuing to be in that possible category, meaning more than likely staying aloft in this category. Whenever we start to get more of those darker colors, those probable ones, that's where we're getting some of that hail here in North Mississippi. So as of right now, have not gotten any confirmation of that. If anyone in the chat does have a report, please feel free to send that over. but haven't gotten that since it was south of Kosciuszko. And now if we're looking at the latest positioning, well off there towards the east. And what I want to look at is a lightning comparison. We're 86 strikes. Oh, my big head is blocking it. 86 strikes, and that's moving across Highway 14 closer to Providence and Smyrna. That is where we are continuing to see the thunderstorm in play, but it's definitely lacking the punch that it had earlier on. I mean, if we go a few scans ago, closer to 200 strikes, so there has been a shift in that pattern. And so let's go ahead and do a storm track on this because it is continuing to be our storm to watch, and it's going basically in that directly east. We're going to keep that 20-mile-an-hour time frame, and as we drag that storm track out, we're going to go from the heart of this storm, and I'll give it a little bit of a northern tilt to it, not by a large margin. So we're seeing East Macedonia there, 610, the Vowel community closer to 617. Let's drag this out a good bit a ways away because it does potentially get up there towards Louisville and Macon if we put this longer track on it. So let's do 30 miles, and you can see that we are Calvary 649, Noxapater 657, Center Ridge 658, Estes 7 o'clock, and Claytown to 714. On this one, has it just below Louisville? I'm going to drag a new one because I do want folks in Louisville to at least have a heads up. So as we put a track on this, we'll do a little bit more of a northeastern flow to it and make sure we drag that the right way and the right speed. There we go, and put the right, we'll go about 30 miles out on that track. There we go, Louisville about 654. Does look like it will remain south, but folks in Louisville can at least get a heads up on this setup. So there's the latest on the time frames. East Macedonia 607, Calvary 642, Noxapater 649, Louisville closer to about 654. And it continues to be some of that hail showing up. We can do our peak threats right here. And as you can see that we are still getting some of those hail reports further aloft, but what's actually reaching the surface continues to be more minimal than just some of that heavy rainfall. Throughout the day, one thing I want to look at here real quick while we have a moment with these storms is how much rainfall we've received so far today. And we're getting well over an inch in some spots, but out there towards Arkansas, you can see how we've gotten reports over 2 inches closer to the Little Rock area, towards Pine Bluff and the Dumas area. That's where we're expecting some of that flooding rainfall potential to be as more thunderstorms work their way into the area. So as those start to shift more into North Mississippi, we're not fully done just yet, and potentially getting a additional rainfall, and that could be more of a concern for some of that flash flooding risk. As we look right now at our SPC risk, we do continue to see that slight risk maintained across Highway 82 and for portions south. Let me drag these arrows off there. And you can see that that does include where we've gotten some of those hail reports. Forest towards Louisville, all the way down there towards Meridian, Laurel, and Macomb, Mississippi. That level 3 risk, though, is where we get more of that tornadic activity. And you can see that we've already gotten a confirmed tornado on the east side of Kiowa, Oklahoma, well out of our area. But this is the area out there where that level 3 risk is in place for some tornadoes to be seen. In our area, we were talking about how it's a very limited potential, and we expect most of those rotating storms to be more hail. Well, we've seen that so far today. So, you know, what we've been talking about all week long continues to be in play, and there is still that level 2 threat. So far with what I'm seeing, I'm not sold on that actually producing a tornado as of right now. So continuing to watch that as we get closer through, or as we move through the night, but as of right now, it's definitely not standing out so far. Wind is our concern, as well as some of these thunderstorms do move into the area, and some of that hail in play as well. But again, some of that large hail has that level 4 threat out there in Oklahoma. Let's bring it back in here closer to home, right there towards North Mississippi. And for folks that are in the chat asking, well, what about my area? What about me? What's going on here in North Mississippi? Well, let's do like I said, it's my birthday, so I'll pick the color. Right? So as we look at this line, this is where I currently have it. So Kosciuszko kind of out on the outer fringes of this, but everyone to the northwest of this blue line is going to be, oh, Matt had a better hand in this than me. Okay, sorry for the additional line there, but they are going to be okay. We are just seeing that stratiform rainfall back behind this system, and that's going to be giving us some much needed rainfall. I know my gardens appreciate it. I know your gardens probably do as well. So going to be very beneficial. The area that we're still watching, though, is going to be Starkville, right on those outer fringes of that leading line, and then towards Columbus and Macon. And might I add, in Starkville, folks over there are probably about to get some rainfall. Let's actually zoom in a little bit closer, and I'm going to go out of our Monroe County site. And the reason why I want to focus on here is because Super Bulldog weekend is ongoing and they do have the game out there in Starkville. And if we look at our camera out there, we will continue to see that we are, let me take this zoom off, that might help. So we're looking at a Starkville here. And we're just going to see some of that heavy rainfall, that moderate rainfall starting to move in. Yeah, so you can see some of the dampness there on the roads of that light to moderate rainfall, and even some dark clouds as well showing up. And the game is still ongoing. I've been having it up behind the scenes just to make sure that it's still happening. And as of right now, they are only in the bottom of the sixth. This is, of course, one of the more action-packed games Mississippi State has played. And, of course, it's on a night where we're dealing with some rain chances. So, unfortunate there. And I have heard that Double Decker is going to be on a 30-minute rain delay as well. So just continue to monitor those things. Heavy rainfall out there in Oxford. We have a camera out there that I believe has been back up and running. So yes, there's a look out of the Welcome Back Oxford camera. Brought to you by North Mississippi Storm Chasers and sponsored there by Phoenix Building Solutions. You're seeing the drops there on the lens, just that light to moderate rainfall overhead, and that's going to add to what has already been a pretty soggy day up there in Lafayette County. And I know it's a busy day with Double Decker weekend going on, so if you were headed up there, make sure to grab that umbrella and be ready to get a little bit wet with all that rainfall. So looking back at our radar, of course, what we're tracking is going to be that light to moderate rainfall on the back end of this. Not impossible to get a few rumbles of thunder, but like Matt was mentioning, the difference that we're seeing with this is, let me zoom in particularly on this one. You see the purples that are showing up, those brighter DBZs? Look at the strikes we're getting attached to it. 5 strikes over the last 30 minutes. So beforehand, when it was moving through Winona, through Carroll County, we were upwards of 200 to 500 strikes. Now we're at 5. Taking off 2 zeros matters in this circumstance, as we are going to be well below severe limits, and these storms are not packing as much of a punch. But with that being said, heavy rainfall expected just east of Grenada and north of Duck Hill, moving right along Highway 8 towards the southern fringes of Calhoun County. A little bit more of that activity towards Glendora. We're seeing some more of those lightning strikes, about 40. I need to move the strikes because my head is always blocking it. 42 strikes over the last 30 minutes there in the Glendora area and towards Distal. So that is where we're paying attention to more of those storms and continuing up there towards Tillatoba. But for anyone asking in the chat, no, we are not going to be seeing any severe weather there towards Charleston, Tillatoba, towards Hardy, towards the Glendora area. Mentioned to you a couple times, no worry about severe weather. Where we see the severe thunderstorm in place is this one down there in southern Atala County until 6 p.m. And we'll have to swap our radar sites over to the Jackson radar site. And not as impressive of a return. One thing I want to look at before we move past this is going to be that hail swath. And there's been no resurrection of the hail swath, so not worrying about that for folks in Providence or East Macedonia. The only thing that we're getting is a high output of lightning. And if we look at those power outage numbers, I did have that over there a second ago, but where we've seen some of those power outages take place have been Holmes County, right there with, I believe it was about 40 outages a few moments ago. Atala County showing up with about 90 outages, and up there towards Tishomingo County, they had close to 100 outages as well, just due to the lightning, due to some of those strong wind gusts. It only takes one branch to be knocked over in the wrong direction, and then you're looking at some of those sporadic power outages popping up. So let me see if the numbers will show up. It's a 200 there in Tishomingo County. Unfortunately, it's not a ton of, or fortunately, it's not a ton of people in Atala and Holmes County, but there are still a few outages popping up. One of the things that I need to check on is going to be Sunflower County there and Tallahatchie County. Starting to see some more of those outages pop up, but overall, that's due to the lightning, that's due to the strong winds, but not really due to severe weather impacts, all things considered. One of the things, Matt, that I was talking about all week was power outages is what I expect out of this. You know, with the high lightning producer, with some of those stronger winds knocking some things over in the wrong direction, that was one of the things that I felt like was almost a sure thing in this setup, rather than, you know, us seeing hail or tornado or strong damaging winds. It was just going to be the lightning doing the most damage in this setup.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, we'll see how that goes on that. But I think in general, this could have been worse, and hopefully will not be going forward into the night. I'm gonna give it back to you for just a second here to finish them up.
Yeah, so we are going to continue this through the warning because it is in place until 6 o'clock there in southern Atala County. And looking at the latest scans, continuing to assess this, doesn't look as concerning. And so we're going to continue to drive this out through the 6 o'clock hour, and then of course go through our broadcast at 6, our regularly scheduled programs. So looking at the latest, if you're in Macon, if you're in Sugar Lock, Brooksville, Louisville, do we need to be worried? With what we've seen so far, I haven't seen anything that stands out. But the one thing that I will say has not changed is, well, let me make sure what they're talking about behind the scenes. I believe Edinburgh and Kosciuszko might be down. Let me check that real quick, because Kosciuszko being down, that'd be new within the last few moments. Let me see if there's any movement on there. Yeah, we got movement. So Kosciuszko's still going. Okay, sweet. So let's go ahead and bring it back to our dew points. Why I was showing this? Well, this is our fuel that we've been talking about for some of these storms to get going. There is still fuel in North Mississippi, and that's why we expect some of these thunderstorms to continue through the weekend. Where we're getting the effects of the front are all the way out here towards the Kansas and Oklahoma area where that drier air is settling into. We get more systems moving through the weekend, and that's going to continue to keep that moisture around, as well as that unstable air, allowing for those storms to continue. And that is, of course, why we're paying attention through the weekend for any of that thunderstorm development, but even into early next week as that main frontal system pushes in and gives us another chance at some of those thunderstorms here in North Mississippi. So we're going to go on more of a high definition mode real quick and look at some of those storms. Down south definitely stands out with some of those peak threats. I think that's where we'll get a better visual on this. Yeah, with some of those darker purples showing up, that shows larger hail potential towards Good Hope, Lena, and Contrell, Mississippi. And that's going to continue to move east, so not going to affect us here in North Mississippi, at least not at the same strength that it's at right now. And one of the things that we were talking about as well is whenever you get those darker purples showing up, that's going to be that probable hail, and that's where we're getting it towards Contrell rather than the possible hail reports that we've been getting here in North Mississippi so far. So that's why probably getting more of those reports, and of course we'll monitor the National Weather Service chat here in a moment to make sure that we have those latest reports, but a little bit of a different atmosphere than what we have here in North Mississippi, and that's keeping those reports so far to our south as well. So it does look like they're going to let Attala County expire, so that's good for the top of the hour, Matt. But kind of tracking things ahead, it's going to be a very rainy pattern through the weekend and into parts of next week as well.
Absolutely will be. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there again, helping us out. Appreciate that so much, Gabe. Current time is now 5:59, almost 6 o'clock. So we're going to get rolling into our 6 o'clock broadcast. Mississippi Live Weather at 6 starts.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Well, welcome in Mississippi Live Weather at 6. We've been tracking severe thunderstorms in Attala County in particular, stretching down into Leake County. Those warnings have been allowed to expire within the last few minutes here. We've had crews out here across North Mississippi because this has not only just been, in some cases, severe weather, it's been disruptive weather. Of course, our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there, as you can see, been monitoring your reports behind the scenes. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, with her Diamond Dogs shirt on there down in the Starkville area for Super Bulldog weekend. We'll start with you, Maggie, real quick, and then we're going to get to some power outage issues we have down there. Maggie, what do you...
Yeah, hey Matt, I'm here in Starkville for Super Bulldog weekend. I actually just left the game, but for some good news for folks that kept in and stuck with it, unlike me, we didn't see a lightning delay. So storms, and y'all saw that rain kind of fell apart as it moved into Oktibbeha County. So I saw the latest lightning strike that I saw was in Maben, and that's 15 miles away. You got to have 10 miles for a lightning delay. So no delay at the game, and it's looking to shape up to be a pretty good game if you go and watch it or keep up with it. So great game ongoing, rain ongoing in the Starkville area, but again, no lightning up here over in Oktibbeha County, creating that delay. So I know you guys have been tracking storms, tracking more severe weather down to our south. So that's the story, still moving forward, is still have some strong storms in the area, just not here in Oktibbeha County. So that's some good news again for folks that are still at that game.
Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, down there. Promise I won't bug you anymore tonight unless something super ridiculous happens. I'm glad you guys are safe, and thank you so much for your hard work today.
No problem.
Okay. So let's talk hour-by-hour forecast here for just a moment into the evening. We're kind of beyond the peak, I think, of our overall rain and storm chances going forward. We'll still have some, as you can see there. We're going 50% on that rain coverage through 10 p.m., 40% by 1 in the morning, so diminishing late overnight. But I think the peak threat for strong and severe thunderstorms, you can almost even just look at temperatures and kind of see the zones where we're too cool to have it and zones where we're more likely to have some issues there. So again, here's the rain cooled air stretching from Greenville back there toward Cleveland, Clarksdale. We've used up a lot of our instability there, but still ahead of that there in Starkville, in Macon, and Aliceville. So still not impossible to have some stronger thunderstorms even in a few of those locations. But looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can clearly see there are still some spots that look worse than others. For example, and Gabe spent some time talking about this a minute ago, look at the lightning strikes for the kind of the northern half of the area here, right? I'm not going to change the zoom, but I'm just going to change the pan on this in a minute. 107 lightning strikes, all we have with these, 5 or 6 red areas that you see here with heavier rainfall. Compare that to what we have when we slide southward and we look at where we've had those severe storms. And now in this area, on the same map, same kind of width and everything, we're now up here at 3,200 lightning strikes? That's a big difference. So that tells you the lightning, a sign of how unstable or tumultuous the atmosphere is, and so a clear-cut sign that there are bigger issues the farther south that you head. Mama Justice Doppler, we're going to come in and look at specific storms here in just a moment, but our severe thunderstorm warning for Leake and Itala County has been allowed to expire. On the wider here, we still have plenty of thunderstorms back out here into Oklahoma. Why does that matter? These are going to eventually come this way. The question is there enough fuel for them to work off of? I'm going to look at the same thing we looked at a minute ago, just on the wider shot here, looking at temperatures. In this case, temperatures somewhat of a sign of kind of what we have to contend with here. And so you can see where there's, the rain-cooled air, and those thunderstorms are going to try to follow this boundary. So unless we can get enough southerly winds to push that northward, this kind of shows the cutoff for where those storms are most likely to go, probably following that instability boundary. And that means probably heading more to Jackson than here in the northeast part of the state. So most of northeast Mississippi, most of north Mississippi is probably done with the severe weather threat as far as tonight is concerned. Here's still the lingering official threat from the folks at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. And I think likely with the next update, we'll see the northern part of this trimmed out even more, as it's really probably closer to Jackson and south that our peak severe weather threat will be from now forward into the evening. Certainly looking at our future cast here, the storms in the northern part are just not as impressive as they are farther south. Texarkana back here toward Bastrop and Jackson. These are the spots there we're most likely to probably have some impact, some issues with this and continuing to have those showers and thunderstorms. And again, there's that kind of next complex of storms trying to move into and through the area as we head overnight there. But again, you'll notice it is south of Jackson. Those are heaviest. That's not to say we don't have thunderstorms up here, and not impossible to get some hailstones out of these, but these will not be tornado-producing thunderstorms if they happen in North Mississippi. These would be hail, maybe wind, and probably just beneficial rainfall. God knows we need some of that. 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, those showers and thunderstorms still kind of ongoing there, but diminishing by, say, 6 to 7 to 8, and trying to clear things out. I think we'll redevelop some storms near our front tomorrow, but certainly pre-dawn is one of our best chances for rainfall all day, which for your outdoor activities, a good sign, and something I don't think very many people will have a problem with. Okay, so our next 24, good and updated now, got the numbers right on this. And you'll notice that rain chances early, kind of a break around midday, and then some additional thunderstorm chances try popping up in the afternoon. We're in the upper 70s, maybe only mid 70s for some spots because of the rain-cooled air. And wherever that frontal boundary islands will have a little extra lift that will help to produce some spotty thunderstorms. There remains a limited severe weather risk that extends into your Saturday night and early Sunday. Some differences in our projections. We're going to look at the triple threat of Mississippi Live exclusive coming up here after the break as we track ahead our storm chances on a very active pattern that has severe weather chances still tonight, arguably some tomorrow night and early Sunday, Monday, and then maybe on other instances next week. So the pattern remains active. In 60 seconds, we're looking ahead at triple threat to grab the next 4 days and where those threats are the greatest as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you, it's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Give the gift of a delicious burger from Bulldog Burger, a soup and sandwich from Sweet Pepper's Deli, appetizers and cocktails from The Grill, or even a wood-fired steak from Harvey's. Choice is the perfect gift. An all-in-one gift card from Eat With Us.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
Welcome Mississippi Live Weather at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. Tupelo, you are done. No severe weather threat the remainder of this evening. We need more rain. We haven't got enough, but we're at least getting some, and we'll continue to have these dark and ominous sort of looking clouds. But if my kids, wanting to know what could they do this evening, they're not here at the home studio. They've gone out doing farm sort of things with their sitter this evening. The fact they're not here and 3 feet away from the shelter should tell you Tupelo, we're in good shape. There's no issues as far as severe weather is concerned this evening. Our Mitchell Cunningham bowling camera showing up clear at this point in time. Same thing at Smithville. I know we always want to give as much reassurance as we can to a lot of folks here coming up on some big anniversaries next week, and with some storm chance it could overlap with that, looking toward the first part of next week. But Smithville, we are 68, and again, no severe weather chance. That north wind, a sign there of that rain cool there that's starting to kind of move into and through the area. Same thing also down there in Monroe County there in the Aberdeen area, just cloudy and dreary, 72 in Aberdeen at this point in time. We've been waiting on those storms to get closer to Ackerman. Our camera down in Ackerman with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers does show, again, some grayish movement in some of the clouds. Notice that air is a little warmer, a little more unstable, a little more fuel, and all those littles add up to a slightly better chance to possibly see some thunderstorms that could be heavier to stronger. Looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, we go down here closer to Forest for our Max South viewers down there. A severe thunderstorm warning in the Forest area for Scott County. That in effect until 7 p.m. there for Scott County and Smith County. So watching this again for some of the folks down there. Let's get kind of a track on these storms and double check the hail swath potential on that. We show some of the pinks and purples there. There's a batch of hail that's moving there toward Frogtown, right along I-20 on our True Shield hail track. So for some folks down there, possibility that's going to cause some issues there. Let's track that about 30 miles, 25 to 30 miles per hour. We show Frogtown at 617, Norris at 633, Fiketown at 636 there, and 639. I mentioned a moment ago, kind of in passing, but not something in passing. You now can find us on Max South Channel 1, Channel 1001, and Channel 7001, depending on the device and location that you are watching us. So another way for traditional broadband cable subscribers to be able to catch us on Mississippi Live. So for Max South subscribers, you know somebody that has that, that's a way to be able to watch us down there. So watching for you in Forest and down there toward Klein and Tingle and Trenton as well. As we clear that off of there, new severe thunderstorm warning just north for also some of our viewers there in Carthage, Philadelphia, and Decatur on some of those thunderstorms. And one thing that also kind of stands out on this shot here is back toward Ridgeland, I am getting what's called a shear marker. You can see the circle there. That is a way in which our radar says, hey, there's a little extra rotation. Are you looking at it? And so let's look at it for a moment here on all these storms, kind of check and see how rotation plays out. That one there closer to Ridgeland, if I check the rotation on that, I show a little bit, not much. So I'm interested to see if that kind of continues, but that one that's not producing as much. And then this batch out here toward Morton Forest and Walnut Grove is the batch that we're tracking more. So this is the new warning there. It does include Leake, Scott, Newton, Neshoba, and Kemper and Lauderdale counties until 7:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get a storm track on this batch here. As we track that there toward Philadelphia. And let's go ahead and see if we can keep Decatur in that track and pull down that Skycam note there. So Pearl Hill now, Harpersville, we're looking at 612 for you right now. Madden at 618, Damascus at 617, Laurel Hill there at 622. This is some strong wind potentially, maybe some large hailstones possible out of this. For the locations that you see on the screen there. So if you know someone who's in advance of that, you can always snap a screenshot, send that off to them, and let them know, hey, there's some potential for damaging wind out of that thunderstorm there. I mentioned those counties. This also technically comes up, clips the bottom part of Atala, Winston, and may barely clip Noxubee County. I don't know if they technically, it looks like they cut it around Noxubee County. So Noxubee County not officially in that warning there. But if you give a comparison for a moment for where that is, versus what we have going on farther north, you'll notice that there is no comparison. Everything farther north is substantially weaker. So thankfully, for most of us, we are past the severe weather risk and moving on with whatever it takes to go into our evening. We'll look at the triple threat. Again, something you can see only here on Mississippi Live to get an idea of how things could develop from here. Triple threat looks at storm rotation, wind damage potential, and large hail potential, all aggregated, all put together on the same graphic. It's a Mississippi Live exclusive, and this is triple threat. First thing to note on triple threat, as we have noted on all of our models today, they were all slow. So the positioning is wildly off. You know, probably 25, 30, maybe 40 miles off. Maybe not quite 40 miles off, but at least 30 miles off on the positioning there on where the storms are. So it's running a little bit slow. But we look at triple threat not as much for what is happening in any specific second, and more to look at the aggregated overall threat. Notice with this batch of storms we have this evening and tonight, it still says that there are some spots where we could potentially see some rotation out there out of thunderstorms this evening and overnight. I'll tell you this, almost all indications are most of the rotation will be the kind that tries to produce hail, and maybe some enhanced wind gusts. We haven't had a lot of reports of either of those things, and hopefully that continues to be the case. But that's just something to keep in mind there, that I think most of the rotation we see here is the kind that helps it to produce maybe hail in the strongest thunderstorms. In saying that, that's not that far removed from where we were looking at some of those storms with some rotation down there closer to Ridgeland a moment ago there, about a county off. And we mentioned there was about a 30-mile difference, 30, 35, 40-mile difference. So that is within the realm of possibility that it's detecting some of those rotating thunderstorms just south of our area. Not south of our area, but just south of the primary coverage area where I would have covered them for years. I'm still adjusting to what the new area is. So give me some time to get there. So this would still include locations there, again, north of I-20. But notice how there's kind of this kind of batch of green and everything that comes in, and another complex of thunderstorms overnight. Now, what I don't see on that does not really look like it adds much for our area. I see some additional hail and rotation. Look here into Arkansas, right beside me here. I add some additional hail and rotation for some of the spots there, but I think that's about it. It does not really add much into our area. So, and hopefully a sign that that late Saturday night, early Sunday morning threat looks a little bit weaker. The positioning, I think, is continuing to align really in this corridor here, south of Grenada. Cleveland, you'd be in it. Greenwood, Greenville, Yazoo City, Kosciuszko, Philadelphia. This is the area here where we'll most likely see that overnight threat late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, and then additional thunderstorms probably into Monday that could potentially include some strong to severe storms. I don't have a good alignment on my projections. You see, we're not really adding much for our area here in the northern half of Mississippi. So fingers crossed that's how that eventually plays out. But the triple threat here shows that most of us are going to probably miss out on what is clearly the most likely spots for there to be rotation tonight, because I think, again, the positioning is a little bit off. And then into tomorrow night, the majority of those threats remain a little bit to the west of us. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. I know triple threat's one of those things that's a little bit complicated, but we hopefully are trying to give a lot of good information on that kind of all at the same time. Weekend forecast then, a 79 probably peak temperature on your Saturday. We're going to have rain both days, but Saturday is most likely to be dry, especially first part of the day. Though as you saw a moment ago on strike, most of Sunday is fairly dry as well. So there will be patches where heavy rainfall mess up your weekend plans. It's not going to be all weekend. It's not going to be all of us. Certainly the south and west portion of the area most likely to have some impacts there with that. Day planner on your Saturday, we're 62 at 7 a.m., 74 degrees by noon, 78 degrees as we look toward 3 p.m. under what should be partly cloudy skies. Our winds, out of the south and west continue to try to bring up a little bit of moisture there, but certainly first part of the day, most likely time frame for us to see some storms. Coming back to this evening, we are beyond the peak of severe weather. I think we'll continue to have thunderstorms into the overnight hours, 72 the temperature at 8 p.m., 67 by 11, and 64 degrees this evening as we look toward around 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Still some rumbles there, southwest portion of the area, locations were most concentrated on that. So here's a look at Futurecast. Continuing to have some of these rumbles behind this main line there, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. The peak storms that we watch for kind of the overnight threat are back here out into Texas. And these will kind of track here Texarkana. They're generally down toward, as you can see, Monroe, Louisiana, down closer to Jackson. Now, here's the deal. On the backside, we're still showing some showers and thunderstorms 2, 3 o'clock in the morning up here in North Mississippi. These will probably not, first off, there will not be a tornado threat with this. This is not a scenario up here in Greenwood or Grenada or Bruce or Water Valley or Tupelo. This is not a scenario where we're worried about tornadoes for any of you. Now, if that is something that you keep on your mind, totally get it. But make sure you have Mississippi Live's weather call. It's the easiest way to not think about that, because it will call you if tornado warnings are issued, if tornadoes are confirmed, severe thunderstorm warnings are issued, or there's major flash flooding. And the reason that is important is a phone call is disruptive, right? I love my app, but how many dings and bings have I just walked past and missed? And yet, if somebody calls me, and most people know not to call me during severe weather, but if somebody calls me like an emergency manager that has something important to say, this phone's going to ring. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to go, well, hold on. I might need to actually take this. So phone calls are disruptive. That's why weather call is valuable. So make sure to sign up using the QR code below me. If you know somebody, and maybe the Super Bulldog weekend, that's always the anniversary of a situation where it's important to pay attention to make sure your kids know that severe weather is possible. So sometimes maybe signing up the kids or the grandkids for weather call is a good idea as well, so they get that phone call to know something's up, because do they even call anymore? It's all text messages, right? Bring it back over here. Let's continue to walk through the remainder of the overnight time period, and still some heavy rainfall, some thunderstorms around 5, 6, 7 a.m., but most of it east of us as we get closer to, say, 6 to 7 a.m. for tomorrow morning. As those storms move out of here, our severe weather threat diminishes. Now, I've gone back and I'm showing our strike model. Again, same time period we were looking a second ago, different model, because I wanted to get some comparison. And this does not have the storms quite as strong as the reality back out here into Oklahoma. It's also much slower on kind of the initial wave of storms here to the east. So I'm not really in agreement with where strike has resolved this short-term part of this forecast. So I'm not in agreement on that. Let's just put it that way there. But I wanted to go back and kind of check that. It also still shows some storm development overnight, but nothing here that concerns me in the northern part of Mississippi for this to produce tornadoes. No one in these colored counties here that would count as that. So mid-60s out there, the low 60s for morning lows on Saturday. In some cases, you've already been rain-cooled in the mid-60s, only dropping a couple degrees from where we're at this point here, and well above the 55 we typically expect. Okay, now back here, looking through the day, hour by hour, we're now 9 a.m., 10 a.m., some showers showing up out there closer to Russellville, locations back out there into Tennessee. But for most of us here across North Mississippi, we're in pretty good shape. But a few rogue pop-up showers and thunderstorms out there near the Mississippi-Alabama state line, possibly with this continuing 3, 4 o'clock. So there might be a few more than what we're indicating on here, but I'm hoping that we've really kind of mixed things out and we can end up with a cloudy and dry day. Now let's talk high temperatures here for a second. These could be way too warm. If we get locked in the clouds like I showed you a second ago, we're not hitting 80 or 79 degrees. We're going to be cooler than that, maybe mid 70s out there. So let's keep that on the table as a possibility that we could be too warm on some of these temperatures. So if you're going to Double Decker in Oxford, or Super Bulldog weekend in Starkville, or really any of the other activities going on here across North Mississippi this weekend, really nice weather, all things considered. And for a person that has to wear tons of sunscreen, that's a good sign that that's not going to be a complaint. Okay, tomorrow night, let's dig into this. So tomorrow night, another chance for storms on the way. We're looking at the latest version of our Futurecast here. These storms, wherever these kind of develop back out here into Oklahoma and Kansas, is going to determine where they're coming. If they're up here closer to Springfield, Missouri, Emporia, Kansas, Tulsa, that's going to be a line that takes them in here. If they're instead more Fort Smith, Arkansas, Texarkana, that's a line that's going to take them more toward Jackson. So when we're looking at Futurecast here on this particular projection, this one is saying, hey, the northern area. And so that's why this is going to take this more right along our front and bring it in the North Mississippi and try to produce some damaging wind, I would say, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, early Sunday morning. Now, clearly, as you saw there, from Cleveland back to Greenwood, back to Winona and Kosciuszko, where this is the heaviest, in some ways, in a lot of ways, very similar locations to today. That's reasonable because it's going to follow what we call the instability axis, where there's kind of a line where there's more fuel, and it tracks right along that line there. And so I think late Saturday night, early Sunday, that's probably how that plays out. Low to mid 60s out there. You can even see there's a little more instability when you look at these mid 60s. Temperatures are warmer. That'll help fuel thunderstorms. I think, again, we're cool enough here in Vernon. There's no issues there. Amory, Tupelo, New Albany, most locations here across Northeast Mississippi, we're not concerned about what we see for that overnight threat there into early Sunday morning. There'll still be some lingering storms behind that potentially that kind of regenerate as we go into the day. You will see that looking at Futurecast. I'm going to have to break this model and go back through it here in a second because we switch our projection here from the HRRR to the strike model at 12:01 right after noontime on Sunday. Watch what immediately happens. Ready? And there's storms all over the place. That's the difference between our two models there, right? So we're going to re-rack this to show you that, again, with changing that all over to just the strike model on this. So give me a moment to do that. Whoop. And we'll delete out our HRRR model. And with that in mind, there we go. So this one now shows, again, you have that morning complex of thunderstorms, and then there's a lot of heavy rainfall that's just kind of left behind this. So notice that that is a dramatically different shot than the first version of Futurecast I showed you. I think this is overdone. Let's be clear on that. I definitely think this is overdone on Sunday, but it's a reminder that of your 2 weekend days, as many outdoor activities that I can on Saturday. There's still going to be a few issues out there, but I think it's a better bet. Sunday might end up dry, might be good for some of these events, but I would go with what feels like a more assured thing on Saturday versus Sunday. That's just, my planning opinion. Highs on Sunday. This is again assuming the drier scenario. We might still have some mid 80s out there, but if we end up with that wetter scenario, a lot of us are still stuck in the 70s for highs on Sunday. So keep that in mind. This could end up being a little bit warm. You want to make sure to have Mississippi Live Weather app. Any updates, any changes as we go through this, those will be, of course, on the app. And Caleb will be looking at things 6, 9, and 10 p.m. both Saturday and Sunday evening related to this. By Monday, we have another chance for active weather and potentially severe weather once again. Again, Futurecast does not have much here on our strike model, 9, 10, 11 o'clock Sunday evening here. The plains where storms are getting more active, where the system's getting more active out that direction. And that's where up here to the north, all the components are more in play for active and severe weather as we look toward Monday of next week. So this is the area we're watching the most closely, possibly to have some issues up here into the Midwest through your Monday. So notice how things get a lot more active up there. Iowa, Illinois. We're just sitting down here in Mississippi, not much going on. Why? Strong winds aloft are more pronounced up here. There's a wave kind of moving through more up here. We have fuel in Mississippi, but more of everything up here. As we head through the afternoon, there are those severe thunderstorms going, and then not as many back into Arkansas. Here's what you need to know about what we're looking at here, is that this is one of those, potentially high impact, low confidence sort of scenarios. I have a low level of confidence that we have enough convergence here to really get storms going on a widespread scale. The fuel is sort of there. The stronger winds, the shear, they're sort of there. But not much activity showing up there, as you can see by 5:30, 6 o'clock on your Monday afternoon. But then we get this batch of storms going out here into Arkansas and Texas. Is it possible that all that forms farther east? Yes. So that's one of the reasons why we're going to have to watch this very closely as this line comes in. This particular version of Futurecast breaks all that down before it ever gets here. So the takeaway being almost all of our high resolution, well, this is the only high resolution model you're going to find at this time frame out there, an exclusive, our strike model here. But all of our lower resolution models are also concentrating for locations a little farther to the north as well. And then on Tuesday, still the fuel around. Don't show much through 9, 10, 11 o'clock and noontime. We expect additional thunderstorms popping up in the afternoon. So I think the model's going a little too dry for Monday at this point here. Before we go any further, even though I have radar up here, and we're going to touch on that warning coming up here in a moment again as well, I need to show you the severe risk areas from Monday of next week, because that is something that has changed. So Monday's severe weather risk has moved a little farther north. In saying that, we think it's reasonable that, I'm going to clear everything off there for a moment. It is reasonable that when we finally see our level 1 severe weather risk added, and we're still, I think tomorrow they'll do that. I think tomorrow will be Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yes. That will probably extend into more of our area. So once the level 1 severe weather risk is added in, I think that will probably include a large chunk of our area. There could be some spots also eventually added back into level 2 risk. But I think the bullseye on that is farther north. And considering it's severe weather of any type, but especially on the 15th anniversary of April 27th, 2011, I don't think anybody's going to complain about not being in the bullseye of something. Certainly no one here at Mississippi Live Weather is going to complain about that. Looking into next week beyond that, though, there will eventually be additional severe weather risks later in the week. We don't show any for Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday at this point, or Friday. But later in the week, additional severe weather threats are possible. We'll talk to Gabe a little bit more as we look at the crossover coming up here in a minute. But let's go ahead and hit up that 7-day forecast here. And Gabe got that all cleaned up and worked up at the end of the 5 o'clock show here. But your weekend will include at least some spotty showers and thunderstorms both days. As you saw, the early Sunday morning complex of storms that's been showing up in all of our projections the last 3 days, still something that we're seeing on our strike model and now our HRRR. So we're probably going to have some of those. Monday, listen, what I showed you a second ago is like maybe 10 to 20% coverage. We have it at 50. This number is probably going to come up as confidence increases. I don't know if it ever gets truly to 50% coverage, but I would say it's a greater threat than most of what we see on Sunday, unless that morning complex shifts more to the north. Tuesday, residual thunderstorm chances and severe weather chances may be out of some of those, a little less impressive. The same thing for Wednesday. Later in the week, we were really interested the last day or so on Thursday. That does not look as impressive today, or at least didn't earlier today. We'll use the crossover coming up here in 60 seconds to look ahead at that. And we'll check out some of your questions in the chat. We know a lot of folks still in there and probably asking a lot of things. We'll try to answer those as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
When something this big comes crashing into your life, it's not just metal that takes the hit. It's your time, your health, your future. And the companies behind it, they're already protecting themselves. You need someone who knows how to stand up to them. I'm Casey Lott. If you've been injured in a truck accident, call me today.
I know you're going through a lot. I wonder if you know that we can get help. Let's see how far we can go. Love, your mind.
For the first time anywhere, a digital-only weather source has been nominated for not one, but 2 Emmy Awards. This is the 25th nomination I've been humbled to receive over the years, and while accolades are great, we're just proud to deliver the weather coverage that you deserve. Thank you, North Mississippi, for supporting us here at Mississippi Live. Okay, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Scott, for Leake, Neshoba, Newton, and Kemper counties, as well as I think just a smidgen there on the southern portion of, so I can get, did they end up cutting it out? Yeah, they cut out Winston County on the north part there, the latest update, thankfully. But this is a fairly impressive, fairly tall thunderstorm here. We're looking three-dimensionally at this. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. And the reason we look three-dimensionally on these, it helps us to kind of pick out the largest hail. Make sure we're looking at the right stuff, because as much as I'm looking at that north one there, this south storm here closer to Forest might actually be slightly more impressive. Give me a moment here. I'm going to take this, and we're going to go into the digital room-to-room weather center here. Sometimes it's a little easier for me to handle the 3D radar on this one. So near Frogtown, the one that's probably a little more impressive there, a slightly different warning, so we'll track that in a second here. So we're going about 27 miles per hour, showing you Fiketown there at about 6:48. Of course, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for Scott County in effect until 7 p.m. So you'd see some of the folks there in the path of that one. Let's look at the northern one of these two areas. Again, this one up here north of Hayes, near Dixon, Sebastopol, Scott County, again, and Neshoba County under that severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Newton County. Let's go ahead and kind of track the leading edge of what is probably going to be some strong wind and probably include some large hail as it moves eastward. So we'll track that at about, there we go, about 25 to 30 miles per hour or so. Longer list showing up there like Prospect right now. Neville at 634, Dixon 636. Getting there closer to Neshoba at 647, Rock Branch at 658, Bethesda at 7 o'clock, and down to Rock Creek at 7:03. Doppler radar indicated hail and just tons of lightning. As you see, 1,900 lightning strikes under this batch of thunderstorms over the last little bit here. More strong severe thunderstorms back closer to Jackson as well. One other thing I need to check on this is I do have a shear marker showing up, and it kind of blends in. I'm going to go over to our wind shear mode where we look at the rotation on this. And when you can see, we do have one of these little circles that always is on here. It's one of the things we have built in the system to try to get our attention to, hey, is there something we need to be paying attention to? North of High Hill, of course, this is on the Leake and Neshoba County line, right where I have my pointer is one of the spots we're looking at. Looking at the wind mode there, fairly broad area of rotation on this. Maybe is a little bit stronger a little bit ago. Going back to the rainfall, we're going to check a couple different ways. That is bending back. We always get a little concerned when our areas of rotation kind of bend back. Yeah, that's interesting there, actually, near Coldwater. So for our Max South viewers down there, kind of a heads up, Gabe, if you would, let's go ahead and send a push and we can zoom in and do the push for those locations down there specifically if we want to. Just a heads up near Dixon and Coldwater and possibly Philadelphia there. That area of storm is probably has a little more rotation showing up on the north side there, right there where that interaction between where it shows Coldwater and Dixon, right there is the spot. We can see it not just there. We also see it on the kind of rainfall mode where it's bent back. I can see the heavy precipitation right there kind of wrapping back in. So right there's the spot we're going to have to keep watching. Again, Neshoba County under that severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 p.m. A Doppler radar indicated rotation on this. I'm going to get just a track this way just in case that specific spot pulls a little bit farther north to get Philadelphia in there. I know we got a lot of viewers there on Max South in Philadelphia. 6:58 the time for you moving toward you. Spring Hill 6:55. Dixon 638, Good Hope at 649. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that has increased a little bit on this thunderstorm here. So watching for you. So keep it here for the latest. Looking at shear, a couple different ways we kind of look at that. Some strong winds on that, a possibility as well. And the hail, certainly the southern part where that is the most prevalent, just a little bit south of those locations there. So Doppler radar indicated rotation, something that bears some watching. Weather Service in Jackson talking specifically about this, mentioning that looks like a big wind signature moving across southern Neshoba County. MS Power and Central EPA reporting several outages in the wake of that feature. Speaking specifically to the power outages, our meteorologist Gabe Maynard watching those behind the scenes. I'm going to look at a general look at those here, not showing a ton at this time, but he's going to look at some individual power cooperatives down here in a minute, about 2,000 there. In around Forest and Morton, and up around Carthage, about 900 power outages so far. That's from this line. Now, none showing up there in Neshoba County yet, but I think the number probably is going to increase a bit more as that moves a little bit to the east with this. A severe thunderstorm warning prompted because of this, with wind gusts that could be up around 60 miles per hour. So Gabe, I see you pulling that up, and give me a thumbs up once we have the closer in look at that. I'm checking kind of behind the scenes here at what you guys are telling us. Of course, it's very helpful when you guys give us your reports of what you were seeing there. I appreciate y'all watching from West Point, and thank you all for your support. It's bad in Brandon. What's going on? It's hailing down there in Brandon. We kind of talked about this briefly. We're going to look at that down here. Obviously, this has been a couple pretty hefty thunderstorms come through there with some hail, some gusty winds, not a ton of rotation on those. You can see also different directions here. That one heading southeast, that one heading north. Sometimes get interactions in the middle. It's hard to see any of it because of just the quantity of lightning that we're getting on that. If I kind of pull the lightning off, we can actually kind of see a little bit better on there. There's just a lot of lightning on those thunderstorms there. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard has been looking at the power outage situation that we have going on down there. And again, Gabe, what are you looking at?
Well, southwest Neshoba County having about 419 outages. That'll be southwest of Philadelphia, closer to the Union area. And as we look closer to Walnut Grove and the Lena community, that's where we're getting a large number of outages as well. So far, the customers affected upwards of about 2,800 to 12 active outages, just covering very large amounts of populated areas, although it is only just 12 outages affecting 2,800 people. And as we look, this is going to be the Mississippi Power outage map. So that other one that we just looked at was the Central Electric Power Association. But looking at Mississippi Power, we are getting a large number of those outages, again, towards Lena, and then working its way towards Mount Olive Church, and then more going up Highway 35 closer to Walnut Grove. And the total number on that, 551 total customers affected, with 16 of the active outages. So this storm is definitely intensifying, one of the more intense ones we have seen today, and the outages reflecting exactly that. So far, in regards to damage, have not heard damage so far. But if we're talking about this number of power outages, unfortunately, I think that we are going to see some potential damages following suit. So as we look across our area, we were dealing with a few of those outages there towards Holmes and Atala County. Now, as I refresh that, we're looking towards, still having some of those outages closer to the Lexington area. That is about 88 customers affected, and then a few more sporadic outages towards Atala County. So Matt, even getting some outages here, but down south definitely catching our attention.
Absolutely. Some folks asking in the chat, what about Tupelo? Tupelo, we're done. No big issues there. But reports are starting to come in and around Neshoba County down here. We're bringing it back in here to the Digital Room-to-Room Weather Center. As we're looking there, the emergency manager in Neshoba County, Josh Burt, reporting a tree down on Highway 21 South and County Road 105. So, that's again along where this line has moved through. So some strong gusty winds certainly possible. I'll see if I can find County Road 105. I mean, right there, there's Road 105. It's probably right at that intersection where you see my mouse there, where that report is. So that's a pretty recent report. Some strong wind gusts, not necessarily the part where we've had the rotation, which is up here closer to Dixon, moving toward Good Hope, moving northeastward there. as well at this point in time. So near Dixon, moving toward Good Hope and Philadelphia. Let's bring it to the latest scan. Let's check the wind mode here. And again, that's where I do still show at least broad rotation trying to lift up northeastward with this here. So let's get an updated track on this wind producing part of this thunderstorm. Again, giving you a time there in Philadelphia right at just 6:59 to 7 o'clock. Some damaging wind gusts possible out of this, possibly knocking down some trees previously when it was in the southwest portion of the county, and then obviously trying to do it at this point in time as well. So moving toward Good Hope and Deemer and Philadelphia looking ahead. We do have a camera down there in Edinburgh. I don't know if we're going to have a great angle on this. A moment for that to pop up there as well. Again, kind of in the heavy rainfall at this time, a decent amount of lightning with that. Again, on a radio tower there near the Edinburgh area. Yeah, just kind of looking into the unstable air. That dew point at 68, a little more unstable than some other spots down there. Appreciate our partnership with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, allowing us to use this camera here to kind of view these strong thunderstorms as they move into through the Neshoba County area. Go clear that off here for a moment. And there again, it's one of our shear markers indicating rotation increasing. So if you do know some folks here in the path of this thunderstorm down in Neshoba County, here's how you can help. I point that out today that we need to probably call some friends that if we know somebody who's in the path, folks down there that might not have downloaded our app yet. We are on MaxSouth cable for folks there in Philadelphia. This rotation has increased. This is a thunderstorm that's heading at the right angle where it could produce a brief tornado potentially. So take a picture of the storm's track and send it to someone you might know in the path of this. That's how, from the confines of your home, you can actually help us in this scenario here because this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but we need to probably be thinking about putting some folks there in their safe place if they live down there in Neshoba County. A severe thunderstorm warning for Neshoba County, but rotation has started to increase a little bit more on this thunderstorm there for folks in that region. So we need to be careful of this. I'm going to check, again, the wind mode here, looking at that rotation. And I want to go and clear that off and move my track a little farther northeastward based on kind of the current position here for a moment. I'd put it pretty close to Good Hope there. Okay, we're moving about 25, 26 miles per hour. And again, it might just be straight line wind all along the leading edge of this. That might be what we're looking at here, but I'd highly recommend for folks in Linwood and Beetline, Spring Hill and Deemer and Philadelphia and Loingo there, Longingo, I apologize for that, and Sandtown, that we need to probably be moving to that safest place just in case, and hopefully it's just for no reason. But looking at the rotation, this definitely has some on our rotation threat. And looking at the individual threats on this thunderstorm, something that doesn't always pop up as we start getting the pinks on here. You know, that's whether it ends up being a storm that produces a tornado or not. The expectation is I show less than 70 miles per hour. I need to have the tilde on it, you know, near 70 mile per hour winds possible out of this thunderstorm as it moves up here closer to Good Hope and Deemer and Williamsville. Philadelphia, you're in the path of this storm and need to be in or near your safe place if you can. Certainly that would be our recommendation at this point in time. Current time is coming in 6:44. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. We are also live on MaxSouth cable down here in Decatur, Philadelphia, Carthage, Walnut Grove, Forest, even down to Newton and down into Smith County as well. So excited to be covering those folks, new areas. So that's going to mean for all the folks that love picking on me from time to time on my pronunciations of things, we're going to have some mess ups from time to time on that. So I apologize for that, but we'll get there eventually. And for those of you that don't know who I am and what we do, I worked for a TV station in Tupelo, Mississippi for 14 years and started this 24/7 weather operation a year ago in July. So been in Mississippi a long time and excited to serve your communities. just as I'm excited to serve people outside of this. Let's go ahead and look wide on this here for just a moment, get an overall viewpoint, and we'll probably be right back here in just a second. But I'm going to switch it over to our radar site based out of the Columbus Air Force Base, just to give an overview. Every place up north, we're not as concerned, right? Everything up north here, I show 125 strikes for everything we see here. And so, yeah, I know I'll probably have more viewers down here, northern Webster County, than we have in some spots down south of Philadelphia. But there's a big difference here in what the intensity is. See how that 127 strikes, right? All I'm doing is panning the camera. I'm not changing the zoom in, zoom out at all. And down here, I have 4,400 strikes. That's basically what, 44 times as many strikes down here? Maybe not quite, but more than 40 times as many strikes down here. That's a sign that these storms are a lot stronger, and that's the reason I'm concentrating on these. That rotation continuing to show up down here, approaching the Philadelphia community. As this moves in, I would be in my, or at least within steps of my tornado safe place if I live down here in Good Hope and Deemer. Sometimes it's easy to look at this shear marker. We need to talk about what this is good at and what it's not good at. This is good at catching my attention. It's not always good at pinpointing it. When it shows up, that's a sign that, hey, pay attention, Matt, or Gabe, or Maggie, or Caleb. But the exact positioning, I would probably place slightly different on this. Let's go ahead and let's go back to the rainfall mode on this. I'd say it's pretty close. I would probably have my positioning running just a little ahead, right there, just south of Good Hope, maybe close to Deemer there, working out here on the south side of Philadelphia. I would recommend that you find your way to a safe interior location in your home, your structure, in order to kind of stay ahead of this, because this one could try to spin something up. There's no guarantees it's going to take that next step and produce a tornado, but the very fact that it's even a possibility, the reason why I'd encourage you to find your safe place, wherever that safe place is. Lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room, the place that I would definitely recommend. Now, it doesn't apply as much down here. We do have a list of storm shelters. Our friends at Lee's Storm Shelters sponsoring that list on our website and in the app. If you use the Mississippi Live Weather app, just look for that exact image you see next to me there. You have to scroll down a little bit. A full list of storm shelters here across the northern part of Mississippi in there, so you can find the one for your community. And certainly recommend that at this point, it's probably not a good time to try to get out and ahead of any of these storms. But if you're thinking ahead, prepping ahead for next time, or you're farther downstream from this, to where maybe you could get to one of those shelters down here in Boca Chica, out toward Linville or Bloomville, or north of DeKalb, south of Sugarlock or Goldston or Coy, you're in the spot where this is heading your direction, and some damaging wind a possibility out of this as well. You can see that circle now where we were looking a moment ago, the system, the computer, all the AI that goes along with, hey, pay attention, Matt, has kind of caught up with where we were looking a second ago there. Looks like our peak threats are still on the last scan. That should be updating here in a moment as well. Looking at the wind, I think that correlates very well with where we're looking at this. I mean, this is a scenario where crazier things have happened than for something like this to cause wind damage or a tornado. So this is a zone where I'm definitely concerned that we need to be paying pretty close attention to down here near the Spring Hill community and Deemer, moving on the southeast side of Philadelphia toward Bloomfield, Osceola. And let's be clear about something here, that radar is far from perfect. And so I can point at specific spots. We can show it in a specific location. But because the storms tilt with height, it's also very reasonable that that the positioning could be off a little bit. So clearly we need to be in that safest location there in Philadelphia as well with this. Certainly some strong winds there moving across Highway 19 in parts of Neshoba County. I'm going to go back to the straight line wind mode on this here, and where you see all the bright greens, we're going to bring it back, I think, to the Jackson radar site here for a moment. So on this one, it'll be the bright reds there. Those are some pretty strong winds up there in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour, and we're looking about 3,000 feet up in the air. So it's possible those winds are actually stronger closer to the surface, down lower in the atmosphere. So we need to be well, as much as I'm concentrating up around Philadelphia, let's not miss the fact that this batch of the thunderstorm down here from Tucker to Beatline to Golden Grove, moving toward House and DeWeese there, and eventually toward DeKalb, that's probably has some damaging wind gusts with it as well. So there's some times there. Again, Tucker right now, Bethesda at 6:52. We're looking at the House community, 6:57, Osaloba. I apologize. It's going to take me for some of these smaller communities a while before I get used to them. So together, through your comments, we'll try to get these figured out over time. So I apologize for that. On the north end here, there is a bit of a tornado threat. I would say along this entire line, I think it's reasonable that you should probably be in a safer location. A sturdy structure, a small windowless room, always going to be a good choice on that safe place on where you should go. But this is strong straight line winds, so that most of this track is indicating there. And our area of circulation is actually on the north part of this, the far north part of that track. So I'm going to do a separate track up here. This is where our circulation is and kind of where it is going. So again, it's kind of two separate things. Both have a wind damage potential with them. So this is looking at the north track here. Again, moving through the southern part of the city grid there of Philadelphia pretty much as we speak. Checking that peak threats, and it does show those potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds with this kind of moving through the Deemer area, north of Spring Hill, south of Philadelphia, where that is moving. So Okobla, apologize. I'll have to get in and look up some of these. Sandtown, Forestdale, and Bogue Chitto on the path of this as it moves from southwest to northeast. Current time is 6:52 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. If you don't know who we are, this is your first time coming across us. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of Tupelo, Mississippi. A bunch of meteorologists worked in TV, have gone, and we're meeting you where you're at on your phones. Easiest way to kind of stay up to date with us is to make sure you have the Mississippi Live Weather app free and available for all of the various different devices that you could hope to watch us on. We are, again, available on Roku, Fire Stick, Apple TV, and then all the mobile devices as well. Looking at kind of the overall picture, big headline, traditional coverage area, everything up here, nothing I'm concerned with. It's down here for our Max South viewers, in particular, Philadelphia, Forest, Madison. This is the zone down here where we are most concerned that we are going to have these try to produce severe weather. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment. He's been kind of monitoring our chat behind the scenes, what you guys have been talking about, any pictures and things that you have been sent in. We have not had a lot of pictures, Gabe, lately coming in here to the Room to Room Weather Center, but I see behind you there that, there at least have been some pictures coming in, and obviously Neshoba County remains our concern at the present time, right?
It does. And one of the things that I wanted to do real quick was refresh some of those power outages to get a better look at, the latest reports. And as you can see, as that strong thunderstorm has moved through the southern part of Neshoba County, continuing to see more of those reports of power outages come in. So we're south of Philadelphia, closer to the Linwood area, just south of Good Hope. 499 outages, might as well round that up to 500 folks out of power there in southern Neshoba County. So those strong winds, whether they're rotating or not, still doing damage there in the southern portions of Neshoba County as some of those power outages do come in. That is, of course, using our Central Electric Power Association there. And more of those reports showing up closer to Walnut Grove and Alena, like we mentioned just a moment ago. But as of right now, don't have confirmation through our Weather Watcher reports. I did see that, I believe it was Andy there in the chat seeing some interesting looking stuff around the Duck Hill area on my radar. Radar can give the wrong interpretation there. The one thing I want you to look at with radar is what Matt was talking about just a moment ago. The lightning strikes not comparable to what they're dealing with down south where it's a more active setup. So that's why you might see some of those reds, you might see some of those purples even show up. But if we're talking about large hail, strong winds, heavy rainfall, you'll get that. But the tornadic threat and some of those wind threats, not exactly expecting that with the storms we have here in North Mississippi. This is now moving towards central Mississippi and the power outages reflect that with the multiple outages. And as I look at poweroutage.us, real quick, I want to refresh this to see if we have any additional stuff to report. And yeah, so it continues to be focusing on those local power cooperatives to get a better idea, Matt, but definitely a beast of a storm down there in Neshoba County.
It is, absolutely, and one that we're just going to have to keep watching. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there reporting. Appreciate that, Gabe. As we kind of bring it back in here to the digital room-to-room weather center as of 6:56 p.m., you can kind of see how on the leading edge of this, you have this big, long stretch here where strong wind and shear is moving there toward the east and northeast. That's, again, we had the two threats we were talking about, the area of rotation, and then the other spot where we have just kind of the general strong wind that could still be 60s, 70 miles per hour potentially out of this as well for some of those spots. So the two kind of areas that we're concentrating on, those the chance that we could have some issues out of this thunderstorm here. Looking at the severe threats specifically, we show that those strongest winds now on the southeast side of Philadelphia, just east of Highway 19, south of Main Street, Highway 16, in particular, where we see kind of that bright red there. This says less than 70 mile per hour winds. The point should be that it's even approaching 70. That's when that significant wind damage potential. Part of that's due to the rotation. But as we've talked about earlier today, part of the rotation concerns with this is that the rotation would then enhance the wind. So these things are all linked up and all kind of part of a greater theme on how this is playing. So that's moving toward Bloomfield there and toward Osceola. Ochobla. I will get it at some point. And if you leave in the comments there your correct pronunciation on that. And yes, I know I'm saying pronunciation wrong. So we can make an adjustment on that as necessary. But tracking the overall wind on this as it moves there closer eventually to DeKalb and locations in Kemper County. Looking at that for you at 7:15. Your severe thunderstorm warning there. It'll make it there closer to DeKalb by, though, around 7:48. So we'd take a new warning, and likely an additional warning will probably come out on that storm. Storms farther south, I don't want to miss these, and it's been a little while since we've been down here toward Ball Hill and Dennis Settlement and the Lake community. This is some big hail on this thunderstorm here in Scott, moving into Newton County. Looking at the threats, this one's going to be pretty straightforward. It's big hail. Now, I don't know that it's going to be as big as this is saying, but on the peak threat, the worst case scenario, we could be talking about 3+ inch hail out of this. Look at our True Shield hail swath. We're in the probable, the likely. So that's probably some pretty good size hail tracking right along I-20 in the direction there of for over top of Fikestown. It's Mist Forest proper, but moving toward Newton there. So tracking that one eastward toward Newton. We show that getting to you by about 7:23. So 7:23 moving toward you. Bald Hill now. Lawrence, we're looking at 7:14 and Bethel at 7:19 as that tracks along I-20 eastward. Large hail with that storm remains the biggest threat. There's maybe a little bit of rotation on it or a little bit of wind, but I think the main issue is pretty clear cut here. Those very, very dark returns, that is big hail moving eastward. So severe thunderstorm warning continuing for those locations. We're going to take a brief break to organize things here for a second. And Mississippi Live weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
You're watching Mississippi Live weather here at 6 p.m. and now 7 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon watching some rotation on thunderstorm down here. And I want to bring in our Gabe Maynard. I see that picture, that video you had behind the scene. I was going to go see if I could find there's another time lapse I'm going to show here in a second, Gabe. But you had the shot of the one that we had up there in Tishomingo County earlier on. Some rough looking stuff, right?
Big time. And I would say one of the more impressive storms that we had here in the northern half of Mississippi. But you can see that the structure was definitely there, but luckily the report's not tied to it there in Iuka. But that was earlier on this evening. Now, as we're heading into that sunset time frame, all focus shifts towards the south. So fortunate that we remained reportless up here in North Mississippi. I guess that's a new word we'll use for this event. But down south, that's where we are starting to see some upgrades to that severe thunderstorm warning in Neshoba County, now upgraded to a considerable tag, meaning that we are getting up to about 70 miles an hour potentially along that Boeing segment within that cell. So praying for folks down there. Hopefully that is remaining. Hopefully everyone is remaining okay. But one of the things that I was looking for behind the scenes is just some of those reports that folks are putting out on social media. So paying attention to that. And so far our picture is not showing any of those reports either. But if you do have any reports, please send them into Mississippi Live Weather. Again, we will forward that directly to National Weather Service down there in Jackson so they know how to assess this. But again, this is going to be a damaging thunderstorm moving across the Neshoba County area right through central Mississippi. So looking at that severe thunderstorm tag that is in place until 7:15. Current time, we're at 7:02. So I do expect that to continue into Kemper County here it does continue into Kemper County there by 7:15, and it's going to be this leading edge that we are watching. So let's take it over to Jackson and let's look at the wind mode once again. And as we look right here, so again, let me click it. There we go. That's where we're getting those strong wind reports, and we can kind of see that over a loop, how this is just gradually started to bow out more and more, and that brighter red return is continuing to be what we focus on. And I would say still up to around the same standard that it has been at for the last couple of scans, and populating in a few of those. This is, again, higher up into the atmosphere, so it's not going to be as accurate as what's on the surface, but those brighter reds at least helping us identify that. And we are still getting a bit of that shear, a bit of that rotation up there towards the Forestdale area. I'm not as concerned of any tornadic development due to the fact that we're starting to get that to bow out rather than it have a rotating couplet there in the Forestdale Crossroads area. So let's bring it back over here to our preset mode, and you can see that also with that. Again, you can just see it jutting out, it moving ahead of the cell, and you're not seeing an area or notch of rotation there within that specific cell. So I'm going to zoom it out real quick and look at this entire line. So we are moving closer to Kemper County. Expect that to be continued to include the entire county. And as Matt, I will need you behind the scenes to draw me a track for this, because it's not going to be one specific area. It'll be the entire cell moving east-northeast into Kemper County, DeKalb, Moscow, even up there towards Scuba. Not impossible that we see that up there. So yeah, if we put it at 30, it gives folks enough of a heads up. It might be a little fast, but at least gives folks a heads up of where this is moving into. And, every minute matters to get to that safe location. So Damascus, we're 716, Cleveland, 716 as well. This is going to be Cleveland down there towards Kemper County, not Cleveland in northwest Mississippi. Liberty, 727. We're DeKalb there by 737. Kipling, 741. Scuba by 759. And then we're seeing I'm not even going to attempt. What on earth? Okay, Electric Mills by 801. So that's where we're getting, again, you see that shear marker that was having some more pronounced rotation earlier on, but at least those stronger winds, Matt. That bowing out segment is what we look for in these cells, and we're definitely getting that with this setup, and that's just going to be a strong forcing of wind that moves across the county line into Kemper County in the next few minutes.
Sucarnucci.
Sucarnucci?
Sucarnucci.
I wasn't even going to attempt it because I figured I was going to say...
Sucarnucci.
Okay.
Sucarnucci.
Learn something new. Every time we have a severe weather event, I learn a new town, and that's the new town.
Well, today apparently I'm learning a few as well. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. Let's bring it back over here. This is another example of one of the storms that we had. This was in Winona, a time lapse. It shows you a perfect example of some of those scary looking clouds we're always kind of talking about here. I'm going to re-rack this here, wait for the name key to come down here. And I'll walk to this side for a moment. So this was the storm as it moved into Winona a little bit ago. Again, this would be close, I think, somewhere in the 4 o'clock hour if memory serves. and you can just see I'm going to get to this side here. There's just so many different things moving around here as the rain-cooled air and hail come in this direction there. You'll see little fingers like out of the clouds. No funnel clouds or anything. Right there on the edge, you can see as that moisture is being ingested in. Just a really cool shot there. So a lot of times people are like, well, I see things spinning in the clouds. There's always going to be some kind of shear. But in this case, this is the rain-cooled air pushing this ahead. And you have to have just the right interaction if you're going to get something to try to spin up. I don't see anything on there that we'd be concerned with there. Of course, those fingers always look interesting. And then that was that hail and heavy rainfall, again, as it moved through the Winona area a little bit ago. And in a lot of ways, if it were daylight, that is probably similar to what things would look like on the leading edge of this thunderstorm here south of Bogue Chitto, moving toward Cleveland and Crossroads and Forestdale and Sandtown. Checking the wind mode on a Mama Justice Doppler radar down here. Again, if we were to see rotation, it'd be just north of Highway 16 near Forestdale, where I have that just south of Bogue Chitto. We are, let's see how far out of Bogue Chitto we are right now. We're looking at no more than probably 2 miles south Bogue Chitto, north of Crossroads and Forestdale there at this point. Continue to move toward the northeast. So I would say in either case, we're starting to get high enough up away from the radar that we're going to have worse and worse data. That's just the way, that's the physics of if you have a fixed point and you're sending out that beam, the readings and such that you'll get back out of it. But takeaway in my mind is that this storm continues to be strong and could potentially be producing wind damage as it moves toward the northeast at a speed at around 30 miles per hour or so. Got to keep my speeds right on this, Gabe.
So I was looking on social media and I did come across a picture out of Union, Mississippi, which is just south of Philadelphia. And there's a look at some of that structure on the cell that we have been tracking and Matt's continuing to track. You just see that impressive shelf cloud along the leading edge. It almost looks like it has a bit of a green hue in there for some potential hail development, but that definitely is a pronounced, mature thunderstorm that is going to have not only heavy rainfall, but those strong leading edge, or the leading edge having some strong gusts as well, upwards of 60 miles an hour there at the surface. So just praying for folks down there that it continues to, that they just get on through it. But unfortunately, that's a decent structure on that cell as it's moving through Neshoba County. And looking at some of the latest out there when it comes to power outages, and we'll make sure to have the latest scan there, just southeast of Philadelphia. This is as that storm continues to progress through now eastern Neshoba County. We have 233 outages reported towards Matt. I know you've been struggling with this town name. I've been behind the scenes saying, thank the Lord that I don't have to pronounce it. I'm about to now. Just southwest there of Akobla, and just west of Bloomfield as well. So that's going to be moving just east of Philadelphia, now over to eastern Neshoba County, and about to enter into Kemper County here in the next couple of minutes. So seeing the damage that it's done so far, just in Neshoba County alone, amounting to about 1,500 to 2,000 outages. And if we include some of the outages out there towards Salem and Tuscola and Walnut Grove, that's getting about 5,000 customers affected currently as we get into the now 7 o'clock hour. So lots of outages. We got reports of some trees down. Need to check back with the National Weather Service there in Jackson to see if they have any additional information. But assessing things behind the scenes, looking at the latest on pictures, still not having the latest on those pictures. But I mean, we have more viewers here in North Mississippi, and so we're kind of building that brand down there in Neshoba County. So, more and more viewers and more of those reports will hopefully come in over the next several events through the 2026 season. Hopefully not too many events, right? But nonetheless, we are fortunate that we've had few reports, especially with how strong this thunderstorm is looking. So, Matt, I know you're continuing to look at it behind the scenes. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for at least the next 5 minutes, but probably going to extend that as we head more into Kemper County. But yeah, 7:15, that latest warning as of right now. Let's take it back to wind mode real quick so we can look at the latest scans on that wind return and see how, you still get the brighter red showing up. Still technically have broad rotation, but it's that leading edge right there that we're watching for some of those strongest impacts. That's going to be moving right along, I believe that's Highway 21. I'd have to zoom in a little bit closer, but it's going to be north-south there. That is going to be, I think that's Highway 21. moving east through Crossroads now, and we're approaching Cleveland and Moscow. So if you know anyone in Kemper County, go ahead and let them know that there is a strong thunderstorm headed their way, and that has the potential to do some damage as a result. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything across the area, so let's go ahead and do one over real quick to make sure that we're not missing anything in the grand scheme of things. Down there towards Decatur, another strong thunderstorm moving through, so watching for that as well. And wouldn't be impossible to get some of that small hail just south of DeKalb there in Kemper County, so paying attention to that. But just a whole different environment down there in Jackson, Mississippi compared to what we had up here in North Mississippi. But as you look up there, it's not impossible to get some rumbles of thunder. Let's go ahead and toss it over to our Columbus radar site, our Monroe County radar site to get a better visual. And yeah, well below severe limits. You know, like Matt was mentioning, we have 300 total strikes. I move this down. We have 4,000 strikes. So putting it to 1/10 of a degree. That doesn't mean it's not going to hear a few rumbles of thunder, but if we're talking severe weather impacts, not going to be happening here in North Mississippi. That threat has now shifted to the south. So looking at, well, saying that, let's go ahead and look at that one storm that is producing the most amount of lightning. And that's going to be over here towards Webster County, Monte Vista there. We can look at the threats. It's not impossible to get some of that small hail being produced. As you know, our severe weather parameters, you have to be 1 inch hail or greater. So falling to the surface could potentially be below 1 inch hail, but definitely the potential's there, and getting that into Monte Vista and Fame as it continues to push its way towards the east. So we're going to do a storm track here real quick. And as we drag this out, I'm going to do the main part of that hail, and we're going to take it out. I'm going to still take it about 26 miles an hour towards Dancy around 7:30. You know what, Matt, I will let you take over on this one because you have more accessibility on these tracks, and you'll be able to track it a little bit more long term. But that one stands out, and this is after that main line has moved on through.
It is, despite the fact it does not have a whole lot of hail. I think we'll have you on the Chroma next time we talk to you here in a minute. But Gabe, there is a little bit of hail potential, I guess, out of it. And the thing to keep in mind when we show this is peak impacts there. It's peak hail would be 1 inch, but in all likelihood, most of the hail, if it's producing hail, would likely be a little bit smaller than that. Gabe's going to get you a longer track on that and look back at our severe thunderstorms farther south, including the severe thunderstorm warning there in and around Neshoba and DeKalb counties as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate 23 years with us. Up to 70% off store-wide discounts. Free gifts for everyone. Plus, we pay your sales tax. It's a celebration you don't want to miss, only at Room to Room.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
Give the gift of a delicious burger from Bulldog Burger. A soup and sandwich from Sweet Pepper's Deli. Appetizers and cocktails from the Grill. Or even a wood-fired steak from Harvey's. Choice is the perfect gift. An all-in-one gift card from Eat With Us.
We continue tracking multiple severe thunderstorm warnings as of 7:14 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Primarily for the folks watching us on digital, of course, Max South. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. You can see us on Max South on Channel 1, Channel 7001, and Channel 1001. In doing so, one of the things that we've been watching, still a few areas of rotation on these thunderstorms that have prompted the severe thunderstorm warnings until 7:15. That's 1 minute from now. And Gabe, I'm checking here with the folks at the National Weather Service. Do not see that we've had an update in there from them lately. The last report that, of course, from emergency manager there, Josh Burke in Neshoba County, you had several reports of trees down in Neshoba, all within the wind core that moved through that area there a little bit ago. More than 4,000 power outages there in that area, and a new severe thunderstorm warning issued ahead until 8:15. Gabe has more on this, again, from the Room to Room Weather Center. Gabe?
Yeah, Matt, that new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Kemper County until 8:15, and even for down south there towards Lauderdale County. Either way, this is that storm that we have been paying attention to through now multiple counties, clearing out of Neshoba and moving closer to Cleveland and Moscow. This has that potential to have some damaging winds. That latest wind threat getting upwards of about, well, actually, this is out of our Monroe County radar site. Let's go a little bit more south and we'll have a better visual on this. So one of the things that stand out, let's actually take this to our precipitation mode. That rotation that it's detecting is back behind the storm. Where we'd expect any tornadic development would be along that leading edge where it has some source of inflow. So we're not exactly getting that with this setup, despite having a shear marker there, and there is some broad rotation at least being detected. That's not anything that's going to have a tornado imminent. So let's just go ahead and knock that out right now. What we're dealing with, though, along that leading edge towards Cleveland, Moscow, and Damascus is going to be an area of strong wind. And as we look at those wind returns, and this is, well, you got to change on me, please. Okay, so as we look at that wind return there, we're 44, 39. This is way high up. I mean, if we're looking at distance from the radar site, we're a good bit of a ways away, so some of these scans are getting high up. Yeah, that's 60 miles away. So this is detecting what's higher up into the atmosphere. So what's actually reaching the surface is potentially 60 plus mile an hour winds, and that in and of itself can be damaging, causing multiple of those power outages and continuing to work its way into Kemper County at around that same strength, unfortunately. So as we do a track on this, I'm going to do this entire leading edge, and we're going to take it about 20... Let's go ahead and take it to 30 miles an hour, just to give a heads up. And we're seeing Damascus over you right now, like we just tracked. Bluff Springs closer to 718, Moscow 719, DeKalb by 736, Carter by 746, Townsend by 748, Akron by 751, Porterville by 758, and as a town I just learned, Sukarnuchi at about 757. So that's what and Scuba, don't want to exclude you guys, 759, and Giles by 810. That's as it reaches the eastern side of Kemper County, but that is definitely a possibility, and that's why we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in place until 8:15. So for folks out there, what do you need to know? Well, it is going to be a gusty storm moving on in, and as we look at the latest on the hail swath, maybe some small hail within this setup as well. So we are unfortunately dealing with a strong wind event with this cell, and that we continue to get that on reflectivity as well. We do have this activity out ahead of this towards Kipling, Blackwater, and over there towards Annandale. Now that is not expected to be severe. That is not the reason why the severe thunderstorm warning is issued. That is just going to be heavy rainfall and continues to move out there towards the east. Let's watch the flow on this and see how it's progressed over the last 30 minutes or so. And you can see how it just had that edge jutting out. One of the things I talked to you guys about last night at 9 and 10 o'clock was if any of these storms start to, jut out or bow out like this one's doing, that's where we'd expect some strong wind gusts, and we're getting exactly that. Fortunately, a little bit south of us here in North Mississippi, but for folks there in Neshoba and now Kemper County dealing with some of those strong winds. Now we do have a different flow. These storms moving more towards the north. So what I'm curious about right here, these storms are going to meet. These storms are going to meet over DeKalb County, or not DeKalb County, the city of DeKalb there, and that's where we're going to be getting some of those stronger gusts and potentially an enhancement on this storm. So we're probably 2 scans away from those cells beginning to meet and potentially merge, and we'll be looking at an intensification within those storms as well. So I'm real curious if you're in the Moscow, Kipling, DeKalb area, and even there towards Scuba, that's where we're going to be seeing some of that intensification of this thunderstorm here in the next few moments. Now, the flow that will ultimately win is this northwest to southeasterly flow. So it's going to basically merge this cell into that main one we've been watching, and that's where those winds could potentially pick up. And depending on how they interact, then we could be seeing a potential rotating storm once again. Folks are asking for an all clear, and I'm all good with that. As we look up here towards our Monroe County radar site, the only one that we are watching right now continues to be this storm up there towards Webster County, just east of Monte Vista. And as we look right here, we have that hail threat, that True Shield hail threat, and we can see that there is still that possible hail return. As of right now, hang on one second. As of right now, I have not confirmed any reports down there. If we have any folks there towards Monte Vista or Fame or towards Clarkson, let us know down in the chat if you have seen any of that hail reaching the surface. But as of right now, we're not expecting severe hail. There is still a little bit of that unstable air lingering around, but we don't have that same forcing that we had earlier on as we went about this evening's plans. So that is, of course, where we're dealing with some of those stronger storms earlier on this evening, whereas now we're not so much sold on that severe weather potential. So looking here, can you give an all clear? All clear on severe weather is for all of us here in North Mississippi. Bring it back to our radar mode. We're just going to be dealing with some of this stronger rainfall. We were actually seeing some of that second round moving in on our strike model yesterday, and that was showing at least a hint of another batch of storms, not necessarily meaning severe storms. And that's what we're getting right here with that line developing from Eupora all the way along Highway 82 towards Greenwood and even down there towards Hollandale. That will continue to progress in the southeast direction, giving rainfall to areas that have already seen a high amount. And that's where that potential flash flooding could take place. But where we expect the severe weather impacts remain south of our regular viewing area here in North Mississippi. So for anyone that is wanting an all clear, our regular area, let me just go ahead and draw the line so that way you guys can, because I know it can get confusing with talking about the different areas. Ooh, writing with the mouse is tough, tough, tough. Okay, there you go. There's your all clear. Snap a picture. This is where we'd expect the all clear to be, which if you notice is all of North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama. Directly to our south is where we're getting those thunderstorms moving through. And as you can see, it continues to move in this eastern direction. It's going to have a cell merger here in the next few moments. So I don't want to stay on this too long, but I did see folks asking in the chat. Well, there you go. There's your all clear, and you can continue tonight as planned to get everything done. Pamela, I appreciate the birthday wishes. You guys have been so sweet and so kind to me, and I'm so grateful to be in such a loving community. And 25, not going anywhere, so don't have to worry about that. So as we look down south towards Kemper County, it again is this cell that is continuing until 8:15 with that severe thunderstorm warning. As we bring it back down to our Jackson radar site, this is the interesting interaction. You know, I would be telling you it's going to be wind all the way through if it didn't have these cells out ahead of it. But since we're seeing, and we'll look at it on this loop, you can see how we have this northerly flow with this cluster of cells there towards the Blackwater and Kipling communities, that beginning to work its way north, potential for some small hail with that individual cell as well. But then you're getting this wind producer that did have some rotation earlier on in Neshoba County, now moving in, and these are going to meet closer to, I mean, if we find that interaction point, it's going to be just west of DeKalb there in Kemper County, right along Highway 16. So for anyone living between Cleveland and DeKalb, that's where we need to be watching for some of that potential development. And that's where, you know, we could get a rotating storm once again. I'm not saying it's impossible, because whenever you get these cell mergers, you get some interesting interactions. So that's what I'm paying attention to. And we're only a couple of scans away, might only be one scan away at this point if we look at that latest one there. And you can see that we're getting some of that small hail potential there just north of Kipling. Let's bring it in a little bit closer, because we're going to be looking right here at this intersection right along Highway 16. So we're looking right here between Cleveland, along Highway 16, and just west of DeKalb right there. And this is where I'd expect field potentially getting that. And that interaction is going to be interesting because we have two different flows that are interacting that will potentially make it interesting there in Kemper County. Let me look at the velocity real quick, the wind mode, or should I say. And we're still getting some of those stronger returns. This isn't a big wind producer, that cluster out ahead of it, but this one continues to produce anywhere from 40, 50, potentially 60 mile an hour winds there. And I also want to look at our hail swath as well, because some of that possible hail, and we just talked about, you know, moving right up north there towards Blackwater and Kipling, some of that small hail potentially being produced, getting that as well. So this could also produce some very large hail as those cells do interact. Keontae asking, is there going to be more moving in around midnight? No, for us here in North Mississippi, we are good. It continues to be down south that we're watching for any of that potential development, whether that be more severe weather or potentially rotating storms as well. Now, rotating storms so far today have just been hail producers, but so far we have stayed void of any confirmed tornado reports. As we look down south, yeah, it just continues to be a very active pattern down there in Jackson, just south of Jackson, I should say, and moving towards the Smith County area and Jasper County. That's going to be right south of I-20, well south of our viewing area. So this is our only batch of storms that we are watching for. This is along Highway 16 and moving through Kemper County, and that warning is still until 8:15. Now we do have a camera in Macon. The only concern I have is the fact that it is going to be heavily populated with rainfall. So it's worth a shot, right? Let's go ahead and look out of Macon, and this is looking south and west. So this will be looking into that cluster of thunderstorms, and you can see that it's just a lot of rainfall. You're getting a lot of that cloud cover. Unfortunately, not going to be able to see much as we are about 20 to 30 miles away. So it's not going to be the best visual. But if you look in Macon, this gives you a better idea too. We're still 64 degrees on those dew points, so it is still a warm and moist atmosphere that the cells can take advantage of. The fortunate thing for us is we have so much activity with all this rainfall that we're not expecting much to be produced from this. And even as we bring it back up, because I know we are looking at that Webster County cell, not as bright of returns, so proving our point that this is not going to be a severe weather producer anymore. That threat has now shifted to the south. Curious if the Storm Prediction Center has altered that risk area. So far, they have not, but I do expect that to be altered here in the next few moments. So as we bring it back here to our reflectivity mode, one of the things that I'm noticing is they're updating some of those storm reports. So several reports of trees down across South Neshoba County, tree down on Highway 21 at County Road 105, and trees down one across the road near Highway 487 and Scott Lake Road and Gunter Road. This is that same cell that continues to be a wind producer over there towards Kemper County, and that's one of the things we need to pay attention to is as it continues to produce those strong winds that we are dealing with some of that damage potential once again. So looking specifically at this cell, we are getting the right radar site. Let me bring it back to some of those populated wind speeds. 40 miles an hour. Those brighter returns, that has come down a little bit. It's still strong wind, don't get me wrong, but hopefully that means it's on the downward trend. But I think one thing it's doing right now is about to get its energy cut off from this Kipling storm. And for the moment, it's going to diminish in strength. But whenever that does merge, we're going to get these two cells beginning to form into one cell, and that's where we could get some of those stronger impacts. So making sure it's on the latest scan, making sure I'm not missing anything there. I mean, we are a moment away from seeing that merge happen. Before we get there, though, I do want to look at power outages because one of the things that we were seeing back behind us is a high number of power outages, Matt, adding to the already damaging reports that we've gotten and potential for that even in Kemper County as this storm continues to progress east.
Absolutely, and you can see those sporadic reports of wind damage that we've had. So, this one, sometimes you get those one or two thunderstorms that just kind of consistently keep showing those reports, and this is one of those. We're going to check back in with Gabe here in just a second. We're going to take a brief break as Mississippi Live weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
Game day brings its ups and downs, celebration and disappointment, anxiety and relief, friends and enemies. You can always argue over who should have won, but everyone can agree on great food. Appetizers, entrees, drinks, party platters, or even the taste of sweet victory. There's something for every season at Eat With Us restaurants.
When something this big comes crashing into your life, it's not just metal that takes the hit. It's your time, your health, your future. And the companies behind it, they're already protecting themselves. You need someone who knows how to stand up to them. I'm Casey Lott. If you've been injured in a truck accident, call me today.
Welcome back, Mississippi Live here at the Room to Room Weather Center. Still watching, as Gabe was a minute ago, these thunderstorms back here sort of reforming. There's not a ton of fuel for these to work off of. So it is interesting that these have gotten going as heavy as they have, but certainly expecting these to from time to time kick out some lightning strikes. But look at our comparison here. This batch, 380 lightning strikes over the last hour versus what we have farther southeast, where on this screen we have instead 3,000. So a factor of 10 times as many over the course of this area here. Now that is down from earlier, so we're starting to see some improvement. Nonetheless, there's no improvement if you're down here in Forest or near Gridley or Baxter or Sandpoint or Pineville or Newton, where these thunderstorms are kind of moving through some of your locations. Checking the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. not really seeing a whole lot of areas of significant rotation, which is why we've used our shear tracker showing some of that rotation. But hail has been the story to this point here. Our True Shield roofing hail swath, clearly this one that we had up there near Forest earlier on was one of the more significant. I'm going to make this instead a 1 hour loop on this to show you where that has been. And still, again, moving toward the Newton area, just south of Newton, where that hail is the largest. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, back over in the chroma key once again, looking at not just the hail potential, but you're talking about some of those power outages. He's got that face of somebody who has something good to share, or maybe not good to share, but something interesting going on. Gabe, what do you have as of 7:30 p.m.?
I got water, so I apologize.
I was going to say, so your mic is if your mic ever comes on when it's not supposed to, that is not on you, that is on me. It should be coded that way. So you should never have to turn off your mic ever again.
I don't want people to hear me slurping on water. So we've been talking for a while, so I took advantage of that break full-heartedly.
Well, we'll just if we hear you slurping on water, that's not your fault. That's my fault. No,
and that's also the human side. We all need
one
some
activity
water.
where you absolutely do want to turn it off, but the rest of the time it's fine. I promise.
Well,
anyway,
yes.
Gabe, what do you got?
Well, so more power outages being reported, but one of the things that I was looking for, trying to get the last couple scrolls on social media, was to see if there were any damage reports. As of right now, we have not gotten any through the Mississippi Live weather app, which is always a welcome sign. But as we look at the potential for some of that damage, we have seen multiple of those damage reports there towards Carthage, now Philadelphia, and moving closer to Kemper County with some of that large hail potential as well. So assessing all of this, we are going to see some of those damage reports continue. Unfortunately, it just continues to remain at that same strength as it does continue into Kemper County, and we are going to get that cell merger as well. I mean, it is there at that point. In the next scan, it'll be together and how that interacts. So I'm very curious if that'll change the wind mode real quick. I mean, if we look at that, and this is still looking out of Jackson, how close are we? We're still probably, we're right between the two radar sites to where we could use both right here. So let's actually put it on no lapse and let's look out of Jackson, and we can see some of those reds and greens still showing up. Now, this is not nearly as bright of a return, but we also are looking much higher into the atmosphere. So, Bloomfield still going to be getting some of those strong winds, even at the surface. Our radar just so far away at this point that we're unable to detect it with as high of that quality. So, and looking out of our Monroe County site, because again, we're kind of between the two interactions, you can see that we do still have that broad rotation showing up, but it continues to be on the back side. So that's where we don't really expect any tornadoes to form. And that's why we're not concerned about this. But there's your cell merger. And this is looking out of our Jackson site. Let me see if this pairs well. And I'll go ahead and move a little bit so you guys can see that. Let me change it over to Monroe County. I think hail is going to see an increase in this in the next few moments. So those returns right there, this is the latest return on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, and looking out of our True Shield roofing hail threat, still getting some of those possible returns. Now, does that line up? That does line up with that latest one. I wish this scan right there, that one, I wish I could see what it's doing right now, just south of DeKalb there, because that continues to be one of the ones where I do expect some large hail to potentially be falling there. And so we're getting these two areas where we have some of that large hail, so that's going to be those updrafts being able to interact and potentially produce some more of that strong hail, potentially even larger hail. So that's what we're watching, along with that strong damaging wind threat. Looking at some of those wind speeds, I do expect that this has come down as well. Not by a ton, but mid to upper 30s, this higher up in the atmosphere, probably at the surface still about 50 to potentially 60 miles an hour, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning continues to be in place. Current time, 7:35. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynard alongside our chief meteorologist Matt Lawpon, and as you can see, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8:15. Continues to be a storm that we've been watching. Overall, a pretty quiet day here in North Mississippi with that severe weather threat in place. No complaints there, but as we head into the 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock hour, that's where activity has ramped up there in South Mississippi due to these strong storms and this whole line of storms shifting to the south as well. As we look up towards the north. I don't want to look away from this, for too long. I want to keep an eye on it. Just going to be some of those lightning producers up there, perhaps some small hail. But if we're talking up to severe weather standards, I just think that it lacks the fuel and the forcing in order for that to take place. Speaking of, we can look at that fuel with our dew points here for a second and look at the difference. So down south, actually, let me put a few numbers on here. So where we're getting those storms right now up north compared to what they're getting with it down south. I know you're looking at this and saying, Gabe, that's 6 degrees. What difference does that make? 6 degrees really makes the event be nothing and something. If we're looking at 62 degrees, that's what we would call sustainable moisture. So if we had any of those storms be strong in Arkansas, moving into North Mississippi, and we had low to mid 60s there in Greenwood, Cleveland, and Clarksdale, then you could be seeing some of those severe thunderstorm warnings continue. Not necessarily strengthen, but continue. Down south, 67, 68 degrees. That's enough to really add some fuel to this setup and get these going. The only thing that's lacking whenever you see those darker returns there in the Golden Triangle is the fact that we have so much rainfall that it's all eating at the same fuel. When you're eating at the same source, there's only so much fuel to go around before it's all used up. So the benefit for us is we have a ton of that stratiform rainfall right there in the Golden Triangle. Not exactly fortunate for the baseball game, but fortunate for us in the severe weather potential, because I will say if these showers were not here and we were getting this development right there towards Webster County and up there towards Clay County, then I'd be interested to see how that would develop. But the fact that we have showers in Noxubee, Winston, Oktibbeha, and Lowndes County, then that's kind of preventing us from any of that severe weather potential. Let's go ahead and get back there towards Kemper County, and you're continuing to see the merger that's taking place. Matt, if you want to jump in on this, I know that you're working on stuff behind the scenes. I'm real curious to see how this merger is going to go, because you have a northerly flow with these cells out here on the eastern side of Kemper County. That's going to keep that northerly.
Oops, sorry, meant to hit the 2 box. Hold on.
It's kind of interesting. You just I became Matt for a second. But my question here is, you have a northerly flow right here on the eastern side of Kemper County. You have an easterly flow right here. Could you get some of this to basically keep that easterly flow and the northerly flow and get a potential rotating storm?
Yeah, well, okay. You would have, during the cell merger, there would be a short period of time where something could spin up, where you can get that constructive interference. We will not see it because we're too far away from the radar. That's just straight up the way it is. In saying that, let's make this a 15-minute loop here. Which gets us a few more radar scans than we would do the 5-minute loop. And let's see, so you essentially have, I don't think it's going to hit just right. Here, I'll pop on for a second, and then you pop on your mic behind the scenes, and I'll send it back to you in a moment. So we have this one coming here, strong straight line winds coming outbound like this, and then that probably still has some inflow right there that maybe it loops up here to DeKalb. Again, everything I'm saying here has some rotation in the description to it, but there's difference between some rotation in the description and enough to produce a tornado. On a more active day, and it's not to say this isn't active, but in a scenario where we had more instability, more shear, possibly. Today, I don't think there's enough there for that. I think it'll probably be more destructive as opposed to constructive interference. Okay, let's back up and explain what that means for a second. Destructive interference is if you have 2 waves going the opposite direction, right? They would neutralize. Constructive, if you have 2 waves and they hit at the same time, they build on one another, right? And so in this case, be less likely to be helpful for rotation and more likely to, again, pop up, produce the hail, and then drop the hail and maybe some strong gusty winds. But again, and see, there's the hail right there.
Yeah.
So let's, see right there over DeKalb. Let's bring it to the current time. We'll go 3D, and then I'll let you handle that from there, because I'll bet if we slice in there, now it shows a lot of that getting to the ground at this point. Let's go back a scan, see if there is a little more up there. Yeah, not as much. Nope. See, that's that convergence. So it has some that's dropped out and some that's still up there. I'm going to instead change this over to a vertical slice, and we're going to slice through it. All the lines you see there are lightning strikes. What I'm looking at is, again, that hail that's aloft in the storm, up around 10,000 feet or so, where it's kind of the heaviest on that. Okay, so as we're bringing Gabe back in here, so to answer your question with my favorite answer of all times as a meteorologist, maybe, but ultimately it's the hail that this is going to be more effective at. Those two work as constructive interference like that. That's easy when you get a cell merger. It's more difficult to get the rotation to work constructively.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, and we're seeing that as evident right there in DeKalb, seeing some of those hail reports, some of those darker DBZs show up. I mean, if you see right here, oftentimes we mention our scale there at the top left of your screen, our rain scale. Whenever we usually see rain, it's the greens, the yellows, oranges, and reds on the heavier side. Purple and black is where we start to get some of those hail returns. And yes, DeKalb right there getting some of those hail returns. And hey, we said Highway 16 between Cleveland and DeKalb. That's where we're getting some of that hail at least forming, falling still watching that here behind the scenes. But of course that is catching our eye, and we are continuing to assess that here behind the scenes. So we are going to be looking out of both radar sites. And one thing that both radar sites do mention, I mean, we'll hold the finger there of where those darker returns are. Let's swap it over to our Jackson radar site. Yeah, in the same spot. So right over the heart of DeKalb right there in Kemper County is where we're getting that larger hail to form. So for anyone that does know anyone in Kemper County, please give them a call, because they need to know that some very large hail is headed their direction, and we'll work to find those reports here behind the scenes. But for sure, seeing that, that merger happen, and as you see that merger happen, those brighter DBZs are showing up. I mean, right there. Oh, I'm curious to see if this is actually reaching the surface. And let me get the National Weather Service there in Jackson, the chat up to make sure I'm not missing anything here, because I know that they're going to be mentioning this. So
I'm not seeing anything in there
I thought
on
they'd
it,
mentioned
nothing
something.
official. I mean, they've mentioned it, but no official reports.
Yeah, which hopefully is the case, but I don't think we're going the next few minutes without getting at least a few of those confirmed reports at the surface, because that's a decent core right there. And as you tracked a moment ago with our 3D mode, at least showing some of those stronger reports as well. So Matt, this is the part to pay attention to. We were talking about the merger for like the past 15 minutes, and now we're here and we can see the evidence of those larger hailstones potentially forming.
Absolutely. We're going to take a brief break and check back in on some of the storms farther north as we continue to track things here at 742 on Mississippi Live. I'm meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We'll be right back after this. We can see the low end. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Rienzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you, it's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're looking in Maben, our North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera there, showing again some of the clouds moving in the foreground as we're losing the light of the day. Current time is what now, 7:44, getting close to 7:45. Again, some low-hanging stuff. We're looking underneath one of those showers there, and showing, as is often the case in this, what we call a shelf cloud, or at least some of the lower, scary-looking clouds. Another descriptive term that I learned as a kid, and has just been one of those terms that we continue to use to kind of describe this, because I think it does a good job of explaining the feeling you get when you look at some of these. But the other way I like to describe these is that sometimes their bark is a little bit worse than their bite. And I'd say that is the case with these thunderstorms here, as we're looking beneath them there in the Maben area, kind of looking back toward the west underneath one of those thunderstorms. So again, these Maven sitting at about 70 degrees, the temperature, the dew point a little higher there than at a few other spots. But in general, again, those storms below severe limits this far north. As we bring it back here, checking out Mama Justice Doppler radar. That heaviest rainfall, as you can see, just up there closer to Dancy, just north of the Cumberland area in East Webster School. Put this into motion. Not a ton of lightning on this. You can see only 30 strikes over the course of the last half hour to hour. A few more on this storm that moved there through Grenada. This one a little bit stronger there. As we kind of check out the hail potential on these. From time to time, that one up there, kind of near Dancy, has kicked out a few maybe hail returns. So we've yet to really have anything like that reported or confirmed out of that. And look at the wind here. That one does have some broad rotation with it as well. It's kind of been persistent. Let's get a track on that just in case. The latest scans don't look as impressive as it did before, but it's kind of had this like weak sort of supercell embedded kind of look. I think it's elevated in all likelihood. But that's the reason it's worthwhile kind of looking at it out of our camera. So let's get a track. Notice how it's moving a little slower than the mean flow. That tells us that it's tapping into more levels of the atmosphere. So I'm going to move that. We'll say 25 miles per hour. I want to get a time there on how long it'd take it to get all the way there to West Point, just in case. Let's go 40 miles on that track. So West Point, we show about 8:39 for you. So a little less than an hour if it continues at this pace there. One that we're watching. I'm going to come back to our camera down there in Maven, and we're gonna move that around a little bit. So I'm going to swing that all the way around, just kind of get an overall scan of what we're looking at there. So that's looking lightning strikes. Back in the day at the TV station, we had a camera on this specific tower, and lightning strike was the end of that. So I'm hoping for the storm chasers' sake and our sake that we don't end up in the same scenario on this at some point. I'm going to go back. We're going to have to go back and forth here for a second. So give me a moment to get off of this. Look at that. And we're looking about the right direction. Might need to be just a little bit more north of this, but we're looking pretty north at that point. Yeah, let's go back to the right a little bit. So that would be looking toward the portion of this storm that could have maybe the littlest bit of rotation. We actually might be a long distance out from that camera there in West Point. 60 degrees there. This will be a better shot here in a few minutes. So we're going to prioritize here in a few minutes when this kind of moves into the area. But the fact that it has some broad rotation makes it a worthwhile candidate to pay close attention to. Let me pop that camera back up. I'm talking about it, not showing it. So I apologize for that. And that's where that looked like a little bit ago. Here's just some low-hanging stuff, but that does not look super impressive right now. We're also getting that low contrast time of day. Here's West Point, kind of looking back into that storm. Let's make sure that that's pointed the right direction there in West Point. And initializing map. Please stand by. Yeah, we're looking the right way on that. So it'd just be looking too far away right there toward the middle. So we'll have a view on this eventually. 70 degrees current temperature in West Point. No severe weather out of these thunderstorms at this point in time. We do have, again, some stronger thunderstorms farther south. Gabe was looking at that Maven camera a minute ago there. And Gabe, as I kind of send it back over to you over the Chrome key, unless do you have something there at the monitor you need to show? Okay, hold on a second. Let's go ahead and we'll talk to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again there. What you got, Gabe?
Oh, I meant to change it over. A few power outages being reported in southwestern Kemper County to accommodate for some of those returns from the strong damaging winds. That was closer to the Moscow area. As it's moved closer to DeKalb there, that has yet to have many power outages. This, of course, the East Mississippi Electric Power Association, so waiting on those to come in. But you're looking at a very high number of power outages. If we look at Neshoba County, we're talking 2,000 there on our poweroutage.us, and that's, of course, seen by Central Power. And you can see just the vast number of power outages that they are dealing with. And that continued to move all the way into eastern Neshoba County until it moved into Kemper County. So seeing that carry over into Kemper County as well. One thing I will say is I was looking on social media, and they did have a report of a golf ball sized hailstone. Let me make sure I have the area correct. It was Lake Mississippi, right along I-20 west of Meridian. So, being able to compare, I guess, apples to apples.
Hold on. So that makes sense. That was some of the big hail that we were tracking down there. If you would, let's head over to Chroma and we will take a look at that there. So I'll bring it to me and then we'll kind of head over to you over there in just a second, because that's one of the spots that I do want to continue looking at where we've had some severe weather potential out of that. I'm gonna hit one other storm over here up in North Mississippi before I go there, and this is a storm back toward around Alva. It's moving a little faster than most. Also has a little bit more of a southeasterly movement, but it doesn't have a ton of lightning. That's the thing that just immediately makes me think, well, that's underwhelming, but it does have a stronger look to it. So it's interesting, but lightning is usually the telltale sign that we've got to pay attention. Walthall, you got to pay attention by 8:14 or so. We show that for you, but in the shorter term, we're looking Spring Hill here at 7:56, Bell Fountain at 8:08, Pelez at 8:04, Gibson there at 8:13, and eventually by around 8:21. As we bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Again, Gabe, we're looking at this, but those storms down south are a bit stronger, right?
They are, and I did see that Kayla was asking in the chat, is there any rotation in Jackson? So let's go ahead and jump down there to Jackson. First of all, we are going to change it over to our Jackson radar site. Let's clear this off, and as we shift down towards the south, Jackson itself looks like the threat has started to shift a little bit more towards the south and east, but right along that leading edge is where we're still expecting a large number of those severe thunderstorm reports and a few of those warnings as well. So where we see that lake report would have been west of Meridian, right along 20. So that's right here where we got the 1-inch stones. Let me actually bring it to the latest scan. So right there, that was 1.8 inches. So that was actually a little bit bigger over there towards Ball Hill and Lake Mississippi. I got to get my geography right here. Unfortunately, it's not listed there, but it would have been somewhere in this general region right here towards the central part of Newton County. So that's where we saw some of those reports earlier on, and it was about golf ball size, so about that big. And so that's where, we've seen the larger hail be produced. But up here towards the Kemper County area, that's the thunderstorm that we continue to watch. And let me clear this off, because as of right now, have not gotten confirmed reports of any hail in Kemper County so far, and that's a great thing. I do want to put this one on a loop, though, because as we've been tracking it out, we were tracking a cell merger, and we did see some of those brighter returns right there. That black that showed up for a brief moment, that's the highest end on our scale, and that is potentially falling out as we go north of DeKalb there, right along Highway 39 towards northern Kemper County. So if you live north of there, let's go ahead and talk latest details. So I want to put this on the latest scan, and I want to look at the hail swath. And right here, you see the difference in the color? I know it's just for the 4 pixels there, but that difference in color right there, that darker purple, changes it from possible to probable. And probable verifies hail a little bit more, at least reaching the surface, because it's going to be some larger hail as a result. And so that's where we, unfortunately, are probably dealing with some of the hail falling out just north of DeKalb there in Kemper County, right along Highway 39 for folks that live in northern Kemper County as well. This is, of course, the True Shield Roofing hail graphic, letting you know those reports. And if we still look at the shear, there is still some broad rotation, but if we look at that rotation and line that up with our reflectivity, this is on the back end of that storm. So usually with this setup, we would expect any of those rotating storms that would be potentially tornadic to be along that leading edge. The fact we're getting rotation on the backside, we're not exactly expecting any tornadic development out of this. Not saying it's impossible, but it's just not typically what we get. And especially it is still pretty disorganized. So doesn't stand out as an immediate concern. So that warning is continued until 8:15 to accommodate for some of that large hail development as well. Now, power outage. That's what we were talking a little bit of detail about a moment ago. And towards Neshoba County, 2,000 outages. And that carrying over into Kemper County, and expect that number to climb here in the next few moments, but at least updating you guys on that. But Kayla, long story short, to answer your question, Jackson should be in the clear, but if we're talking any hail development, let's just go ahead and look at those hail swaths down there. And this one that moved right through the Lake Mississippi area, there's Lake right there. So I guess it's just west of Newton County that we just looked at a moment ago, so that would have been more towards Scott County. And that was actually on the northern fringes of those highest hail reports. So that it was 1.8 here. It was 1 inch in Lake, potentially even getting some hail up there towards Dennis Settlement as well, as that was kind of put into the top of the storm, lifted into the top of the storm, and then shot out of the top to surrounding areas. So that's why Lake was able to get it. And over there towards Buckleytown and Tanglewood, definitely getting some of those larger hail reports. I mean, just look right here. Probable hail, like we were talking about a moment ago, that's what makes the difference in some of that hail actually reaching the surface in a larger fashion. Down south, we are continuing to see some of those possible hail reports come in down there towards Raleigh, right there along Highway 35, Puckett getting a few earlier on, and then now towards Bay Springs. This is not Bay Springs Lake. I don't want to confuse anybody. This is Bay Springs down there towards South and East Mississippi. That's going to be continuing to move closer to Highway 15 and Highway 18. Looking at that reflectivity, I mean, we're right there as we speak. So that cluster has been a headache down south, dealing with some of these stronger winds and large hail reports as well. You can see some of those wind reports. So that's on the back end of it as well. So another example of where you might be getting some of that broad rotation that's on the backside is right here towards the Clear Springs area and Lewin down there south and east Mississippi. That's going to be on the back end right here. So wouldn't expect a tornado to be produced in that fashion, especially with the direction that it's going. It would need a source of inflow and doesn't exactly have that with what we see right there. So severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper County until 9, Newton County until 8, and even back here towards Crystal Springs, seeing one there towards Simpson County until 8:45. So surrounding Jackson, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, even down there towards Lawrence, Mississippi, and Jeff Davis County, dealing with a few of those severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So all that to say, we got kind of fortunate with it being a calmer pattern. Also, real quick, because I've been monitoring Starkville to see if they did anything with the game for weather, State just won in the 12th inning, or the 11th inning. So go Bulldogs, Hail State. So as we look back up here to the north, we do still see a few areas that stand out, including this one, Holmes County. There's not a lot of lightning attached to this, but if there was, it would definitely catch our attention a little bit more, because hail's not impossible to form out of this. But as we talked about a moment ago, this is possible hail, whereas before we were talking probable hail. That difference does matter. And as we continue to look at things over there towards Thornton, Bee Lake, and even there towards Good Hope, that's where some small hail could have definitely been produced. For anyone, okay, well, hang on, I'll get to the chat here in a second. For anyone that is worried about that storm, let's go ahead and take it back to reflectivity. Let's watch this this last 15-minute span and kind of see how that has gone in that southeast direction. Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit more impressive with that hail core. So not impossible to get some of that hail to be produced. We do expect it to remain below severe limits. So let's do a path on that, and it's going to be right along that leading edge as it continues to move. I'll take this entire part right there, and we'll take it at about 25 miles an hour. So there's Tollerville, 8 o'clock, Coxburg, 8:06, Eulogy by 8:07, Pine Grove, 8:11, Zieglersville, 8:14, Ebenezer, 8:23, Richland, 8:35, and Pickens closer to 8:45. And that's, again, Pickens, Mississippi, not Pickens County, Alabama. So there's that difference for that matter. I did see Patrick saying definitely rotation in Kemper County. As we pull that back up, the rotation is on the back side of this cell right here. So that's where, we're talking rotating storms. We would expect, I'll be honest, looking at this reflectivity image right here, if there was rotation right here on those southern fringes of that main storm, then I would say we'd be a little bit more concerned, because it would have a direct inflow. Whenever it's back there, there is some source of inflow, but it's so cluttered with the rainfall, and it's just not typically one that would produce any of those, and they're tarping the field as we speak. So makes sense with all the rainfall we're going to be getting this weekend. And yeah, so right there, did you see how the shear marker went away? Because it's not exactly a concern, because it has no source of inflow. So what we're actually getting is some of those just stronger winds on the backside of this storm as that broad rotation still takes place. So not impossible to see some wind damage on the backside of this, but overall, I'm not concerned for any tornadic threat with this setup. And as we look there at our threat tracker, our peak threats, you can see how there is still some of that shear showing up, but overall it has come down from what we were looking at just a moment ago. What we're getting now is just some strong winds, about 58 miles an hour, potentially up to 60 in some spots as that does reach the surface. So Matt, fortunately, I think our tornado threat.
Well, so let's talk about this. That's essentially like a mezzo that you're seeing there. You're seeing the mezzo wrapped up there. You don't have good inflow, Weird things sometimes happen. I would say it's highly likely, but I wouldn't go completely eliminating a tornado threat on it. I would just say it's highly unlikely, because if you look at it, I mean, you can see yes, you don't have clean inflow. I mean, you clearly have your supercell sort of structure there, right?
Yeah.
So it's I wouldn't completely eliminate, but I would agree with you that I think it would be a tall task for this to do this, because this is again part of that cell merger, as those two kind of wrap around each other right there. So that's, there's the radar is always seeing something, like you're never like dealing with truly bad data. It's just interpreting what that means. I think there is still some broad rotation maybe with that there. It's just thankfully it's broad, but we're also looking really high up. At this point here we are 6,400 feet above the surface. I mean, that's more than a mile of something going on down below. So I'm just always a little cautious in that scenario, just in case. Maybe sometimes too cautious. Looking from up in Monroe County, you're about 5,300 feet. So now you're closer from Monroe County than you are from Jackson. That's how far away it's gotten.
Yeah, and looking at that structure, you can see if that batch right there cleared out towards Akron and moved north into that main cell, then you would have a cleaner source of inflow. So yeah, I see what you're saying right there.
But I mean, it's luckily this is kind of what we thought, more disorganized than organized. The way I think I describe most of what we've seen out there today. Okay, we're gonna take a brief break here real quick. We'll be right back with more Mississippi Live right after this.
Accident detective. Should I call 888-8888?
How do you know that number?
I am from Mississippi.
Ma'am, dial the 8s.
Calling the 8s.
Dial the 8s.
I'm attorney Casey Lott. When you're hurt in Mississippi, even lifeless objects know who to call.
Don't wait. Dial the 8s.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard, continuing to watch some of these thunderstorms we have up here in the northern part of the state. Less impressive than what we have down south, where we've had the severe thunderstorm warnings off and on over the last few hours here, and continuing to have those warnings on. I'm just kind of digging around here just in case something weird's going on. And luckily at this point, it does not look like much weird is going on up here. I think it's pretty clear cut also what's happening down south, where we're primarily covering for our folks there on Max South that are continuing to watch things here, Meridian, but we're down here in Newton and now south of Mount Vernon. In fact, I think I need to double check our coverage map here, Gabe, but we're past, I think, where most folks can watch us there on Max South as well. So I do think it's possible that maybe southeastern and Noxubee County could at some point here, Gabe, be included in an additional warning. But it would be kind of just the southeast corner of the county.
Cooksville probably being included within that, especially that hail core that's moving just there towards northeast Kemper County. And one of the things that we talked about was the hail producer once this did become a cell merger. And we have gotten, some of that potential hail falling just north of DeKalb there, and now up there towards Wahala, where some of that small hail potentially is sticking around. One of the ways we can see that is with our True Shield Roofing hail swath. And you can see some of those darker returns like we talked about a moment ago, where we did get some of that potential hail falling now becoming more possible, and even that starting to fade out on our scale there at the top. So hopefully that means a downward trend, but as of right now, still enough to where we can continue to track it there into northeast Kemper County and into potentially Noxubee County right there towards Cooksville. So severe thunderstorm warning, that continues to be in effect until 8:15, so that's here in the next 10 minutes or so. And as we look at the rotation, like Patrick was mentioning there in the chat, there is definitely some broad rotation there in Kemper County, but nothing that stands out to us as anything tornadic. So we are fortunate in that matter, but this is going to be a strong wind producer. Hang on one second. Let me take this back about 30 minutes. And I want to put this on a loop because as it has moved north, it's continued to maintain
That's
some of
your
that.
merger.
Yes, yes. So that's where we got some of the stronger winds on top of the large hail. So, both of the areas where we were kind of watching specifically for tonight, getting that within that specific cell.
It's interesting, and you'll notice the motion is a little different here. I would track some of the stronger wind up on the north side here, kind of heading out of that. Let's take it this direction here. Let's go about 25 miles per hour, let's say. They have not been fast moving, though. This one might be moving a little faster than most. How long is our loop? This is a 30-minute loop, so we could do some multiplication here. Let's double check. Yeah, somewhere around 25, 26 miles per hour or so, what that's looking like. I want to go up and check our camera in West Point. We've been watching that broad rotation there when it was in Maben a little bit ago. West Point camera looking a little interesting as well. You can kind of see, you could sort of see more of a shape in the clouds.
For a second?
Down. Yeah, I'll go give it to you.
Oh, no, I was going to say if you want to talk over it. But yes, you are continuing to see that structure off there in the distance of that thunderstorm moving through. Let me get out of the radar image right here. But yeah, the lightning showing up. You're getting some of that heavy rain shaft right there reaching the surface. So that's where you can often look at that and get a little bit of that menacing view. But fortunately, I don't see anything that's standing out as a funnel or anything like that. So that's always a positive in this sort of fashion. But getting that lightning happening, not as frequent as folks down south, but here and there as we go about the evening, dealing with some of those lightning strikes. Can potentially cause some sporadic power outages, but overall, if that's our main concern, we're definitely in a better format than what folks are dealing with down south. So keeping it on this image, we can see those heavier showers right there. I believe this would be directly west of West Point and then continuing there on the southern fringes there. I believe that would be this one right there with that heavier shower. So watching that, you have the benefit of the city lights as well. So yeah, continue to look at that. But the heavy rainfall, Matt, that is what we continue to watch up there towards Clay County as those cells begin to work their way on through. Now, one thing I wanted to look at here real quick, and we're going to go on a broader scale, and I'm going to use national radar because I wanted to see if we are potentially getting a low to form. And I don't think we are. I was curious right here to see if we were getting one that was kind of adding to some of that flow right there and making it go towards that northeast direction. It might. Matt, if you want to interject here, do you think a wake low could potentially be forming within this setup? Let me zoom it in here real quick and look at this, because that is the main cell that we're watching. But you kind of have that rounded off area where you're getting some of that, of course, a low pressure center wrapping around that. So I wouldn't be shocked if that's what was trying to form right here. That's why we're getting these cells beginning to move towards the north. What do you think?
You kind of sort of have an MCV, I guess, maybe. But I think ultimately it's just like a secondary round. I think you're looking up on the north part there, what kind of sort of looks like one, because that's kind of curling back around.
Yeah. I'm pulling teeth at
models,
that point.
Models were pretty clear about the multiple waves with this.
Yeah.
So, credit where credit is due. They had kind of this secondary wave there. But models also did not get them to severe levels, though that does have a bow echo sort of look to it on the north one there.
And something that's interesting
clearly
here.
It's overall modifying the environment. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say something that's interesting is still have a good bit of fuel right there towards the Golden Triangle. So as you work those showers out, if we're able to maintain mid 60s on those dew points, which as of right now, this is of course a rough estimate, 66 degrees, that is not bad. And that's a decent enough environment to perhaps strengthen that. And so maybe getting some gustier winds, maybe up to 40 miles an hour on that, might be on the higher end of the scale, but nonetheless, that's what we're dealing with. And so let me actually swap that to our local radar site right there towards Eupora and Webster County. That's that leading edge that we're watching. And if we look at the wind specifically, that's not a strong return.
Well, and then lightning. Look at lightning strikes.
Oh yeah, true. So
that's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can take over.
No, you're good.
But that's the big point with all of this is the fact that this has not been an electric producer, so it has remained below severe limits for that matter. Usually look at the difference down there towards Kemper County where you're dealing with, 1,000 strikes or so? It's up there.
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking, Gabe. If we don't, if that doesn't take a next step up and they don't extend severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll probably suspend our coverage at 8:15, giving you a whopping 45 minutes to get ready for the 9 o'clock. But I think that's the direction we'll probably be able to go. I mean, come on, we've been on for more than 4 hours at this point here, so it probably is about time for us to wrap up. So more on that here in a minute. We'll take a quick break. I'm going to talk to you off air for just a second. Mississippi Live continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds. We can see the low end. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Rienzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with a decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Beautiful shot in Oxford as the showers and thunderstorms have moved out. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. As we're looking out of our camera here in the Oxford area, brought to you by Phoenix Building Solutions. Just a reminder that, yeah, the rain will move out. It was rough for a double-decker this evening. We're hopeful that we're mainly dry for tomorrow before rain chances return for early Sunday in particular, but could regenerate through the day. But just nice to see that big old conglomeration of different colors there showing up like the ones you see behind me there in Pontotoc. At this time, kind of looking at our camera there. Similar sort of view, very misty sort of look. The low clouds there is the transpiration coming off of the plants and the just evaporating up there in the sky. Kind of a cool shot. At that spot there. But these are all locations like Tupelo where we are past any sort of issues. No issues tonight other than maybe some patchy fog that could be out there. And a plane, of course, moving toward the camera lens there. Appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for sponsoring our camera in the Tupelo area. But West Point, one of those locations that we're watching more closely with storms kind of moving in from the west, weakening. Very few lightning strikes with this from our camera there. 70 of the temperature in West Point. As we go down to Macon, where we do have a thunderstorm that is approaching. You can see the lightning strikes a little more obvious on that shot there with the storm that has produced severe weather south. The hail, the wind, the power outages, all those things with that thunderstorm there as we're looking mainly south out of that camera. I'll wait for that to kind of come hopefully back into focus. Let me see if I can make it do its thing to try to get a little more focus there. Looking toward the lights down the south. But again, a lot of lightning strikes with that thunderstorm. So it's clearly a difference in opinion on how strong the storms are. I bring it back to Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, 68 over 67 there. And that's that nearly nonstop lightning. We talked about how north there are very few lightning strikes. This one storm itself, single storm, we've produced about 560 lightning strikes over the last 30 minutes or so. So it is borderline severe, I think would be the way I'd describe it. Maybe some certainly gusty wind with it and plenty, I mean, even out of the corner of my eye, it's nonstop lightning out of that camera there in the Macon area. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, because I think the lightning going along with the gusty winds, those are the reasons why, we've had some of those power outages being reported there in and around parts of Kemper County, back into Neshoba County, right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Neshoba County had, 5,000 outages in Neshoba and surrounding counties too. But over towards Kemper County, the latest outlook there from the East Mississippi Electric Power Association, you're getting a view of the additional outages that have been reported in northern DeKalb area and then up there towards Scuba with 122 outages. Now that is moving across the county line into southern Noxubee County. And why does that matter? Well, it's not exactly up to the same degree that it was a few moments ago, but, and I see it out of the corner of my eye, lots of lightning with this setup, and that lightning more than likely the culprit that took out the power in a lot of these folks' homes heading into this evening. So with more of those lightning strikes expected, expect more of those power outages to continue into southern Noxubee County as well. Now that's the storm to pay attention to. Of course, watching the rest of that behind the scenes. One of the biggest things right now, and Matt, if you want to pull this up behind the scenes, as this warning does expire at the 8:15 hour, the Storm Prediction Center still has a slight risk in place south of Highway 82. One of the things that I would say is the question is, with some of those storms that are developing in that second round, if they're looking at that in a little bit more detail and wondering, is there some intensification that could take place? And so, with that latest risk area as we get into this evening, a large part of North Mississippi and a marginal risk, but definitely one to pay attention to.
Yeah, one to pay attention to. Appreciate that, Gabe. But I'll say this. I think, looking at that as you change that behind you there, I think they're concentrating on other places. I don't think they're worried about trimming the north part of this as much.
That's fair.
And also, you don't necessarily completely zigzag a forecast when you have it fairly well nailed. And so that's, I think, where they're at with it. Because let me see if I can force this to pull off all the data for a second, which is not the way this is designed, but the way I want to use it for a second, because you can look at the dots and just see the clustering of lightning, and that draws your attention to where things are most interesting. Certainly these storms moving into southern Noxubee County and down there West Equipment and closer to Meridian, those are the ones that are more significant, just straight up looking at lightning by itself. I think one of the things that you will note, though, is that tornado threat remains very limited outside of the storms moving in. This is basically to cover the complex that'll move in later on tonight. That's well advertised in projections. That's, I think, part of where the wind and hail is just the margin of error on that, the wind in particular. So I think that I assume is the thought process with that. And speaking of with that, the National Weather Service has allowed the warning for parts of Kemper County to expire. They have not expanded that into southern Pickens County, Alabama. And so that's one of those signs that that things are definitely winding down with this. And so we're going to go ahead and wind down our broadcast here. Our next live broadcast is going to be coming up here during the 9 o'clock hour. I know we're not that far removed from it. We broadcast every night, Monday through Friday, 5, 6, 9, and 10 p.m. here in the Room Weather Center. Coming up at 9 p.m., our meteorologist Gabe Maynor will be looking in more detail at the chance for, honestly, a chance for storms we're going to have the next few days here. You can, of course, send your pictures in using the Mississippi Live Weather app, but we'll see you coming up tonight at 9 o'clock for Mississippi Live Weather. We hope you'll join us.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.